So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter got Omnitrix instead of magic wand. So this is a crossover between Ben Tennyson and Harry Potter. So watch till end and enjoy the video, and make sure to leave a like, share and subscribe. Now without wasting any more time, let's jump right into the video.
Harry Potter had always slept lightly. It was not by choice. It was because living in the cupboard under the stairs taught a boy to wake at the wrong sound. A floorboard above him could mean Uncle Vernon stomping toward the bathroom. A muffled laugh might mean Dudley had gotten one of his brilliant ideas and decided Harry's morning should begin with a kick to the ribs. The clink of dishes downstairs meant Aunt Petunia was already awake, and if Harry wasn't out of bed in the next minute, she would find a reason to tell him he was lazy, ungrateful, unnatural, or all three. So Harry woke fast every day with that same sharp bolt of awareness, as if his body had learned before his mind that peace was temporary. This morning was no different. He opened his eyes to darkness, to the low ceiling inches above him, to the stale smell of spiders and old shoes, and dust that no amount of cleaning could ever seem to remove. The blanket tangled around his legs was thin and crooked. Something had been scratching in the wall all night. He pushed himself upright carefully, one hand pressing against the slanted underside of the stairs. For one hopeful second, he thought it might be early enough that no one was awake. Then Vernon Dursley roared from upstairs. "Boy!" Harry closed his eyes. So much for hope. "I'm up." Harry shouted back. "You'd better be. Bacon won't fry itself." It was one of Uncle Vernon's favorite things to say, as though the family's entire survival depended on Harry's ability to stand over a stove and not burn breakfast. Harry shoved the blanket aside and crawled out of the cupboard, blinking in the weak morning light spilling through the hallway. He had grown enough in the last year that getting out required an awkward twist of his shoulders, and his head clipped the frame on the way up. He hissed softly, rubbing the sore spot. The house around him already felt awake in the way Privet Drive houses always did. Neatly oppressive, painfully ordinary, a place where every curtain hung at exactly the proper angle and every patch of grass seemed personally insulted by anything unusual. Number 4 was the proudest of them all, polished and spotless and brittle as old glass. Harry moved toward the kitchen. Aunt Petunia stood at the stove in her floral apron, her face pinched as if breakfast itself offended her. Dudley was already seated at the table, stuffing toast into his mouth with both hands. Uncle Vernon sat at the head, purple-faced behind his newspaper. All three of them looked up when Harry entered. Petunia's eyes narrowed immediately. "Well, don't just stand there." Harry took his place by the stove. He had learned the choreography of mornings years ago. Bacon into the pan. Eggs next. Keep the yolks intact for Dudley. Tea for Vernon. Grapefruit for Petunia sliced thin. Don't speak unless spoken to. And whatever happened, don't do anything strange. That last one had never been entirely under his control. Sometimes strange things happened around Harry, whether he wanted them or not. Hair grew back overnight after Petunia hacked at it in fury. Sweaters shrank when Dudley tried to make him wear them for laughs. Once in primary school, Harry had somehow ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley and his gang, and no one, not Harry least of all, had ever explained how. The Dursleys called these things freakishness. Harry called them accidents, mostly because it felt safer not to call them anything else. Breakfast passed in tense silence, broken only by Dudley's chewing and Vernon's angry snorts at the newspaper. Harry had just set a plate in front of Petunia when the mail slot clattered. The sound was ordinary. The reaction it triggered was not. All three Dursleys froze. Harry noticed immediately. Vernon's eyes narrowed over the edge of the paper. Petunia's hand tightened around her teacup. Dudley, who rarely noticed anything beyond his next mouthful, blinked with vague suspicion. Harry glanced toward the hall. The mail had been weird for nearly a week now. It had started with one letter. Then 3. Then 12. All addressed in green ink to Mr. Harry Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. No one besides the Dursleys was supposed to know Harry lived in the cupboard. That alone had been enough to make Petunia drop a plate. Vernon had tried everything after that. He had burned letters unopened, shouted at the postman, nailed the flap shut, told Harry if he so much as looked at an envelope, there would be consequences. But the letters kept coming through cracks in the window frame, inside eggs, tucked into the folded newspaper. Once, unbelievably, delivered by the milkman's bottle crate, it had become war. This morning, Vernon folded the paper with deliberate care and stood. "You," he said to Harry, "stay there." Harry stayed exactly where he was. Vernon marched into the hall like a man approaching a bomb. The silence stretched. There came the rustle of paper. Then Vernon let out a strangled noise of fury. Harry leaned slightly, trying to see around the kitchen doorway. Petunia hissed. "How many? How should I know?" Vernon snapped. "They're multiplying." He came storming back in a moment later with a fistful of envelopes, at least 20 of them, maybe more. They were all the same creamy parchment, all sealed with the same purple wax, all addressed to Harry. Dudley made a face. "Why does he get so many?" "Because people are stupid." Vernon barked, shoving the letters into the oven without opening it. "Because someone thinks they can bully me, bully Vernon Dursley." Petunia looked pale. "Maybe we should—" "No," the word cracked like a whip. Harry flinched. Vernon jabbed a sausage-thick finger toward him. "You are not to ask about them. You are not to think about them. And if I catch you near that oven—" "I won't," Harry said quickly. It was true, mostly. He didn't need to touch the letters to think about them. They had been lodged in his head from the first moment he saw his own name written so precisely, so deliberately, as though somewhere out there was a person who knew exactly where he slept. That feeling of being known was new enough to be frightening. Vernon grunted and returned to his seat. But Harry couldn't stop glancing at the oven door, at the letters inside, at the faint purple wax seals catching the light. Something in him ached with curiosity, not just curiosity, recognition. As if the letters weren't only calling for him, as if something else was too. By the time night fell, the storm had begun. Rain lashed the windows. Wind scraped branches over the roof. The neat little houses of Privet Drive huddled under the weather, their yellow lights glowing like islands behind curtains. Harry lay in the cupboard, fully dressed, blanket pulled to his chin, staring into darkness. He could hear Vernon moving around upstairs, hear Petunia muttering, hear Dudley's snores through the wall, and underneath it all, faint and impossible, he felt it again, a vibration. It had started that afternoon, just before tea. A flutter low in his chest, so subtle at first Harry thought he was imagining it, like a second pulse, not in his wrist or throat but deep behind his ribs. Now it was stronger. Thrum, pause, thrum. Harry pressed a hand to his chest. His heartbeat was faster than normal. The other rhythm was slower, deeper. Not exactly pain, not illness either. More like resonance, as though somewhere very far away something immense had struck the world like a tuning fork, and Harry's bones were still answering. He swallowed. Maybe he was coming down with something. Maybe Aunt Petunia had finally poisoned him. Maybe one of Dudley's friends had punched him harder than he remembered. Thrum, his whole cupboard seemed to vibrate with it for one impossible second. Harry sat bolt upright. The house had gone silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that made the world feel as if it were holding its breath, and then the sky tore open. The sound did not begin like thunder. Thunder rolled. This sound punched. The entire house shook violently. Plates crashed somewhere upstairs. Vernon shouted. Petunia screamed. Dudley yelped in panicked outrage. Harry threw open the cupboard door and stumbled into the hall just as the lights flickered. A strange green glow flashed through the front window, not lightning, too bright, too focused, too alive. Another impact boomed in the distance, not on Privet Drive, but far beyond it, heavy enough that the floor beneath Harry's feet trembled. Upstairs, Vernon bellowed. "What in blazes was that?" Petunia shrieked. "The power! Vernon, the power!" Harry ran to the front door before he could stop himself. He yanked it open. The storm slapped rain into his face. For one breathless second he saw it, far away, beyond rows of houses and black tree lines and the horizon itself. Something emerald blazed through the clouds. It was falling, not like a star, not like an airplane. Like a wound in the sky had opened and dropped a piece of something not meant for Earth. The green fire vanished behind the distant line of forest. A heartbeat later, the world answered with a low, rolling shock that Harry felt through the soles of his feet. His chest convulsed with that second pulse again, louder, stronger. Thrum. This time it hurt. Harry gasped and doubled over, one hand braced against the doorframe. The feeling surged through him, not pain exactly, but pressure, information without words, a terrible sense of distance collapsing. He saw, for a fraction of a second, not with his eyes but somewhere behind them, a flash of metal like polished black stone, a circle of green light, symbols he did not understand, something opening, then it was gone. Boy! Vernon grabbed the back of Harry's shirt and hauled him inside with enough force to nearly choke him. "What are you doing?" Vernon thundered, slamming the door. "Trying to let the storm in. Something fell." "Nothing fell." "It did," Harry said before he could stop himself. "I saw—" Vernon's face purpled further, which Harry would not have thought possible. "You saw lightning," he snarled. "And if I hear one more word of nonsense tonight, you'll wish you hadn't." Petunia hovered in the hallway, wringing her hands. Dudley peered down the stairs, frightened and curious in equal measure. But Harry barely saw any of them. He was listening to the echo of that second heartbeat, listening to a silence that somehow felt answered. Somewhere far away, whatever had fallen had landed. And something in Harry knew, with the cold certainty of instinct, that it had not landed here by accident. 60 miles away, in the shadowed edge of a vast dark forest, the crater smoked. Trees leaned away from the impact like frightened witnesses. Soil had been blasted outward in a perfect ring. Leaves still drifted from branches, hissing as embers kissed rainwater. At the center of the crater lay something half buried in scorched earth. Not a meteor, not a machine any human would have recognized. Its surface was smooth and black-green, shaped like a pod and yet not fully sealed, a geometry too deliberate to be natural and too elegant to be industrial. Thin veins of emerald light pulsed along its sides. One panel hung open like a wound. Inside was emptiness. The restraints had been torn loose from within. Something had arrived, and something had already left. Deep within the pod, behind layers of cracked crystal and dead circuitry, a final signal pulsed weakly out into the storm, seeking, answering, finding. The next morning, Privet Drive pretended nothing had happened. That was its talent. The lawns were wet and perfect. Curtains twitched discreetly. Cars started on schedule. Mrs. Next Door swept her step as though distant explosions were simply one of those things. Inside number 4, however, the mood was worse than usual. Vernon had barely slept. Harry could tell by the way his mustache twitched over breakfast and how often he snapped the newspaper straight with annoyed little jerks. Petunia had applied enough powder to her face to make her look ghostly. Dudley complained loudly that the storm had interrupted his television. Harry said very little. The vibration in his chest had faded sometime before dawn, but not completely. Every so often it came back for a second, faint and expectant, and the letters returned. Not dozens this time, hundreds. They came down the chimney in a paper avalanche that filled the living room with fluttering parchment. Dudley screamed in surprise. Petunia shrieked. Vernon swore so loudly the windows rattled. Harry stood in the center of it all, letters bouncing off his shoulders, and for the first time in his life laughter almost escaped him. It was ridiculous, magnificent, wild. For one glorious second, number 4 Privet Drive was not in control of anything. Then Vernon seized Harry by the arm so hard it hurt. "That's it," he snarled. "We're leaving." And so they fled first to a hotel, then to another town, then farther still as the letters pursued them with relentless, almost cheerful determination. Harry lost track of where they were by the second day. The roads blurred into rain and petrol stations and Vernon's increasingly frantic muttering. All the while that strange feeling in Harry's chest came and went, each time stronger, each time pulling west, something in him thought. Or maybe north. not a direction so much as an ache. On the final night, they ended up in the miserable shack on the rock, the sea smashing itself against stone around them while wind howled through cracks in the walls. Dudley cried over his missing television. Petunia tried not to cry over everything else. Vernon sat with a shotgun on his lap and dared the universe to try him. Harry lay awake on the hard floorboards, listening. Tonight was his birthday, 11, no cake, no presents, no cards except the ones Vernon kept burning before Harry could touch them. Still, he thought with tired bitterness, it was not the worst birthday he'd ever had. Midnight came. The storm hit harder, and the knocking began, not polite knocking, not human knocking. The shack shook as something struck the door. Dudley howled. Petunia screamed. Vernon lurched to his feet with the shotgun, face gone waxy with terror. Another blow hit the door, then a voice boomed over the storm, cheerful and impossible. "Sorry about that." The door came off its hinges. Hagrid filled the frame like a landslide in an overcoat. He was enormous, wild black hair, beard thick as brambles, eyes gleaming under stormlight. Rain poured off him in sheets. One hand still held the ruined door. Harry had never seen anyone so instantly unbelievable. Dudley whimpered. Petunia made a thin, horrified sound. Vernon raised the shotgun. "I warn you." Hagrid bent the barrel upward like it was made of warm wax. "Bit rude, that," he said, stepping inside. What followed was chaos. Dudley got a tail. Petunia fainted into a chair rather than all the way to the floor. Vernon shouted. Hagrid shouted louder. And through it all, Harry stood by the wall, staring, because this giant had turned to him at last with a look of fierce, almost painful kindness, and said the strangest words Harry had ever heard. "Harry, you're a wizard." Any other day, any other life, that sentence would have shattered the world. Tonight, it only rearranged it. Because as impossible as it was, Harry believed him. Not because it made sense, because nothing did, not the letters, not the cupboard, not the things Harry couldn't explain. Not the green fire in the sky, especially not the green fire. Hagrid seemed to know more than he was saying. Harry noticed it almost immediately. There was a distraction in the giant's manner, a tension behind the bluster. He answered Harry's questions about Hogwarts and magic and his parents. Yes, but every time thunder rolled, his gaze flicked toward the shuttered windows. Every so often he went quiet mid-sentence, as if listening for something very far away. When Harry mentioned the storm 2 nights ago, Hagrid stilled. "The green light," Harry said cautiously. "I saw it, thought maybe it was lightning, but—" Hagrid's expression changed just for a second. Something guarded slid behind his eyes. "Lots o' strange weather lately," he said too casually. "Forest gets all sorts o' things in storms." Harry was not convinced. But before he could ask more, Hagrid clapped his hands and announced breakfast, which apparently consisted of sausages bent over the fire and tea strong enough to peel paint. Later, when the storm had weakened and the first miserable grey of dawn crept over the sea, Hagrid took Harry away from the shack and the Dursleys and the last version of the life Harry had known. It should have felt like freedom. It mostly did. But under the amazement, under the wonder of hearing that his parents had been real, important, loved, there was still that pulse, that waiting, as if somewhere beyond the edge of his new life, another one had already started moving toward him. London was louder than Harry remembered. Diagon Alley was louder still. He entered through the leaky cauldron convinced he had stepped straight through a brick wall into a dream. Everything moved. Everything glittered. Cauldrons overflowed from shop windows. Owls shrieked overhead. Robes flashed every color. A witch passed carrying a stack of books taller than Harry's chest. A goblin in a sharp waistcoat glared at him from the doorway of Gringotts as though he personally disapproved of Harry existing, and everyone seemed to know who Harry was. Whispers followed him. "That's him, Harry Potter? Look at his scar." It should have been thrilling. Maybe it was, a little. But Harry felt oddly detached from it all, as though the attention was being aimed at someone else who happened to be wearing his face. Hagrid took him to Gringotts, where Harry learned he was rich enough to make his knees weak. He bought robes, books, a cauldron, scales, a telescope. All the while he kept catching Hagrid looking distracted again. Once, just outside Flourish and Blotz, Harry found the giant staring toward the sky with a frown. "What is it?" Harry asked. Hagrid blinked and forced a smile. "Nothin', just thinkin'. You've been doing a lot of that." "Have I?" Harry gave him a look. Hagrid's beard twitched in what might have been embarrassment. Then he leaned in a little, lowering his voice. "There's been some odd business at Hogwarts," he admitted. "Forest Edge mostly. Dumbledore's had some of the professors watchin' it. Best not worry yourself." Harry's chest gave a single hard thrum. He swallowed. "Because of what fell?" Hagrid went still again. This time Harry knew he had guessed right, but Hagrid only said, "I shouldn't talk out of turn," and marched him onward before Harry could press. The final stop was the narrowest, dustiest shop Harry had seen yet. A faded sign above the door read, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The bell gave a soft chime as they entered. The shop smelled of old wood and something sharper underneath. Ozone, maybe, or polish. Boxes rose from floor to ceiling in crooked towers. It felt less like a store and more like a place where silence had been stored for centuries. An old man with pale eyes appeared from between the shelves, so suddenly Harry nearly jumped. "Ah," said Mr. Ollivander. "Harry Potter?" It was not a question. His silver gaze dropped at once to Harry's scar, then, unexpectedly, to Harry's chest, then to Harry's left wrist, though Harry wore nothing there. "Curious," Ollivander murmured. He measured Harry from shoulder to finger, elbow to wrist, wrist to floor, muttering numbers all the while. Boxes flew off shelves of their own accord into his waiting hands. "Let us see," he said. "Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." Harry took the wand. A warmth ran through his fingers. For one hopeful second, nothing happened. Then the wand snapped in half with a loud crack. Harry dropped it in shock. Hagrid swore. Ollivander did not look surprised. "Interesting," he murmured. "Very interesting. No matter, try this. Willow and unicorn hair. 10¼ inches. Harry barely brushed the second wand before blue sparks shot from the tip and exploded into the ceiling. Dust rained down. Hagrid ducked. "Blimey!" Ollivander's eyes sharpened. He snatched up another box. Ebony and dragon heartstring. This one vibrated violently in Harry's hand the instant he touched it, then emitted a shriek like metal scraping glass and sent every box on the nearest shelf flying. Hagrid backed Harry toward the center of the shop. "Maybe give him a minute." "Again," Ollivander said, suddenly intent. "Yew and unicorn hair, poplar and phoenix feather, ash and dragon heartstring." Each failure grew worse. One wand heated so quickly Harry nearly dropped it before a burst of white fire scorched the counter. Another sparked green and black so violently that Hagrid threw himself in front of Harry on instinct. A third did nothing at all until Ollivander tried to take it back, at which point it twisted in Harry's fingers like a living thing and blasted a hole through an empty display stand. By then the little shop was full of smoke and floating dust. Harry's scar prickled. His chest hammered. That second pulse had returned, not faint now but resonant, answering something no one else could feel. Ollivander had gone very pale. He stood absolutely still, one thin hand wrapped around a wand box he had not yet offered. Harry looked at the old man helplessly. Am I doing something wrong?" Ollivander's eyes snapped to his face. "No," he said softly. "No, Mr. Potter, I do not believe you are." He moved closer. Not toward Harry's scar this time, toward Harry's heart. He didn't touch him, but Harry felt the nearness like static. "The magical core in you," Ollivander whispered. He stopped. For the first time since entering the shop, his composure seemed to fracture. "It's occupied?" The word hung in the dusty air. Hagrid frowned. "Occupied?" Ollivander did not answer immediately. His gaze drifted again, not to Harry's face, but to his empty left wrist. Then to the smoke-blackened ceiling. Then somewhere beyond the walls entirely, as if he were listening for an echo only he could hear. "There is room in every witch and wizard," he said at last, voice distant, "for the wand to recognize what already lives in them. Temperament, magic, history, affinity," his eyes fixed on Harry. "But something else is already there." Harry felt suddenly cold. "What does that mean?" he asked. Ollivander exhaled very slowly. "It means," he said, "that when the wand reaches for you, it finds another claim laid first." Hagrid's face had gone unreadable. Harry looked between them. Another claim by what? No one answered. The silence in the shop deepened until even the dust motes felt suspended inside it. Then, faintly, impossibly, Harry heard a sound, not in the room, inside his head, a tone, mechanical and low, like a distant signal trying to break through static. His hand flew to his chest. Thrum. This time it was so strong his knees nearly buckled. He saw green light behind his eyes, saw black metal, saw a shape crawling through roots and wet soil beneath moonlit trees, saw something moving with insect patience through the undergrowth of a vast dark forest, always west, always toward him. He gasped. Hagrid caught his shoulder before he fell. "Harry!" The vision vanished. The shop returned in a rush. Dust, broken wood, Ollivander's pale face, Hagrid's enormous hand gripping him steady. Harry dragged in a breath. "Something's coming," he whispered. Hagrid stared. Ollivander closed his eyes briefly, as though the answer to a question he had not wanted answered had finally arrived. From far away, so far it should have been impossible, there came the faintest suggestion of thunder. Except it was not thunder, it was rhythm, measured, deliberate. A heartbeat that was not Harry's, and yet somehow had always belonged to him. Ollivander stepped back. "You should leave," he said. Hagrid's head snapped toward him. "Leave?" Now, Hagrid did not argue. He ushered Harry from the shop at once, broken wand boxes and drifting smoke left behind them. The alley beyond felt too bright, too noisy, too normal after the charged silence inside. Harry stumbled once, still shaken. "Hagrid, keep moving." "What did he mean?" "I don't know. You do know." Hagrid's jaw tightened behind his beard. They had almost reached the bend in the alley when Harry glanced back. Ollivander still stood in the doorway, small and rigid beneath the faded sign, watching Harry with an expression that was not fear exactly. It was recognition. The kind reserved for storms seen on the horizon long before they reached shore. Harry turned forward again, pulse pounding. The sounds of Diagon Alley pressed around him, owls, footsteps, haggling voices, laughter. But beneath all of it he could hear that distant rhythm still, getting closer. Somewhere beyond London, somewhere beyond roads and houses and forests and fields, something had fallen from the sky, something had survived. And now, impossibly, inevitably, it was coming for him. When Hagrid said, "Keep moving," Harry moved. Not because his questions had gone away. Because the way Hagrid said it made Harry feel, suddenly and sharply, like they were no longer in Diagon Alley shopping for school supplies. They were retreating from something, or maybe hurrying toward it before it got tired of waiting. They cut through the crowd fast, Hagrid one hand hovering near Harry's shoulder as though prepared to drag him bodily along if necessary. Witches and wizards parted around the half-giant, grumbling apologies, or staring openly at Harry's face as he passed. The alley still glittered and chattered and bustled with ordinary magic, but it felt thinner now, like scenery painted over something much stranger. Harry kept hearing that rhythm, not with his ears exactly. Deeper than that, thrum, pause, thrum. Sometimes it matched his own heartbeat. Sometimes it did not. "Hagrid," Harry said again, keeping close to the giant's side. "What did Ollivander mean?" Hagrid didn't look at him. "Ollivander means lots of things, most of 'em half strange even when he's mackin' sense." That didn't sound half strange. That sounded like you both knew something. Hagrid made a non-committal noise in his beard and steered Harry around a witch carrying a cage of purple toads. "I told ye," he said. "There's odd business going on at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's looking into it." "That's not an answer." "No," Hagrid said. "It isn't." Harry would have argued harder, but something inside his chest pulsed so suddenly it stole the breath out of him. He stumbled. Hagrid's hand closed on the back of his robes before he could go down. Steady there. Harry pressed a hand to his ribs. The sensation faded as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a strange warmth and the echo of motion. A tug, directional and unmistakable, left, not a word, not even a thought. Just certainty. Harry looked toward the darker end of the alley. Diagon Alley branched in many directions. Most were crowded, bright, practical. but near the far bend, beyond a crooked apothecary window and a leaning sign for used cauldrons, there was a narrow passage half-shadowed between buildings. The stone there looked older, dirtier, as if the light avoided it out of preference. Harry's skin prickled. "What's that way?" he asked. Hagrid followed his gaze and frowned. "Nothin' fur ye." "What is it?" "Knockturn Alley." The way he said the name made it sound like something damp and unpleasant found under a rock. Harry kept staring at the passage. "Why do I feel like I should go there?" Hagrid whipped his head around so fast his coat flared. "Yea, don't! I know I shouldn't, I just— Harry!" Hagrid crouched a little, bringing his shaggy face closer to Harry's. His black eyes, usually warm, were serious now. "Listen to me. There are places in our world where curiosity gets ye in trouble faster than bad luck, and Nocturne's one of them. Stay with me." Harry nodded. He meant to obey. He really did. They returned to the leaky cauldron long enough for Hagrid to stack Harry's packages behind the front desk and argue with Tom about whether dragon liver was a respectable breakfast item. The familiar pub, dim and crooked and humming with low magical conversation, should have calmed Harry. Instead, he felt more unsettled with every passing minute. The rhythm in his chest had not stopped. It had grown more insistent. He sat on a stool with his hands folded tight in his lap while Hagrid spoke to Tom in a corner. There were words Harry could make out. Forest, ministry, cordon, Dumbledore said, and words he couldn't. Every now and then Hagrid looked at him mid-sentence, then away again. On the table beside Harry sat the small cage containing a snowy owl Hagrid had insisted on buying him. "She's beautiful," Harry had said when they found her at Aesop's Owl Emporium. "Birthday present," Hagrid had grunted, pretending not to notice Harry going quiet with shock. Now the owl regarded him through golden eyes, serene and severe, as if she already knew his life would not remain simple enough for perches and seed cups. Harry leaned closer to the bars. "Do you ever get the feeling," he whispered, "that something's looking for you?" The owl blinked once. "Yeah," Harry muttered. Not helpful. Thrum, he jerked upright. The whole room seemed to sharpen around the sensation. The candle flames, the clink of glasses, the low mutter of spellwork from a table near the back. And underneath it all, like a thread tugged taut through his sternum, west. Harry looked toward the pub door. No one noticed him stand. Hagrid was still talking to Tom, half turned away. Harry's school things were stacked safely. His owl was safe. He only meant to step outside, only for a moment, just to breathe. That was what he told himself as he slipped off the stool and moved for the door. The instant his fingers touched the handle, the pull in his chest eased, not vanished, approved. That should have frightened him more than it did. He opened the door and stepped into the alley's filtered daylight. Diagon Alley churned around him, robes swaying, coins clinking, children pointing at shop windows. But Harry barely saw any of it. His feet seemed to know where to go before he did. He followed the tug left, deeper into the crooked end of the street, past the second-hand robe shop and the apothecary with jars of things floating unpleasantly in green liquid. A pair of wizards in dark cloaks brushed past him speaking in urgent, hushed tones. He didn't hear a word they said. The pull increased with every step. Harry turned into the shadowed lane leading toward Knockturn Alley. The change was immediate. The air felt colder there, older. Diagon Alley's bright commercial magic gave way to something meaner and more private. Windows were narrower, doorways recessed. Signs hung crooked over shops full of objects Harry instinctively did not want to touch. Shriveled hands, tarnished amulets, cases of silver instruments that looked half surgical and half ceremonial. A hunched witch on the corner glanced at him, then at his scar, and smiled without warmth. Harry almost turned back. Then his chest thudded again. Closer, he walked on. At the far edge of Knockturn Alley, where the cobbles thinned and the buildings leaned apart, he found what he somehow knew he had been looking for. A narrow service passage cut between two warehouses, choked with broken crates and weeds, sloping away from the wizarding district altogether. There was no reason to choose it, no sign, no sound, just certainty. Harry squeezed through. The passage smelled of wet stone, rot, and old smoke. It wound behind the backs of buildings, crossed a sagging little footbridge over a drainage channel and opened, suddenly, shockingly, onto rough ground beyond London's brick and soot. Harry stopped, blinking. The city stretched behind him in uneven roofs and chimneys. Ahead lay open scrubland, overgrown hedges, thin copses of trees, and a dirt track running west between them. Clouds dragged shadows across it. The air smelled different here. Cleaner, wilder, real, and the pull in his chest had become a line, not pulling him anymore, drawing him. He started walking. At first, Harry remained half aware that what he was doing was absurd. He was 11, in a strange part of London, following a feeling into the countryside because his chest told him to. Hagrid would be furious. The Dursleys would call him insane. Any sensible person would stop, turn around, and go back before things got worse. But after 10 minutes, the line between choice and compulsion began to blur. The farther he walked, the stranger the world became. Birdsong faltered as he passed. Dogs in distant yards started barking, then whining. Once, when he crossed a narrow road, every car alarm on the street went off at once in a dissonant chorus that lasted until he was beyond them. Harry spun in place, startled, but there was no one else nearby to react. Curtains twitched. A man shouted from an upstairs window. Then silence swallowed it again. The track led him through a stand of birch trees silvered in afternoon light. Under their branches, Harry saw the first sign that something else had been moving. The ground was torn, not trampled like by an animal. Scored. Gouged in shallow, deliberate lines, as if something hard and sharp had dragged itself over roots and stones with impossible patience. Here and there faint green sparks crackled in the wet soil, then vanished. Harry knelt and touched one of the marks. It was warm. He snatched his hand back. "Hello." He called stupidly. The trees offered him wind in reply, thrum. Now, Harry got to his feet and kept going faster. The woods thinned. The track dropped into a grassy hollow scattered with standing stones so weathered they looked as though they had been forgotten by history itself. Beyond them rose a long, low hill furred with heather and broom. Near its crest, black against the grey sky, stood the skeletal remains of an old gatehouse or folly, 4 broken walls and one leaning arch still stubbornly vertical. Harry knew before he reached it that whatever wanted him was there. The second heartbeat inside his chest became so strong it almost hurt. He climbed. By the time he reached the broken arch, he was breathing hard and sweating despite the wind. The land spread out below him in all directions. Fields, hedges, the dark ribbon of distant woods, London smudged at the horizon. And in the center of the ruin, on a patch of cracked stone where grass would not grow, lay a thing no part of Harry's mind had the language to understand. It was about the size of a large serving plate, circular. Black and green, metal maybe, except the surface was too smooth, too seamless, too alive to be any machine he had ever seen. It clung low to the ground on thin, articulated limbs like a mechanical beetle or spider, each movement precise and unnervingly organic. A green hourglass symbol glowed faintly at its center, rotating behind a dark crystal face. Harry stopped dead. The thing stopped too. For one suspended second, boy and device regarded each other in the ruins' broken silence. Then the symbol flashed brighter. Harry's chest answered with a violent thrum that nearly folded him in half. He gasped. The device moved, not quickly, certainly not clumsily. It unfolded, raising itself on its limbs with eerie elegance, and turned its face toward him like an eye opening. Harry took one step back. "Don't!" he whispered, though he had no idea whether he meant himself or it. The green light brightened, then the device launched. Harry shouted and threw up an arm on instinct, but it was already on him, too fast, too precise, metal limbs wrapping around his left wrist with terrifying intimacy. Cold for half a second. Then hot. No, hot was too simple. It was insertion, alignment. A feeling like something ancient and intelligent sliding past skin into bone, into blood, into the shape beneath the shape of him. Harry screamed. The device clamped shut with a resonant metallic snap. Green light exploded outward. The world vanished. White, not light, Space so absolute it erased direction. Harry hung in it without body or breath, suspended inside a vastness that felt less like emptiness and more like the inside of a thought too large for human language. Then the visions came, not one after another, all at once. Worlds. 10,000 worlds. Harry saw deserts beneath triple suns where glass towers grew from the sand like frozen lightning. Saw oceans lit from below by cities drifting miles beneath the surface. Saw jungles whose leaves shone cobalt at night and creatures with 6 wings folding themselves around floating nests. Saw metal moons, red storms, rings of ice, mountains taller than clouds, creatures made of crystal, creatures made of living flame, creatures that swam through vacuum as though space were sea. He saw mouths and claws and hands and eyes in every shape evolution had ever dared invent. Saw civilizations blooming and collapsing in flickers. Heard languages so complex they sounded like music arguing with mathematics. None of it held still long enough to understand. Species rushed past him in torrents of anatomy and instinct, strength, speed, flight, heat, cold, stone, water, shadow, electricity, teeth, armor, memory, and threaded through all of it like the spine of a song, a voice, male, dry, precise. So unimpressed with existence itself that it almost circled back around to kindness, host acquired. The words did not enter through Harry's ears. They materialized inside him as complete meaning, compatibility, acceptable. Harry would have objected if he'd had a mouth. Pain flared next. Not random pain. Structured pain. Cataloging, something scanning him cell by cell and finding every brittle human limitation interesting but inefficient. He felt his DNA. Not that he had ever thought in those terms before, but the Omnitrix thought them for him. Opened, read, indexed. Harry convulsed in the white nothing, and with each convulsion another flood of alien impressions tore through him. A body of living magma standing in the throat of a volcano. A body of crystal buried under an avalanche and unharmed. A body that ran so fast the world became still frames. A body with no eyes and yet 100 ways to perceive. A body that belonged in depths where sunlight had never been invented. A body that was not fully matter at all. Harry wanted out. The voice continued, relentless. Begin orientation. Then the white shattered. He woke to grass against his cheek and the taste of iron in his mouth. The sky above him had gone from afternoon gray to evening gold. Clouds burned at the edges. Wind hissed through the ruined arch. For one disorienting second, Harry thought he had dreamed everything. Then his left wrist twitched. He rolled onto his back and stared. The thing was still there, not crawling now, not unfolding, closed tightly around his arm like a watch too intricate and too deliberate to be called one. Matte black, green accents, the central face slightly raised, displaying the silhouette of some broad-shouldered shape that rotated slowly behind translucent crystal. Harry pushed himself up on one elbow. The device pulsed once beneath his skin. He flinched. "Get off," he said hoarsely, and grabbed at it with his right hand. The surface was warm, not warm like sun-heated metal, warm like skin. He dug his fingers under the band and pulled. Nothing. He tried again harder, panic rising now that the shock had passed. The clasp didn't give. There was no clasp, no seam. The device sat on his wrist as though it had always belonged there, the band disappearing so neatly around the curve of his arm that it made his own flesh seem temporary by comparison. Harry's breathing sharpened. No. No, no, no. He braced his foot against a fallen stone and yanked with both hands. Pain shot up his arm, not from the wrist itself, but deeper, as if the effort to separate it had somehow tugged on nerves and tendons all the way to his shoulder. Harry cried out and let go. The faceplate flashed once in warning. Then, calmly and with appalling clarity, the voice spoke again. Recommendation: cease ineffective removal attempts. Harry froze so completely he might have turned to stone himself. The ruin held only wind. No one stood behind him. Nothing moved except the grass. Yet the voice had been real. Not memory this time, present, articulate. Dry as old paper, Harry swallowed. Who said that? A microscopic pause, clarification, not who. What? by most terrestrial classifications. Harry stared at the device. The green hourglass glowed faintly. "You're the thing," he whispered. The terminology is imprecise but sufficient. Harry's head felt too full, too small, too human. "Get off," denied. He might have laughed if he hadn't been so close to hysteria. Denied, correct. Unwilling separation is not permitted during active host bond. Harry shot to his feet. "I didn't agree to a bond." Another pause, somehow conveying that the speaker found this line of argument predictable. The Omnitrix selected a compatible bearer in extremis. Consent protocols were constrained by circumstances. That's not better. It was not intended to be better. It was intended to be accurate. Harry turned in a circle as if the act of moving might prove he wasn't trapped inside a conversation with his own wrist. The slope beyond the ruin dropped toward the birch wood. The track below was empty. No Hagrid, no crowd, no help. Just open land going dim under evening sky. He was alone with an alien machine that had just stapled itself to his arm and insulted him with grammar. His knees went weak with delayed terror. "What are you?" he asked again, quieter now. The answer came not like speech but declaration. "I am the recorded cognitive echo of Azimuth of Galvan Prime, architect of the Omnitrix, encoded for host guidance, emergency instruction, and ethical correction." Harry blinked. "I don't know what any of that means." "That is obvious." Something about the weary certainty in that reply was so outrageous that Harry made a strangled sound between a laugh and a gasp. The voice continued, "You may, for convenience, refer to me as an instructional echo, a mentor imprint, a backup intelligence. None are fully accurate. All are tolerable." Harry licked cracked lips. "Why me?" This time the pause was longer. When the voice returned, it had lost a sliver of its dryness, not warmth, but gravity, because the signal was answered, because the device required a bearer capable of adaptive empathy under unstable circumstances, because your world contains sufficient biological diversity to sustain safe transformation protocols, because you were nearest viable compatibility range when the pod failed. Harry stared at the broken arch, the wild grass, the lowering sun, nearest viable compatibility range. As though being Harry Potter, hungry, unwanted, peculiar, sleeping in a cupboard, had only been a set of coordinates. "And if I don't want it?" "Irrelevant." Harry closed his eyes. "Brilliant. You are alive, bonded to the most sophisticated transformation matrix in known space and currently unpursued by predators. Your sarcasm is premature." A distant shout cut across the hill. "Harry, Hagrid." Harry's eyes snapped open again. "Harry!" The voice was far below, but coming fast, crashing through brush with all the subtlety of an angry bear. Relief flooded Harry so hard it almost buckled him. "Hagrid!" he shouted back, waving with his good arm. "Up here!" The echo on his wrist went quiet at once, as though listening. A minute later Hagrid's broad shape emerged from the birches, coat snagged with twigs, hair full of leaves, face thunderous with fear and fury. "There ye are!" He bounded up the rest of the slope in 3 impossible strides and seized Harry by the shoulders, looking him over as if counting limbs. "Are ye hurt? What happened? Where'd ye?" Then he saw the wrist. Everything in Hagrid stopped, his huge hands loosened, his eyes fixed on the black and green band clasped around Harry's arm. For a moment the half-giant's face became unreadable, not shock exactly, not confusion. Recognition, yes, but the kind recognition a person gives to the thing they were desperately hoping not to find. Harry's throat tightened. "You knew!" Hagrid didn't answer. He sank slowly into a crouch, boots grinding against old stone, and stared at the device as if it might bite. Then very softly he said, "I found the pod." The wind seemed to hush around them. Harry looked at him. "What pod?" Hagrid dragged a hand through his beard. "Night o' the storm. Dumbledore sent me and Professor Kettleburn to the forest edge after the Ministry instruments started squawking about some sort o' magical disturbance. We thought maybe dragon strike, maybe old ward's gone wrong." He laughed once without humor. "Wasn't either." Harry didn't speak. Hagrid's eyes drifted past him, as though seeing not the ruin but the crater from memory. "Biggest hole I ever saw outside o' a giant's temper." Trees flattened, ground glassed over in places, and in the middle of it, he swallowed. That thing's shell or vehicle, or whatever ye call it, split open like an egg. And empty, Harry said. Hagrid looked back to the wrist and nodded once. Empty. They sat with that. The second heartbeat in Harry's chest had finally eased, not gone, settled, as if whatever line had tugged them together had completed its circuit. You should have told me, Harry said at last. Hagrid's face creased. Couldn't tell ye what I didn't understand. Dumbledore didn't want panic. Ministry wanted to send unspeakables. Forest got sealed off. Professors pockin' at the crater with every charm they knew, none of it did much. Then this morning there were tracks leading away. Harry glanced at the grass around them, imagining the device dragging itself through forest, hedges, roads, all the long miles from Hogwarts to London and beyond, because it had chosen him and apparently did not believe in inconvenience. Hagrid let out a long breath. I thought maybe it had died in transit or hidden, didn't think. He gestured helplessly at Harry's arm. It found me, Harry said. That it did. Harry waited. Hagrid didn't reach for the device. Didn't tell him to cut it off or shake it loose or run to the nearest wizard. He only looked at Harry, not the scar, not the wrist, just Harry, with a grief-struck kind of worry that felt more frightening than panic would have. You're not trying to take it off, Harry said. Hagrid barked a short laugh. Boy, I've seen enough o' life to know the difference between a thing that sits on top o' magic and a thing that's got nothing to do with it. That's not a cursed bracelet. That's something else entirely, Harry hesitated. It talks. Hagrid's brows went up. Talks. In my head, sort of, says it's an echo of someone called Asmuth. Hagrid absorbed this with surprising calm, though his expression tightened around the eyes. Right, he said after a moment. Could have been worse. Harry stared. Could have been worse. Could be screaming. That was, unfortunately, a fair point. Hagrid pushed himself upright and held out a hand. Harry took it automatically and was hauled to his feet. The half-giant kept hold of his shoulder a moment longer than necessary. Listen to me, Harry. Something in Hagrid's tone made Harry straighten. When we go back, there'll be folk who want to know what that is. Some because they're frightened. Some because they're clever. Some because clever folk are often worse when they're frightened. Ye understand? Harry looked down at the Omnitrix, because that was what it had called itself, wasn't it? A name that sounded like machinery and mathematics and old power. I think so. Hagrid shook his head once. No, I don't think ye do, not yet. The words were gentle. That made them land harder. Hagrid crouched again until they were eye level. I'm not scared o' ye, he said quietly. Nor o' that exactly. I'm scared o' what the wizardin' world does to things it can't fit in a category. Harry thought of Dudley's gang, of Petunia's pinched mouth, of Vernon's red fury, whenever Harry did something he could not explain. Then he thought of Ollivander's pale face, occupied. Something else is already there. The ruined hills suddenly felt very far from London and even farther from safety. What do we do? Harry asked. Hagrid's expression softened in that enormous, improbable way it had the night he broke down the shack door. We get ye fed, he said. Then we get ye somewhere with walls and preferably Dumbledore, in that order. Harry laughed then, an unsteady, breathless thing, but real. The Omnitrix pulsed once, pragmatic priorities. Acceptable. Harry jumped. Hagrid blinked. That it? Harry nodded slowly. Hagrid eyed the device. Got opinions, does it? Many. Harry exhaled sharply through his nose. You heard that. Didn't hear words. More. Felt something when it activated. Great, Harry muttered. Now it's moody and psychic. Incorrect. I am neither moody nor psychic. Your species simply lacks better adjectives. Hagrid, to Harry's astonishment, grinned. There ye are, he said. Can't be all bad if it's got cheek. The ease of it, his refusal to panic, his almost stubborn decency in the face of the impossible, did something profound inside Harry. The terror didn't vanish. The wrist still felt alien. The world still made less sense than it had this morning. But the fear stopped being lonely. Hagrid glanced west, where the sun had begun to sink in earnest. Come on, Tom'll be beside himself. Probably told Dumbledore by now anyway. And if we wait much longer, every nosy soul from here to Charing Cross'll be after us. They started down the hill together. Halfway to the birches, Harry looked back. The ruin stood empty against the evening sky, old stones darkening into silhouette. No sign remained of the crawling journey's end, except one faint scorch on the cracked center stone where the device had waited for him. A thought came suddenly, sharp enough to stop him. "Why did it come all this way?" he asked aloud. The voice on his wrist answered before Hagrid could. "Because I was sent to preserve choice among species. Because I was not built to rot in a crater on an underdeveloped world. Because when systems fail, one proceeds toward the best remaining option." Harry looked down at the green-lit faceplate. "And I was the best remaining option? A beat." "Statistically, no." Harry snorted despite himself. Then the voice added with maddening dryness, "But you were available." Hagrid laughed so loudly a flock of birds exploded from the birch trees ahead of them. And for the first time since the green fire fell from the sky, Harry laughed too. It didn't make things normal. It didn't make sense of the bond on his arm, or the worlds he had seen, or the fact that some alien intelligence had apparently taken one look at his life and said acceptable. But as they walked toward London in the fading light, Hagrid enormous and worried beside him, the Omnitrix warm on his wrist, the second heartbeat now synced quietly with his own, Harry understood something simple and irreversible. His life had not just changed, it had been answered. Harry did not sleep much that night. That was not entirely the Omnitrix's fault, though it certainly contributed. The leaky cauldron room Hagrid got for him was small but clean, with a narrow bed, a wash basin, a wardrobe with one squeaky hinge, and a window overlooking a brick alley shining faintly in lamplight. To Harry, who had spent most of his life in a cupboard or in rooms that did not belong to him, it should have felt luxurious. And it did, for about 3 minutes. Then he sat on the bed, rolled up his sleeve, and remembered that his left wrist was wearing a sentient alien machine that had crossed half the country to attach itself to him without asking. That ruined the restful atmosphere somewhat. The Omnitrix sat there with infuriating calm, matte black and green against his skin, the faceplate dim but not dormant. The silhouette beneath the crystal had changed since the hilltop ruin. It no longer showed the same broad shape. Now it displayed something leaner, with a tapering head and narrow shoulders, rotating slowly as if waiting for him to understand what he was looking at. Harry did not understand what he was looking at. He tried poking it. Nothing. He tried twisting the central face. It made a low warning tone that sounded offended. He withdrew his hand quickly. "Right," he muttered. "Touchy!" No answer. For nearly an hour after returning with Hagrid, there had been answers to everything, too many of them, and not nearly enough. Dumbledore had arrived at the leaky cauldron in person. That alone had felt like magic of a different order. One moment, Harry was sitting downstairs with a plate of shepherd's pie he had barely touched, Hagrid looming anxiously beside him while Tom polished the same glass for 10 straight minutes and pretended not to stare. The next, the room had gone oddly still, the conversations around them dipping as an old man in deep blue robes entered through the pub door as if he had always been walking toward this exact moment. Albus Dumbledore was taller than Harry had expected, though not Hagrid tall, and older than old, with half-moon spectacles and a beard that made him seem carved out of legend. Yet none of that was what struck Harry hardest. It was the eyes, bright, clear. Not kind in the soft way Hagrid's were kind, but kind like a person who had seen terrible things and still decided every morning not to become one of them. Dumbledore had looked at Harry's wrist, then at Harry's face. Then he had sat down and said, very mildly, "Mr. Potter, I suspect your summer has become more complicated than even I anticipated." Which was such a ridiculous understatement that Harry laughed before he could help it. After that, the conversation had lasted more than 2 hours. Most of it had not been useful. Dumbledore knew about the pod, the crater, the failed ministry probes, the way Hogwarts wards had reacted to the impact as if a second moon had briefly appeared inside them. He knew the thing that had emerged from the pod had made no magical signature anyone could classify. He knew the Omnitrix could not be summoned, separated, stunned, frozen, read, or measured by any instrument the school possessed. What he did not know was what it was that made two of them. Asmuth's echo had spoken precisely 3 times during the meeting. Once to refuse when Dumbledore asked if he might inspect the internal matrix. Once to correct the word artifact with obvious disdain. And once, after 10 minutes of polite and increasingly sophisticated questioning, to say, "Your beard suggests wisdom. Your assumptions do not." Hagrid had choked on his tea. Dumbledore, to Harry's astonishment, had smiled. "Then I suspect," the headmaster had said, folding his hands, "that you and I may eventually get along very well." Harry was not certain that was true, but by the end of the evening several facts had been established. First, the Omnitrix could not be removed. Second, it did not appear actively hostile to Harry, which everyone agreed was encouraging. Third, Harry would still be attending Hogwarts, because the alternative, leaving a newly bonded alien device and its 11-year-old host unsupervised in the non-magical world, had caused Hagrid to mutter "over my dead body" in a tone that ended the argument immediately. And fourth, until they understood more, the existence of the device would be known only to a very small number of people. That last rule had already gone badly wrong, because Diagon Alley had eyes, and Harry had not exactly hidden the thing on the walk back from the countryside. By the next morning the whispers had started. By the next afternoon people in the street had begun openly staring. By the third day a witch in Madame Malkin's had asked him, in a falsely casual voice, whether the band was goblin-made, cursed, or contagious. Harry had replied honestly, "I don't know." She had backed away as though he'd said all 3. Now, 3 weeks later, on September 1st, he stood on platform 9 3/4 watching steam billow around scarlet train cars and tried not to feel as if all of Wizarding Britain was taking inventory of his left arm. They were. Some were subtle about it, most were not. A child balanced atop a trunk pointed openly. His mother hissed for him to stop but looked herself a second later. 2 older witches whispered while pretending to consult a timetable. A boy Harry's age, with slicked hair and expensive robes, stared as if considering whether the Omnitrix ought to belong to him instead. Hagrid had accompanied Harry through the barrier but could go no farther. "You'll be all right," the half-giant had said, hoisting Harry's trunk like it weighed nothing. "School'll sort itself out." "That's what I'm afraid of," Harry had muttered. Hagrid laughed, then bent low enough that his beard brushed Harry's shoulder. "Listen," he said quietly, "there'll be folks curious, some rude, some scared. Don let him tell ye what ye are before ye get the chance to work it out yourself." Harry had nodded, trying not to feel how much that mattered. Then Hagrid had clapped him on the back hard enough to jolt the breath from him, loaded Hedwig's cage beside the trunk, and stepped away from the train with a wave like the swinging of a tree branch. Now Harry stood alone among families, saying goodbye, steam hissing under the platform roof, and looked up at the Hogwarts Express. The Omnitrix pulsed softly, elevated environmental stimuli, increased social scrutiny. Mild host anxiety. Harry kept his face blank. He had learned quickly that speaking aloud to the echo in public made strangers even more uncomfortable. "You can tell I'm anxious," he thought, not entirely sure whether thinking at it would work. The answer came instantly. "You are producing cortisol at a rate visible to half-competent sensors." "That's rude. It is medical." Harry picked up his trolley and started toward the train. Finding an empty compartment proved nearly impossible. Nearly every carriage was full of children, owls, cats, trunks, gossip, and the kind of chaotic optimism Harry had never quite learned how to wear. Several students glanced at his wrist and quickly decided their compartment was actually very crowded after all. By the 4th rejection, Harry's shoulders had begun to tighten. By the 6th, he was thinking maybe he ought to sit in the corridor. Then halfway down the train, a compartment door slid open and a red-haired boy leaned out. "Oi," he said, "you can sit here if you like. My brothers took the good compartment and left me with the one that smells like sandwiches." Harry blinked. The boy had a long nose, a smattering of freckles, and the sort of open face that seemed physically incapable of subtlety. "You sure?" "Yeah," the boy said, squinting at Harry's scar, then at the Omnitrix, then back to Harry's face. "Unless that thing bites. It hasn't yet." "Brilliant." "Come on then." Harry wrestled his trunk inside. Hedwig gave an imperious rustle from her cage. The red-haired boy shoved a lumpy package off the seat to make room. "I'm Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley." "Harry," Ron snorted. "Yeah, I gathered." Harry almost smiled. Ron's eyes dropped again to the Omnitrix. He did not recoil. He did not whisper. He just stared with the wholehearted fascination of someone who had seen many strange things and felt cheated whenever a new one appeared without explanation. "So," Ron said, sitting opposite him. "What is it?" Harry settled against the seat. "I don't know fully. That's not possible. It attached itself to me out in the countryside after falling out of the sky." Ron took this in for exactly 3 seconds, then he nodded. "All right." Harry stared. "That's all." Ron shrugged. "Fred once turned one of Dad's screwdrivers into a poisonous ferret for 6 hours. My standards for impossible are pretty flexible." Harry laughed outright this time. The train gave its first warning whistle. Outside, students hurried to climb aboard while parents shouted last-minute instructions about scarves, books, and avoiding curses before lunchtime. Ron leaned forward. "Can it do anything?" "Probably." "Have you made it do anything?" "No." "Have you tried pressing it?" "Several times." "Did that work?" "No," Ron considered. "Maybe you need to press it harder." "Your friend's engineering instincts are catastrophic." Harry choked on his own breath. Ron frowned. "What?" "Nothing." The door banged open before Ron could ask more. A girl with wild brown hair stood in the entrance, holding a stack of books nearly chest-high. She had the kind of look Harry immediately recognized from primary school. Bright-eyed, tightly wound, fully prepared to correct anyone in the room whether they deserved it or not. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she asked briskly. "A boy named Neville's lost one," Ron groaned under his breath. "First hour and already there's a prefect with no badge." Then the girl's gaze landed on Harry's wrist. The transformation in her expression would have impressed a portrait. Concern vanished. Purpose narrowed. Curiosity detonated. She stepped into the compartment and shut the door behind her. "What," she said, "is that?" Ron pointed at Harry as if delivering evidence. "See, I asked first." The girl ignored him entirely. Harry, who had spent the last weeks fielding versions of this question from adults, children, and one goblin who only asked after pretending not to, answered with practiced exhaustion. "It's called the Omnitrix." Her eyes widened. "That sounds Latin." "It is not." Harry winced. The girl gasped. "Did it just speak?" Ron bolted upright. "It speaks." "That's what I've been saying." The girl put her books down on the seat beside Harry without asking and sat so quickly their knees almost knocked. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said in one breath. "Muggle-born, though I've read Hogwarts. A history twice and basic theoretical principles of spellcasting 3 times. And if that device is capable of vocal response and autonomous bonding, then we may be looking at either artifact-grade sentience or some form of integrated non-magical intelligence." And she stopped, inhaled, and fixed Harry with a laser-like stare. "May I examine it?" Harry looked at Ron. Ron mouthed, "Help." Harry considered. The Omnitrix was warm against his wrist, faintly active, but it had not objected yet. Then again, it objected to many things after the fact. "I don't think it likes being examined." Hermione's chin came up. "That's absurd. Things don't like or dislike." "Your confidence exceeds your data." Hermione's mouth fell open. Ron made a noise of pure delight. "Brilliant!" Hermione recovered with startling speed. "That is a synthetic intelligence." Recorded cognitive echo. "I stand corrected?" Hermione said instantly, which Harry did not expect and seemed to surprise Ron too. She leaned closer, eyes darting over the faceplate, the green hourglass, the band's seamless integration around Harry's wrist. "There are no rivets, no visible magical runes. No hinge, no fastening latch, no spell threading in the metal. It's not goblin work, it's not human work." "No," Harry said. "Apparently not. Can it be removed?" "No." "Can it cast magic?" "I don't think so." "Can it be used as a focus?" Don't know. Does it have limits? Yes, said Harry. Unknown. Harry blinked. You told me there were limits. I told you there were protocols. Those are not identical. Hermione clasped her hands together so tightly her knuckles whitened. This is extraordinary. Ron pointed at Harry. He says it came from the sky. Hermione turned back to him. Did it? Yes, like a meteor. More like a pod. Ron grinned. Told you it was brilliant. Hermione's face had gone strangely thoughtful. The Ministry's been gossiping about a disturbance near Hogwarts. My parents heard witches in Diagon Alley talking about it at lunch. I assumed it was exaggerated. It wasn't, Harry said. That sobered the compartment. Outside, the platform slid slowly backward as the train jolted into motion. For a while they talked in bursts as countryside began replacing station smoke beyond the windows. Ron explained Quidditch with the zeal of a preacher and the structure of someone who had never once arranged a thought before speaking it. Hermione corrected him on several facts, then admitted she had only read about the game and never seen it. Harry found himself listening more than speaking, which suited him fine. It was easier, for once, to be in a room where other people filled the silence without demanding he justify it. Even so, he noticed the glances from the corridor as students passed. They looked at the scar first, then at the wrist, and after that, they either hurried on or lingered too long. By midday, the rumors had clearly spread. A sandy-haired Hufflepuff stuck his head in to ask whether Harry really had a cursed warband from a dead empire. A Ravenclaw third year asked if the Omnitrix was a parasitic familiar in bracelet form. Two twins with red hair identical to Ron's paused long enough to introduce themselves as Fred and George, stare at Harry's wrist with reverence usually reserved for explosive desserts, and ask if it could be persuaded to turn Percy invisible permanently. Hermione said absolutely not. Fred looked at her. Did we ask you? Your question was scientifically illiterate, she replied. George nodded thoughtfully. I like her. The door slid shut on their laughter. By the time the food trolley arrived, Harry's compartment had become a kind of accidental pilgrimage site. He bought far too many sweets because he still had not adjusted to the idea that he was allowed to want things and simply have them. Ron looked scandalized and then ecstatic when Harry made him split the whole. Hermione accepted only one chocolate frog on the grounds that sugar dulled analytic thinking, then ate it in 4 bites while reading the card. The train swayed. Fields unrolled outside in gold and green strips. For a while, the world felt almost manageable. Then the compartment door opened again. 3 boys stood there. Harry recognized the pale one at once from Madame Malkin's. Draco Malfoy looked as though he had been born posing. His robes were immaculate, his blonde hair precise, his expression polished into aristocratic contempt even though he was 11, and had probably never done anything more dangerous than insult a servant. Beside him stood the broad boy with the heavy face from the robe shop, and another with a pinched, nervous look. Malfoy's eyes did not go to Harry's scar first. They went to the Omnitrix. So did the eyes of his friends. That, more than the intrusion itself, put a cold edge into the compartment. Well, Draco said softly, it's true. Ron leaned back. Oh, good, you found a mirror. Draco ignored him as one ignores furniture that has made a noise. He stepped inside without invitation and looked directly at Harry. What is that thing on your arm? The bluntness of it, after a day of at least pretending to have manners, irritated Harry immediately. It's mine, he said. Draco's expression sharpened. I can see that. I asked what it is. Hermione folded her arms, and he clearly doesn't owe you an explanation. Draco glanced at her with open dismissal. I wasn't speaking to you, Ron straightened. You've got a funny way of speaking to anyone. Draco still did not look at him. My father says the Ministry should have confiscated it already. Something flashed red on the Omnitrix faceplate, not bright, not dramatic, just one brief pulse, precise and warning sharp. Harry felt the band tighten infinitesimally against his wrist. Draco saw it too. For the first time since entering, uncertainty crossed his face. My father, he repeated, more slowly now, knows people who deal with dangerous objects. Your father's confidence also exceeds his data. Draco's head jerked as though someone had slapped the air next to him. Ron burst out laughing so hard he almost fell off the seat. Hermione made a strangled sound that might have been horror or delight. Harry tried, failed, and did not entirely want to hide his grin. Draco went pink around the ears. Did it just insult my father? Harry considered honesty. Yes. Silence. Then Draco drew himself up. Enjoy your little toy while you can, Potter. Hogwarts has rules. He turned so sharply his robes snapped behind him and stalked off, his two companions nearly colliding in their rush to follow. Ron collapsed against the seat, shaking with laughter. Oh, that was brilliant. Your father's confidence. Hermione was staring at the Omnitrix with something approaching scholarly devotion. It responds to social threat and verbal patterning. Did you notice that? It flashed red before it spoke. I noticed Malfoy nearly swallowed his own tongue, said Ron. Harry looked down at the faceplate. The red had gone. The silhouette beneath the crystal continued its slow rotation, as calm as ever. You did that on purpose. Obviously. Was that necessary? No. It was satisfying. Harry had to look out the window so the others would not see him smile. The countryside had grown darker now, evening dragging shadows over the hills. One by one, the compartment visits slowed. Students began changing into school robes. Ron and Hermione argued amiably about whether first years should be allowed to bring more than one pet if one of the pets was emotionally academic. Harry mostly half-listened while his mind circled the day. He had made 2 friends, or the beginnings of them. That alone would have been enough to keep him awake all night a month ago. Now it had to compete with everything else. As the train rounded a long curve and the distant outline of mountains began rising against the reddening sky, the Omnitrix pulsed. Once, twice. Then the voice spoke again, quiet but unmistakably direct. Host, private orientation is overdue. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. Ron was halfway through explaining why chess was superior to gobstones on moral grounds. Hermione was already preparing a rebuttal. Can it wait? It has already waited. Harry hesitated, then he stood. Where are you going? Ron asked through a mouthful of licorice wand. Just corridor. Need some air. Hermione looked pointedly at the window. The corridor is inside the train. Then I need inside air. Ron nodded as if this made perfect sense. Hermione clearly decided it did not, but let him go. Harry slipped the door shut behind him and walked several carriages down until he found a narrow, unused stretch by a window between compartments. Steam and twilight streaked the glass. The train rocked under his feet. All right, he whispered. Private orientation. For a second, there was only the clatter of tracks. Then the faceplate brightened, and the world seemed to narrow around it. You require operational clarity. Brilliant. Start with the important bit. What exactly did you do to me? I did not do anything to you. The Omnitrix established a calibrated bond with your biological template, allowing access to sampled transformation matrices. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. Use words that aren't made of homework. A tiny pause. You can become other species. 10 currently accessible. More may unlock under proper conditions. Harry stared. The words were simple. The meaning was not. Other species, correct. Alien species. On this planet, yes, that would be the most concise term. Harry looked down at the band, suddenly more aware of its warmth than ever. 10, he repeated. 10 active templates, safe baseline set. Why those 10? Because they are versatile, resilient, and appropriate for broad-spectrum host survival. Also because more advanced matrices would have killed you immediately. Harry swallowed. Thanks. You are welcome. The train rattled around a bend. Harry braced one hand against the window. And you said they unlock through trust and emotional development? Yes, that sounds made up. Your species frequently mistakes complexity for fabrication. Harry blew out a breath. Fine, then explain it. The Omnitrix hummed softly, almost contemplative. The Omnitrix is not a costume generator. It is a bridge. To wield an alternate biological form safely, the host must achieve functional alignment with its instincts, capacities, and vulnerabilities. Fear, denial, or reckless domination degrade performance. Trust improves it. Experience deepens access. Emotional maturation stabilizes cross-species cognition. Harry listened, trying to catch each word as it came. So if I panic, the transformations will become less efficient, less stable, and potentially dangerous. And if I get better at it, the device will trust you with more. That sat strangely in Harry's chest. A machine can trust. I am not a machine in the crude sense you mean. Nor is the Omnitrix merely hardware. But yes, operational trust exists. Ethical trust matters more, Harry frowned. Ethical, the answer came sharper now. The Omnitrix was not designed as a weapon. It was designed to promote understanding between species through embodiment. If you reduce it to violence alone, you will learn very little and deserve less. The words hit harder than Harry expected. He looked down at the green hourglass glowing against the dim corridor. But it can be used to fight. So can a hand. So can fire. So can language. The question is not whether a thing can wound. The question is what you become if wounding is the first use you imagine. Harry was silent. Steam blurred the window, then cleared. The truth was he had imagined fighting. Not in the grand, heroic sense, but in the angry, private sense of every child who had ever been powerless. Dudley cornered in the schoolyard by something with claws, Vernon shouting at something bigger than he was. All the small humiliations of Privet Drive answered by a force that made people step back. Azimuth's echo had read that from him in seconds. He did not like being read, and yet— "I don't want it to be a weapon," Harry said quietly. "Good. That doesn't mean I won't need it to be one." "Correct." Which is why precision matters. Harry rested his head briefly against the cool glass. "Why are you helping me?" This time the pause stretched longer than before. When the voice came back, it had lost most of its dryness. "Because you are the host. Because an uneducated bearer of this device is a danger to himself and everyone nearby. Because despite an alarming number of deficiencies, you are not cruel." Harry opened one eye. "That's almost nice." Do not become attached to it. Before Harry could answer, the train began slowing. Far ahead, through the streaked window, he saw lights scattered over black water, and beyond them, a castle rearing out of darkness like a lit-up mountain. Hogwarts. His stomach swooped. For a moment he forgot the corridor, the whispers, the alien forms waiting behind the faceplate. He was just 11 again. Well, still 11, but simpler in the way he had been before everything became enormous. Looking at a place he had imagined in pieces and finding the whole far stranger and better. "Your pulse has increased again." Harry smiled faintly. "That one's not anxiety." "Noted." The first boats crossing the lake should have been magical enough for any one night. Lantern light trembled over black water. The castle towers glowed gold above them. Nervous first years whispered and tried not to splash each other while Hagrid boomed instructions from somewhere ahead. Hermione kept turning to stare at the Omnitrix whenever she thought Harry wasn't looking. Ron stared when she wasn't. Once, as the boat drifted under the shadow of the cliff, the green hourglass on Harry's wrist reflected faintly off the water like a second lantern. The boy across from him saw it and edged an inch farther away. Harry pretended not to notice. Inside the castle, everything happened too quickly and too vividly to sort. Stone steps, torchlight, moving staircases glimpsed beyond archways, portraits turning to watch them pass, the smell of old magic and polished wood and dinner. Then they were in the chamber off the great hall, waiting to be sorted. The noise from the feast beyond the doors rolled like weather. Students shifted in their new robes. A pale boy in the back was already looking ill. Neville Longbottom seemed on the verge of losing either his toad or consciousness. Ron went a little green when someone mentioned the hat looked inside your mind. Harry had a sudden, terrible thought. Can it sort the Omnitrix too? An inadequate classification system attempting to parse a multidimensional transformation matrix would be educational. That's not an answer. No, it is anticipation. The doors opened. The great hall stretched before them in candlelit splendor, tables packed with students, enchanted ceiling blazing with stars. Harry barely had time to take it in before whispers started like a wave breaking from one end of the room to the other. Heads turned, scar, wrist. Whispers multiplied. At the staff table, some expressions were curious, others controlled, one or two openly concerned. A pale man with greasy black hair and dark, cutting eyes looked at Harry as if he had personally caused an inconvenience. A tiny professor with white hair peered at the Omnitrix with fascination. Beside the empty chair in the center, Dumbledore watched him over clasped hands, unreadable and very awake. Professor McGonagall called names, students stepped forward, sat, and were sorted in bursts of applause. Harry's palms dampened. The Omnitrix remained quiet, then Harry Potter. The hall inhaled. Harry walked forward through a silence so complete he could hear cloth move as people leaned. He sat on the stool. Professor McGonagall lowered the sorting hat over his head, darkness, then a voice inside his ear. "Hum," said the hat. Pause, silence, a much longer pause. Then, with distinct strain, "Oh!" Harry went very still. The hat no longer sounded amused. "This," it murmured, "is new. You can hear it." Harry thought wildly. "Unfortunately, yes. Your local classification organism is intrusive." The hat recoiled so violently on Harry's head that a murmur rippled through the hall. "What in Merlin's name? Your cognitive architecture is primitive." The hat made an outraged noise no one else could hear. Harry, who would have laughed under any other circumstances, was too busy trying not to panic. The silence lengthened. A minute. Then more. Whispers began below the brim, restless and growing. Harry could not see the hall, but he felt its attention concentrating until it was almost physical. The hat's voice had gone faint, as if peering into a storm. "There is something in here I cannot read." Harry's throat tightened. The hat's presence moved deeper, past fear, past bewilderment, past the fresh raw territory Harry himself had barely mapped since the hilltop ruin. But the boy himself. It said slowly, yes, courage enough to jump before understanding, loyalty starved into fierceness, a hunger to prove nothing can own him, and a remarkable tendency to walk toward danger as if it owes him answers. That sounds bad. It is frequently inconvenient, the hat agreed. Below, the hall had gone utterly still. The hat withdrew slightly, and Harry felt in that retreat something like relief. "I want very little to do with the machine," it confessed. "But the boy is clear enough." It drew itself up and shouted for the entire hall to hear. "Gryffindor." Sound crashed over Harry like surf. Applause erupted from the table on his left. The hat was yanked off his head so fast it nearly took his glasses with it. Harry blinked into candlelight and cheers, his own heartbeat thundering in his ears. For half a second, as he stood, he thought he heard the hat mutter only for him, "Good luck. You'll need absurd amounts of it." Then Professor McGonagall was guiding him toward the red and gold table, and Ron was pounding the wood with both hands, and Hermione was watching him with a look that said she had at least 14 questions, and had already organized them by urgency. Harry sat down between them to 100 glances, and the distinct feeling that Hogwarts had just taken a breath around him. The feast appeared in an explosion of food. Ron forgot everything except roast potatoes. Hermione forgot everything except that Harry had nearly broken the sorting hat by existing. Students farther down the table kept sneaking looks. At the staff table, Dumbledore inclined his head once. Tiny, almost private. "Not I understand, not everything is fine, just I saw. Continue anyway." Harry looked down at the Omnitrix. The green hourglass glowed softly in the candlelight, alien and patient. He was in Gryffindor. He was in Hogwarts. He had a house, a school, 2 people beside him who had not fled, and 10 unknown shapes waiting behind a piece of technology older than history. The echo spoke one last time before the meal swallowed the moment. Assessment. Institutional integration remains possible. Harry picked up his fork. "That your version of encouragement, a beat, for now." And Harry, who had spent most of his life being told what he was by people too small to know, sat in the middle of the noisiest, strangest room he had ever seen and felt, perhaps for the first time, that the story of him had not been written yet. If Harry had imagined that being sorted into Gryffindor would make people stare at him less, Hogwarts corrected that mistake by breakfast the next morning. The castle had a way of turning rumor into architecture. Whispers seemed to travel through stone faster than through mouths. Portraits exchanged gossip from corridor to corridor. Ghosts drifted through walls carrying half-finished versions of stories they barely understood. By the time Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table with Ron and Hermione, at least 3 first years had already asked whether the thing on his wrist was cursed, whether it had come from a dragon, and whether it could tell the future. It can insult you in complete sentences, Ron said helpfully around a mouthful of toast. That's almost the same thing. Hermione rolled her eyes. That is not remotely the same thing. Across the hall, 2 Ravenclaws were looking at Harry over a stack of books as though he were a problem assigned for homework. A Hufflepuff second year nudged his friend and whispered something while glancing at the Omnitrix. Farther up the staff table, Professor McGonagall appeared outwardly composed and inwardly no doubt calculating how many new school policies she would have to invent before Christmas. Snape, however, wasn't trying to hide anything. He watched Harry the way one might watch an unstable potion ingredient someone insisted on keeping in a dormitory. Harry looked away first. The Omnitrix sat quiet on his wrist, warm but inactive, the faceplate dim beneath his sleeve. He had spent most of the night before trying very carefully not to experiment with it while Ron slept 4 feet away. That had not stopped Asmuth's echo from lecturing him. You are approaching the device as though it were a puzzle box. It is a puzzle box. It is not. It is a highly sophisticated transformation matrix carrying 10 living biological templates and enough computational density to embarrass civilizations. That sounds exactly like a puzzle box trying to sound important. That sentence alone disqualifies you from several species. Harry had nearly laughed aloud and woken Ron. Now, in the bright clatter of breakfast, he tugged his sleeve down a little farther and tried to pretend the world had not permanently changed shape around his left arm. It did not work. Neville Longbottom approached with visible determination and sat opposite them as if he had taken 10 full minutes to work up to the act. "Morning," he said. "Morning," Harry replied. Neville glanced at the Omnitrix, swallowed, and then forced himself to keep looking at Harry's face instead. Harry noticed and was unexpectedly grateful. "Your toad turned up then?" Ron asked. Neville brightened. "Yes, in the umbrella stand outside Charms. I think he likes polished wood." "Excellent taste," said Hermione absently, opening a timetable she had already memorized. Neville hesitated. "My gran says some magical objects choose people." Harry looked up. Neville flushed at once. "Not that I mean you're an object, obviously. I mean, it isn't one either. I mean—" Ron snorted into his pumpkin juice. But Harry, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, didn't mind the awkwardness. Neville wasn't staring because he wanted a spectacle. He was trying, badly but sincerely, to make Harry feel less strange. "What does your gran say about the ones that choose people?" Harry asked. Neville relaxed a little. "That it usually means trouble." Ron laughed. Hermione did not. "That is historically accurate," she said, turning a page. "Most enchanted item bondings in wizarding history end in either war, inheritance disputes, or the collapse of regional government." "Comforting," Harry muttered. Her research instincts remain efficient. Her timing does not. Harry bit back a smile and reached for his toast. The first weeks of Hogwarts were overwhelming enough even without the Omnitrix. Magic, Harry discovered, was harder than he had hoped and more interesting than he had imagined. Charms required precision of movement and intent that made his wrist ache by the end of every lesson. Transfiguration was less like waving a wand and more like arguing with the nature of matter until it grudgingly agreed to cooperate. Herbology smelled like wet soil and old roots and occasionally something that could bite. Astronomy was cold. History of magic was a highly effective cure for insomnia. Flying, thankfully, felt like the first subject in his life his body understood before his mind had time to get in the way. But there was no class for what he needed most. No one at Hogwarts knew how to teach a boy whose wand had rejected him because something older and stranger had already taken up residence in his biology. Dumbledore had spoken to him privately twice in the first week. The first conversation took place in the headmaster's office among silver instruments, sleeping portraits, and folks, who watched the Omnitrix as if remembering a fire from very far away. "I would like to be useful," Dumbledore had said, folding his hands over his desk. "I must begin, however, by admitting that I do not yet know how." Harry appreciated the honesty more than he knew how to say, so together they built what structure they could. Harry was to tell Dumbledore immediately if the Omnitrix activated unexpectedly, spoke unusually often, or showed signs of distress. He was not to attempt transformation in crowded spaces. He was very specifically not to see what would happen by hitting it during meals, in dormitories, on moving staircases, or near peeves. That last one had sounded oddly specific. "The poltergeist," Dumbledore explained mildly, "has an exceptionally poor influence on cause and effect." Harry wished later that he had taken that warning more seriously. The second conversation was with Asmuth's echo present. Dumbledore had asked whether the device might be trained gradually, perhaps in controlled settings, with safe observation and clear boundaries. "Yes," said the echo. Harry had sat up straighter. Dumbledore had smiled. And then the echo had added, "Once the host demonstrates an acceptable level of restraint, coordination, pattern recognition, and impulse control." Harry's hope had withered. Dumbledore, traitorously, had looked amused. "And what is your current assessment of Mr. Potter in these areas? Developing?" Harry had glared at the Omnitrix. "That means bad. It means unfinished, so formal training did not begin." Not really. Instead, Harry learned the Omnitrix in fragments. He learned that the faceplate could be rotated, but only when the device was willing to accept input, which was not always. He learned that each silhouette represented a different alien form, though Asmuth would only name them selectively and often, as if Harry should already know. He learned that thinking while touching the dial mattered. Intention shaped access. Panic distorted it. Curiosity helped. Anger helped less than Harry would have preferred. Most of all, he learned the echo had opinions on everything. Do not hunch. It degrades respiratory efficiency. "I'm 11, a regrettable but temporary condition." Or, "Your species uses stairs far more often than is biomechanically efficient." "We don't all have spaceships." "A design flaw I continue to note." Or, most often, when Harry contemplated doing something reckless, "No, the worst part was that it was usually right." This did not improve Harry's mood, neither did the castle. Hogwarts was wonderful. Hogwarts was alive. Hogwarts was also full of eyes. People looked. They looked in class when his sleeve slipped back. They looked at lunch when the Omnitrix pulsed faintly in response to some internal process only it understood. They looked when ghosts drifted through him, and the green hourglass flickered as though recalibrating around their strange, half-physical presence. Most first years were merely fascinated. Older students were not always so benign. One third-year Slytherin, a narrow-faced boy named Mulciber, passed Harry on the stairs in the second week and said, "Careful, Potter. If you molt in the corridor, Filch will have to bucket you up." His friends laughed. Harry kept walking. Ron, who heard it, did not. He spun. "Say that again." Mulciber smirked. "I said your pet freak should learn to." Ron's wand was already out. Harry grabbed his sleeve before things escalated. "What are you doing?" Ron hissed later in the common room. "He was asking for it." "Yeah," Harry said, staring into the fire. "That's sort of the problem." Ron frowned. "How?" Because if Harry had answered honestly, the truth would have been ugly, because every insult stuck. Because each whisper and stare and too careful question pressed against the sourced part of him. The part raised under stares, the part taught from infancy that strange meant unwanted. Because sometimes when older students looked at the Omnitrix, Harry couldn't tell whether they were afraid it might hurt them or hopeful it might justify hurting him first. He did not say any of that. Instead, he shrugged and said, "I don't want every argument becoming about this." Ron followed his gaze to the Omnitrix and, blessedly, understood enough not to push. "All right," he said, "but next time I'm still thinking violent thoughts." "That's friendship, is it?" "That's minimum friendship." Harry laughed despite himself. From the armchair opposite, Hermione looked up from a book and said, "For the record, retaliatory violence generally worsens social stratification." Ron threw a cushion at her. She blocked it without looking. Harry's first truly private argument with the Omnitrix happened in week 3. It was after midnight. Ron was asleep, spread diagonally across his bed in a way that suggested he had been dropped there from a height. Dean Thomas snored softly behind one of the hangings. Seamus Finnegan muttered in his dreams. Harry sat on his own bed with the curtains partly closed, sleeve rolled up, wandless and sleepless, and tired of being the only person in the castle who didn't know what was living on his arm. "All right," he whispered. "We're trying again." The faceplate glowed. A silhouette rotated into view, broad shoulders, thick upper arms, a shape built like a siege weapon with a temper. That one, Harry thought, inadvisable. Why, you are indoors, untrained, sleep-deprived, and motivated primarily by stubbornness. That's still motivation. Not the useful kind. Harry gritted his teeth and rotated the dial. Another silhouette appeared, smaller, long-limbed, something with a narrow head and angular posture. That then. Less inadvisable. Still no. Harry threw himself back against the pillow. "You keep saying no. When do I get to actually learn?" The answer came more slowly than usual. "When you stop approaching transformation as theft." Harry sat up again, irritation punching through his fatigue. "What's that supposed to mean? You keep trying to seize the forms, command them, force the device. That is not how alignment works." "Then how does it work?" The Omnitrix hummed softly. "You ask a better question first." Harry stared at it in the dark. The green light painted the inside of his bed curtains in dim, alien shadows. He thought of Hogwarts, of the students whispering, of older boys laughing, of Snape watching him like a hazardous spill. He thought of living 11 years with no power at all, and then being told the most extraordinary power in the world would only function if he deserved it correctly. "I need to know I'm not helpless," he said at last, so quietly he barely heard himself. The Omnitrix was silent for a long moment. When the echo spoke again, the dryness had thinned. "That is not the same question as how do I take it?" Harry looked away. "No, good, begin there." And annoyingly, infuriatingly, that was the closest thing to comfort Harry received all week. The first public transformation happened on a Thursday. The morning had gone badly from the start. Neville's toad had gotten loose again and nearly been stepped on by a suit of armor. Ron had forgotten his charms essay and tried to copy Hermione's while walking, with predictable results. Harry had woken from a dream of white space and falling stars, with the second heartbeat hammering against his ribs hard enough to make him dizzy. The Omnitrix had calmed after breakfast, but only into a restless, half-alert state that made the skin beneath it feel electric. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked as they climbed the stairs after lunch. Harry nodded automatically. She stopped on the landing. That was a lie. Ron looked between them. "Was it? I never know when people are lying unless it's Percy." Harry rubbed his wrist. "It's been buzzing." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "Buzzing how? Like it wants something." "Is that normal?" Harry gave her a pointed look. She exhaled. "Right, sorry, stupid question, not stupid. Merely unanswerable with current sample size." Hermione, who could not hear that, was already cataloging possibilities aloud. Environmental trigger, magical density fluctuation, emotional response, proximity interference. A cackle echoed down the corridor overhead. All three of them looked up. Peeves the poltergeist shot through the ceiling upside down, grinning manically, bow tie spinning around his neck. He carried an armful of chalk, a tin whistle, and, inexplicably, one of Filch's left shoes. "Potwhy," he sang, spotting Harry at once. "Potwhy with the shiny thing, wristy-wisty clanky king," Ron groaned. "Oh no!" Peeves dropped the shoe. It narrowly missed Hermione's head. "Peeves," she snapped. "Go away." Peeves stuck out a long purple tongue. "Bossy book girl says shoo, Peevesy says boo." Then his black eyes locked on the Omnitrix, and something in his expression sharpened from random mischief into delighted malice. "Oh," he crooned, drifting lower. "That's the interesting bit, isn't it? Not the scar, not the glasses, the other thing, the wriggly little secret." Harry took a step back. The Omnitrix tightened almost imperceptibly around his wrist. Peeves noticed. That was enough. He swooped. Chalk exploded in white clouds around them. The whistle shrieked. Invisible fingers yanked Harry's bag open and sent parchment flying like startled birds. Ron shouted. Hermione ducked and began trying to cast something that would almost certainly have worked on a corporeal nuisance. Peeves darted in and out of the storm of his own chaos, chanting as he went. Beastie bracelet, monster band, what'll hatch from Potter's hand, crack him open, shake him out, see what makes the freak boy shout. Harry's face went hot, not because of the rhyme, because students were gathering at both ends of the corridor, watching. Peeves snatched Harry's glasses off his face. The world blurred at once. Harry lunged instinctively, blind and furious. Peeves zipped backward, cackling, and Harry's shoulder slammed into the wall hard enough to jar his bones. The Omnitrix flared. A violent surge shot up Harry's arm and into his chest. Not pain, permission. His vision sharpened and doubled at once, not through glasses, but through the device's sudden total focus on threat, space, mass, momentum. The dial had already risen beneath his fingertips. He had not consciously called it, host under acute stress. Defensive transformation authorized. Harry barely had time to think, what does that mean? Then his palm came down on the faceplate. Green light erupted through the corridor. Students screamed. The world broke apart. Transformation was not becoming. It was being reassembled mid-fall. Harry felt his body explode outward, not in blood or pain, but in sheer scale. Bones split and multiplied and thickened. Muscles braided themselves in impossible ropes beneath red skin that was not skin. His spine lengthened. His center of balance dropped and widened. Extra shoulders unfolded like some buried architectural plan finally allowed to exist. For one blinding second, Harry was everywhere inside himself, too large for his old shape, too fast in growth for thought to catch up. Then the green light snapped inward. The corridor groaned. Harry, no, something broader, taller, heavier, hit the flagstones with a crack that ran the length of the hall. The ceiling suddenly seemed much lower. Children were screaming. Ron's voice cut through them, high and astonished. Bloody hell! Harry looked down. He had 4 arms. 4 huge red arms banded in black, each ending in massive hands with thick fingers and blunt, crushing strength. His chest was broad as a wardrobe. His legs felt like tree trunks driven into the castle floor. He stood at least 10 feet tall, maybe more, with a head that felt heavier, denser, horned along the brow. He could feel strength, not abstractly. Not as an idea, as a constant pressure in every joint, every muscle, every line of his body, enormous force waiting for direction. Peeves, for the first time in recorded history, forgot to make a joke. He hovered 3 feet from Harry's face with Harry's glasses dangling from one transparent hand, mouth hanging open. Harry inhaled. Even his breath felt heavy enough to move air like weather. "What?" he said, and his voice hit the corridor like a struck drum. "Did you do with my glasses?" Peeves shrieked and shot straight through the ceiling. That was when chaos truly began. Students scattered in both directions. A second-year Hufflepuff fainted flat onto the stones. Someone at the far end of the corridor yelled, "Troll!" which was unfair on several levels. Hermione, eyes huge, was backing away but not running. Ron looked one part terrified, one part fascinated, and one part offended that reality had outpaced his imagination without asking permission first. Harry tried to take a calming step toward them. The floor cracked. "Oh no," Harry boomed. His own voice startled him. He raised all 4 hands in immediate surrender. "I'm still me." That did not help nearly as much as he'd hoped. Professor Flitwick came sprinting around the corner in a whirl of robes and panic, wand out, beard bristling. What in the name of? He looked up and up. For half a heartbeat, the charms master simply stared. Then years of teacherly reflex overrode everything else. Stupefy? A jet of red light slammed into Harry's chest. It bounced, not deflected, not absorbed. Bounced, ricocheting off Harry's broad hide with a crack like a stone skipped off armor and scorching a groove into the far wall. Flitwick froze. Harry froze. Ron made a tiny strangled noise that sounded suspiciously like admiration. "Professor," Hermione said, voice strained but steady, "it's Harry!" Flitwick blinked, pushed his spectacles up, squinted again. The giant red alien in the middle of his corridor was indeed wearing Harry Potter's expression, just arranged several feet higher and with considerably more shoulder. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick squeaked. Harry swallowed. Even that action felt enormous. "Yes." The little professor lowered his wand by inches, face flickering through terror, analysis, and what looked dangerously like professional intrigue. "I see," he said faintly. He absolutely did not. By then, more professors had arrived. McGonagall came at a controlled run, skirts snapping at her ankles, wand already drawn. Behind her thundered Hagrid, who must have been somewhere near the entrance hall and had apparently decided walls were advisory. Snape appeared moments later like an omen in black. The scene they encountered was not reassuring. A medieval stone corridor, cracked floor, chalk dust still drifting, students packed against both walls in various states of panic. One unconscious Hufflepuff, Professor Flitwick white as parchment, and in the center of it all, a gigantic four-armed red alien wearing a torn first-year uniform and trying very hard not to move. McGonagall did not waste time. "Everyone out," she snapped. "Immediately! Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, take the students at the far end." "Hagrid, got it?" Hagrid said, but he wasn't looking at the children. He was looking at Harry, not with fear, with the particular exhausted heartbreak of an adult realizing the thing he hoped might happen privately had instead happened in a corridor full of witnesses. "Harry," Hagrid said carefully, voice low and steady. "Can ye understand me?" Harry nodded. The motion nearly clipped a sconce off the wall. Snape's wand shifted by an inch. Harry saw, and, humiliatingly, felt something deep in this new body respond. Not fear exactly, challenge. Forearms' instincts were simple, blunt, and hot-blooded. Identify threat, plant feet, hit harder. Harry clenched all four hands at once and immediately understood why Asmuth had been so strict about alignment. Strength this size came with urges, with momentum, with a body built to meet danger head-on and break it until it stopped being a problem. He forced his fists open. "I don't know how to turn back," he said. The corridor fell quieter. There it was. The sentence Harry dreaded most. McGonagall's face tightened but did not change otherwise. "Mr. Potter, I am going to need you to remain calm." "I am calm." A nearby suit of armor rattled just from the force of his voice. Snape made a soft sound that was almost certainly not charitable. Hermione, who had herded the last first years back several yards but refused to leave fully, spoke up from the sidelines. "Professor, the Omnitrix responds to intent and stress. If the activation was defensive, then perhaps de-escalation may reverse." Snape rounded on her. "Miss Granger, unless you have developed expertise in extraterrestrial monstrosities since breakfast, be silent." Harry's chest tightened. 4 arms like that, even less. The Omnitrix, now embedded in the thick black band at one of his wrists, pulsed. "Do not strike the thin one in black." However tempting. That nearly made Harry laugh, which would probably have worsened everything. Dumbledore arrived before the moment could sour further. The headmaster stepped through the crowd with less haste than the others, and somehow more authority than all of them combined. He took in the destroyed corridor, the evacuated students, the stunned professors, and finally Harry's transformed shape. His brows rose only slightly. "Well," he said, "that is new." Harry, who felt one bad second from losing control simply because everyone was waiting for him not to, let out a breath that was nearly a gust. "Sorry." Dumbledore looked up into the enormous, unfamiliar face and mercifully answered the boy inside it rather than the spectacle. "Are you hurt?" Harry blinked. "No." "Good, then we begin there." He stepped closer. Snape hissed. "Headmaster." Dumbledore raised one hand without looking away from Harry. "Mr. Potter," he said gently, "you are not in danger this moment. No one here intends you harm. Not even Professor Snape, though I grant appearances may briefly suggest otherwise." A ripple of startled laughter moved through the watching students. Even McGonagall's mouth twitched. The tension broke by a degree. Harry felt it physically. Four-Arm's body remained coiled, massive, overpowered, but the need to lash outward eased enough for thought to re-enter. Dumbledore continued, "Can you feel the device?" Harry looked down at the thickened version of the Omnitrix on his transformed wrist. "Yes." "Then do not fight the form. Ask it to end." Harry hesitated. How Asmoth's echo answered at once: "Release combat posture. Accept reversion. Do not cling to the strength merely because it feels magnificent." That last part stung because it was true. It did feel magnificent. Harry hated how true that was. He lowered all four arms, uncurled the hands, forced his breathing slower. The corridor held its breath with him. Then the Omnitrix flashed green. The world compressed. This transformation hurt more on the way back. Not because reversion was crueler, but because surrendering size always felt like losing space he had briefly been allowed to occupy. His bones telescoped inward. Muscle folded, condensed, vanished by degrees too fast to track. The extra weight peeled off him in a wash of green light. The castle rushed upward as he shrank. A second later, Harry Potter stood in the cracked corridor, glassesless, shaking, robes torn at the seams and one shoe missing. Silence. Then Ron crossed the distance in 3 strides and said, with total sincerity, "That was the most mental thing I've ever seen." Harry laughed helplessly. It came out half hysterical. Hermione arrived a heartbeat later, grabbed both his shoulders, and began inspecting him as if he were a volatile experiment. "Are you injured? Dizzy? Can you feel all your limbs properly? Any neurological lag?" "I think," Harry said weakly. "I still have the right number of limbs, yes." "Pity," said Ron. 4 suited you." McGonagall shut her eyes briefly. Snape looked like he regretted every career decision that had led him to this corridor. Dumbledore, unbelievably, looked thoughtful. And from somewhere near the ceiling, Peeves, who had returned the instant danger, became interesting again, whispered in awed delight, "Beastshifter." The word dropped into the silence like a stone into water. Harry looked up. Peeves grinned and vanished through the rafters before anyone could hex him. By dinner, the whole school knew the term. By bedtime, the school had decided it belonged to Harry. The fallout was worse than the transformation. Not immediately. Immediately, there were practical concerns. Madame Pomfrey hauled Harry to the hospital wing and ran every diagnostic spell she knew while muttering that children had become intolerably experimental in recent years. She found elevated adrenaline, magical strain from proximity rebound, bruising where Harry had hit the wall before transforming, and absolutely no framework for measuring what the Omnitrix had done to him. "You are, medically speaking," she announced at last, "very inconvenient." That put her just behind Asmoth for comforting bedside manner. Professor McGonagall informed him, in tones of iron-wrapped worry, that until further notice he was not to be alone with the device in enclosed corridors, classrooms, stairwells, towers, dormitories, the library, the owlery, the boathouse, or anywhere else adolescents generally went. "That does not leave many places," Harry said. "No," she said. "Reflect on that." Dumbledore asked him twice whether he had felt in control. Harry told the truth. "No, but also, sort of, it was me, just louder." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened at that. "Louder can be instructive," he said. "It can also be dangerous. Learn which." That night an owl left Hogwarts carrying the first formal report to the Ministry of Magic regarding Harry Potter's species variable manifestation event within educational grounds. It passed through several departments before arriving, days later, in a tidy office where a pink-clad bureaucrat named Dolores Umbridge added a note in delicate script, "Potential classification inquiry." Monitor. Harry knew none of that yet. He only knew the corridors felt different. Students who had merely stared before now made space, some out of awe, some out of fear. Some because children sense instantly when a category has shifted and are never kind about it. At breakfast the next morning, a 5th-year Slytherin walked by and said, not even trying to keep it low, "Wonder if he sheds." His friend replied, "Probably eats raw meat too." Ron half rose. Harry caught his sleeve. Ron sat, furious. "You can't keep doing that." "Doing what?" acting like it doesn't bother you. Hermione, who had been unusually quiet all morning, said softly, "It does bother him." Harry looked at her. She was not staring at the Omnitrix for once. She was staring at her porridge as if the answer might be written in oats. "It would bother anyone," she added. Something in the simple fairness of that almost hurt more than the insults had. He looked away before either of them could see. The term spread, beast-shifter, not shouted often. Usually muttered, sometimes curious, sometimes cruel, it reached students who hadn't seen the corridor incident and gave them a shape for their discomfort. Harry became less a boy with a strange device and more a category they could talk about when he passed. He hated how fast language could do that. He hated more that some part of him understood why, because the transformation had been frightening. Because for those 30-odd seconds, the castle had contained something visibly not human in a school built to sort, rank, and name every magical deviation it recognized. Harry occupied a hole in the system, and people always noticed holes. Ron refused to care. That became Harry's lifeline faster than either of them said aloud. Ron still asked questions. Too many of them, usually, and several while chewing, but none of them were the wrong questions. He did not ask whether Harry was still safe. He asked whether being bigger made food taste different. He asked whether 4 arms could punch through a stone wall, and when Harry admitted probably yes, whether that meant Quidditch foul rules ought to be revised accordingly. He asked whether the transformation felt like growing or like becoming someone else. That last one Harry thought about before answering. "Both," he said. Ron nodded as if this was a completely reasonable thing for a friend to say on a Tuesday. Hermione cared differently. She spent 2 full evenings in the library and emerged with 3 conclusions. 1. No wizarding text on animagi, metamorphmagi, werewolves, blood curses, possession, shape alteration, or magical creature inheritance matched what she had seen. 2. The Ministry would eventually try to classify Harry whether it understood him or not. 3. This was unacceptable. "You don't classify a person by panic response," she said fiercely in the common room one rainy evening, books spread around her like legal barricades. "It's logically absurd." Ron, playing chess, snorted. "The Ministry's entire thing is logically absurd." "That is not an argument, Ronald. That is a social condition." Harry sat by the fire listening to them and felt, for the first time since the corridor, that the floor under him might not be giving way after all. Then potions happened, and the floor gave way again, just in a different direction. Severus Snape's classroom was in the dungeons, which Harry thought was either theatrical or a warning. The room smelled of damp stone, dried herbs, vinegar, and the kind of smoke produced only when something medicinal went wrong. Shelves of jars lined the walls, slimy things, curled things, preserved things with too many eyes. The fire under each cauldron threw strange shadows over the ceiling. From the moment Harry entered, the atmosphere worsened. Snape did not like him. This was now so obvious it had become almost weather. It was not only the scar, or the fame, or the vague sense Harry got that he resembled someone Snape had spent years resenting. The Omnitrix had added a fresh layer of disapproval, a hard, focused suspicion as though Snape could not decide whether Harry was a student, a contagion, or a breach in academic standards. "Potter," Snape said at the start of the lesson, black eyes sliding to Harry's sleeve. "Do try not to become anything structurally unsound during class." Several Slytherins laughed. Harry sat very still. Ron muttered, "He says charming things, doesn't he?" Hermione had already opened her textbook to the exact page required and laid out ingredients with military precision. Just ignore him. That was easy advice from someone Snape did not watch like a lit fuse. Today's lesson was the shrinking solution. The instructions covered the board in neat white script. Chop, crush, stir counterclockwise, add ingredients in measured intervals, maintain steady heat. Straightforward, according to Hermione. Impossible, according to Neville, who looked ready to apologize to his cauldron in advance. Harry read the instructions twice, then a third time. Something about them itched, not because he understood potions well. He didn't. but because the Omnitrix had begun to buzz again. Not the agitated warning hum from the Peeves incident, but a finer vibration, quick and bright and analytical. Harry rubbed his wrist beneath the desk. Cognitive mismatch detected, Azimuth said. What does that mean? It means the process on the board is inefficient. Harry blinked at the cauldron. You know potions. I know chemistry, biostructural reduction, molecular phase instability, and 317 methods of miniaturization across 14 civilizations. Your local approach is primitive but recognizable. Harry looked again at the board. Now that the thought had been planted, the steps seemed oddly clumsy, over-reliant on timing, heavy on magical coercion, like solving a careful problem with a hammer. Snape glided by behind him. Perhaps, Potter, he said silkily. The words cease to move if you stare long enough. Harry reached for the laceing flies too quickly. His fingers struck the Omnitrix. The dial rose with a click. Harry's stomach dropped. No stress spike acknowledged. Transformation available. Not here. Correct. Yet here we are. He tried to slam the dial back down without activating it. The motion only half worked. Green light flashed beneath the table. Harry yelped. The world lurched. This transformation was nothing like 4 arms. Instead of explosive growth, Harry felt himself collapsing inward with terrifying speed, not into pain but into concentration. His limbs shrank. His bones lightened. His center of gravity dropped straight through the bench. The classroom surged upward around him as if the entire dungeon were expanding. When the green light cleared, Harry was standing on the stone floor beside his own shoes. He was approximately 4 inches tall. His skin had turned smooth gray. His head was enormous, comically, impossibly enormous, bulging with weight and thought. His fingers were long and delicate, each movement suddenly precise beyond human capability. The world did not merely look bigger, it looked simpler, slower, structured in layers of logic so obvious Harry almost laughed. He looked up. From this height, the cauldron towered above him like industrial machinery. Ron made a choking sound. Hermione's jaw fell open. Neville dropped his soporiferous bean. The entire dungeon froze. Harry, except not quite Harry because grey matter came with his own instincts too, scrambled up the leg of the desk with gecko speed and landed beside the cauldron before anyone could react. Potter, Snape said in a voice of dangerous quiet. What are you doing? Harry looked at the potion. From grey matter's perspective, it was unbearable. The ingredient ratios were wrong by tiny but offensive degrees. The heat gradient was uneven. The order of introduction invited unnecessary magical turbulence. He could see it all at once, like a map. Before human embarrassment could catch up, grey matter moved. He seized the silver knife, which was absurdly large in his tiny hands, and yet suddenly perfectly manageable. He chopped the shrivel fig faster than human fingers could have managed, then used the flat of the blade to express more of the active fluid without tearing the membrane. Potter, Snape snapped. Grey matter didn't stop. He pointed with the knife at Hermione's mortar. Powder that finer? He said in a thin, high voice that somehow carried across the room. You're losing surface area efficiency. Hermione stared, scandalized and fascinated at once. Then, because she was Hermione Granger, she obeyed. The class watched in complete silence as a 4-inch grey alien commandeered a first-year potions lesson. Grey matter adjusted the flame by 2 fractions lower. No, that's the stupid bit, he muttered, reading the board with increasing offense. Why would you induce shrinkage before stabilizing viscosity? That's backwards. Snape had gone utterly still, which with him was worse than shouting. Grey matter added 1 crushed rat spleen, paused, then took half back out again. There. He stirred not counterclockwise, but in a complex alternating pattern that looked ridiculous and immediately changed the potion's consistency from murky sludge to smooth, shimmering green. A collective gasp moved through the dungeon. Grey matter leaned over the cauldron, huge eyes narrowing. Also, he said, and now he was talking to Snape directly, which Harry the human would never have dared. Your methodology overuses magical coercion as compensation for poor phase sequencing. If you alter the fig-to-fly ratio and introduce the daisy roots 30 seconds earlier, you can reduce volatility by 19%. The silence after that statement became legendary. Somewhere in the back, a Slytherin whispered, "He's dead." Snape looked as though someone had transfigured rage into human form and wrapped it in black fabric. Hermione, to Harry's eternal surprise, looked almost offended on Snape's behalf and impressed at the same time. Ron had both hands over his mouth. Grey matter peered into the cauldron once more, apparently satisfied, and only then realized 30 people were staring at him. Human awareness came rushing back in all at once. Harry froze. "Oh," he squeaked. The Omnitrix flashed. A second later, Harry was human again, standing on the bench in torn robes, one hand on the cauldron, the dungeon spinning around him. No one moved, no one spoke. Then Snape stepped forward, looked into Harry's cauldron, and found, against every natural preference in his soul, that it was perfect. Not merely passable, perfect, precisely reduced, stable, cleanly brewed, better than anything in the room. Better, if Harry judged Snape's expression correctly, than the average first year had any right to produce. The potions master straightened very slowly. 5 points from Gryffindor, he said in a voice like freezing oil, for unauthorized transformation, disruption of class, reckless interference with instructional procedure, and speaking. Ron made a strangled sound of outrage. Snape's eyes cut to him. "Would you like to donate more, Weasley?" Ron shut his mouth. Harry waited. Snape looked down at the cauldron again, as though hoping it might have decayed into mediocrity while he wasn't watching. It had not. His lip curled. "And," he said after a beat that hurt everyone in the room, 5 points to Gryffindor for correctly brewing the solution. Now the silence became transcendent. Hermione turned so sharply to stare at Harry that her hair smacked Ron in the face. Ron didn't notice. He was too busy looking at Snape with the awe of someone who had just seen a mountain admit, under duress, that the sky existed. Harry sat down very carefully. His knees were shaking. The Omnitrix hummed with quiet satisfaction. Grey matter remains underutilized. Harry stared at the table. "You nearly got me killed." "No, I improved a potion. Your instructor's emotional fragility is a separate issue." Harry bit the inside of his cheek so hard he nearly laughed in the middle of Snape's dungeon. It was a terrible idea. That, unfortunately, had never stopped his life from happening. By the end of the lesson, the school had a new story. Not just that Harry Potter could turn into a giant red monster in a corridor. Now he could also become a tiny gray genius and casually inform Severus Snape that his method was outdated. The legend spread faster than the beast-shifter Slur had. That should have helped. It did not. Not exactly. Awe and alienation, Harry discovered, were not opposites. They often arrived arm in arm. Some students were suddenly friendlier. Too friendly. Fourth years, who had never learned his name, now nodded at him in corridors, as if hoping intelligence might be contagious. A Ravenclaw asked if grey matter could sit for arithmancy exams by proxy. Fred and George wanted to know if tiny Harry could be smuggled into the kitchens inside a teapot for research. Others grew more wary. Power people could laugh at was one thing. Power that embarrassed authorities made adults nervous, and children took their cue from that faster than anyone admitted. Harry felt the shift. He felt it when conversations paused as he approached. He felt it when older students looked at the Omnitrix and recalculated whether he was beneath them, useful, or dangerous. He felt it most when he caught his own reflection in a dark classroom window that evening. Glasses slightly crooked, tie loosened, sleeve rolled back, green hourglass glowing faintly on a wrist no wand would ever claim. Something had changed, not only in how others saw him, in how he saw himself. He had now been strong enough to shake a corridor and small enough to outthink a potion. He had felt four-armed power and gray-skinned brilliance, both of them real, both of them not human, both somehow still him. It was exhilarating, it was terrifying, and it made the old question, what am I now? Too large for one boy to answer alone. That night in the Gryffindor common room, the fire burned low and orange against the windows. Rain tapped softly at the glass. Most of the younger students had gone up to bed, leaving only scattered clusters of older ones pretending not to glance over their books at Harry's corner. Ron sat on the rug opposite him, fiddling with a snapped chess rook. Hermione occupied the armchair between them, a book open on her lap but unread. For a long time none of them said anything. Then Ron looked up and said with unusual seriousness, "I don't care what they call you." Harry held his gaze. "I know," he said. Ron shrugged, embarrassed by earnestness. "Good, because it's stupid anyway. Beastshifter sounds like a cheap comic villain." Hermione shut her book softly. "It won't stay just a school rumor," she said. Harry knew that. He hated that she was right. "The ministry will hear about both incidents," she continued. "And when institutions don't understand something, they classify it first and think later." Ron scowled. "Can they do that?" Hermione gave him a look. "They're a government, Ronald. It's practically a hobby." Harry leaned back in his chair, staring up at the dark beams overhead. The Omnitrix was warm tonight, not agitated, not restless, present. "Do you think," he asked slowly, "that the transformations are changing me?" Ron frowned. "Course they are. You had 4 arms yesterday." "No, I mean me." That silenced him. Hermione answered first. "Yes," she said. Harry looked at her. She did not soften it. "Yes," she repeated, "but not in the way they think." She gestured vaguely toward the rest of the castle, the whispers, the categories, the invented words. "You're still you, but now you're bigger than the rules they already had. People hate revising rules." Harry let that settle. It felt true in a way truths often did, quietly and all at once. Across from him, Ron jabbed the broken chess rook toward Harry's wrist. "Well," he said, more lightly now, "for what it's worth, if you turn into the giant one again, I call being on your side." Hermione sighed. "You are treating interspecies transformation like schoolyard team selection." "Yeah," said Ron. And, to Harry's own surprise, the knot in his chest loosened. He laughed. Hermione tried not to. Failed, and there, in the firelit common room, while Hogwarts muttered around them, and the ministry unknowingly sharpened its paperwork somewhere far beyond the castle walls, Harry felt the first true shape of it. The Omnitrix had not made him less lonely. People had. That mattered more. On his wrist, the faceplate glowed once, slow, green, almost thoughtful. "Correction," Asmuth's echo said quietly into the back of Harry's mind. "People matter more than power." This is a lesson many species fail repeatedly. Do try to be unusual. Harry smiled at the fire. For the first time since the corridor, he thought maybe he could. If Harry had learned anything by the end of his first month at Hogwarts, it was that the castle did not believe in letting one disaster finish before introducing the next. By Halloween, he had 3 working theories about the Omnitrix. The first was that Asmuth's echo was incapable of answering a question without insulting at least one of Harry's assumptions. The second was that every alien form came with instincts, not just abilities, and those instincts could be as dangerous as claws. The third was that Hogwarts, for all its age and grandeur and endless staircases, was perhaps the worst possible place to raise a child whose survival strategy now included turning into extraterrestrial life. He was still, rather inconveniently, in love with it. The castle had become home by degrees he did not notice until they were already true. The common room fire. Ron's running commentary on everything. Hermione's increasingly alarming habit of treating the Omnitrix as an interdisciplinary thesis project that just happened to wear Harry's face. Even the staring had become, if not bearable, then familiar enough to stop cutting quite as deep. The word Beastshifter still followed him, sometimes whispered by older Slytherins, sometimes used carelessly by people who did not mean harm and therefore somehow managed it anyway. It settled around Harry like an ill-fitting coat the school kept trying to make him wear. Ron rejected it on principle. Hermione rejected it on semantic grounds. Harry rejected it because it made him feel like something had already been decided without his permission. That, at least, was one battle he was beginning to understand. The Omnitrix had not made him less human. It had simply made everyone around him nervous about how wide human might turn out to be. By the time Halloween arrived, Harry had managed 3 controlled transformations in Dumbledore's presence, 1 in McGonagall's, and none to Snape's satisfaction. 4 arms remained volatile but usable in short bursts if Harry entered the transformation calm, which unfortunately ruled out most moments when having 4 arms would have been emotionally rewarding. Grey matter was worse in a different way. Becoming grey matter was like borrowing a mind that saw solutions before problems had finished introducing themselves. Harry never stayed in that form for long, not because it hurt, but because coming back from it was its own kind of ache. The world grew clumsier afterward, slower, less elegant. Human thought, once you had briefly worn Galvan cognition, felt like trying to carve glass with mittens on. "You're frowning at porridge again," Ron observed on Halloween morning. Harry looked up from breakfast. "I'm not." "You are. That's your Asmoth said something unbearable face." Hermione, without looking up from her toast, said, "It is distinct from his Snape's being awful face, but only slightly." Harry was about to deny both when the Omnitrix gave a faint pulse. "Your companions are becoming observant. This is either promising or hazardous. That's unfair." "I'm plenty observant. You once spent 8 minutes looking for your glasses while wearing them." Ron was still watching him. "Was that the voice?" "Yes. Did it say anything useful?" "No." "Consistent, then." Harry grinned despite himself and reached for another bit of toast. He had no idea that by the end of the day he would be covered in troll slime, clinging to a bathroom sink, and briefly be the largest insect Hogwarts had ever had the misfortune to host. Year 1, fire, wings, and mirrors. The troll incident began, as many school catastrophes did, with feelings. Hermione had spent most of the day brittle and furious after Ron, not realizing she was in earshot, told Harry that she was brilliant, but in the way a headache is brilliant. He had meant it affectionately. Hermione had not received it that way. By dinner she was missing from the table. Ron looked guilty in the vague, delayed way boys often do when they only realize a sentence was cruel after it has traveled too far to catch. Harry noticed first that Hermione's place was empty, then that it stayed empty, then that Ron kept glancing toward the hall doors and pretending not to. Then Quirrell burst in screaming about a troll in the dungeons. Panic turned the great hall into a kicked anthill. Students shouted. Benches scraped. Professors rose. Percy Weasley began trying to sound authoritative while clearly contemplating death. The younger students were herded toward their dormitories in a tide of confusion. Halfway up the stairs, Harry stopped so abruptly Ron nearly crashed into him. "Hermione?" Harry said. Ron went pale. "Oh no!" They looked at each other once, then they ran. It was one of those moments that would have looked irrational from the outside and inevitable from within. The bathroom was on the other side of 2 corridors, 1 staircase, and common sense. But once Hermione's name had been said aloud, there was no real decision left in it. They found her exactly where Harry feared they would. In the girls' bathroom, red-eyed and furious, and with no idea a mountain troll was now using Hogwarts as a travel destination. Harry barely got the words out before the door exploded inward. The troll filled the doorway like a walking landslide, gray hide, club like a tree trunk, stink strong enough to feel solid. Hermione screamed. Ron swore. Harry's hand slammed to the Omnitrix before his mind had fully caught up. The dial rose. A silhouette spun under his palm, narrow body, wings, something lithe and sharp, suitable, Asmoth said. Harry hit the faceplate. Transformation tore him outward into something utterly different from 4 arms' brute solidity. His bones hollowed. Arms stretched and split into a 4-winged span of buzzing membrane. His face sharpened into a narrow, insectile geometry. His body went lighter, faster, unstable in the air for 1 horrifying second before instinct surged in to complete what his human mind could not. He was airborne. The bathroom ceiling was far too low. "Sorry," Harry shouted, except it came out as a sharp, chittering hiss because he no longer had anything like human vocal cords. Stinkfly, Asmoth supplied, and the name fit too well. The world had changed again. Harry saw not in simple lines but in motion, gradients, and vibration, and the glittering chemical read of the air. The troll was a giant blur of heat and stink and slow, stupid violence. Hermione and Ron were panic-bright and frighteningly breakable beneath it. The troll swung the club. Stinkfly darted left on instinct so sharp it felt pre-written. The club smashed sinks instead of children, sending porcelain and water everywhere. Harry circled once, twice, fighting for control in the cramped room. Flying inside a castle bathroom turned out to be mostly a matter of not dying against the ceiling. He banked hard, abdomen tightening with a pressure he only recognized because the body recognized it for him. Something sprayed from beneath him. Green slime hit the troll square in the face. The effect was immediate and deeply satisfying. The troll howled, stumbling backward as the corrosive goo glued one eye shut and began eating smoking trails through its filthy skin. Not enough to maim, enough to enrage and confuse. It swatted wildly at the air, lost track of where Harry had gone, and smashed its own shoulder into a row of stalls. Ron shouted, "Again!" Easy for him to say. Stinkfly's body wanted speed, mobility, hit-and-run harassment. Hogwarts provided walls every 3 feet and plumbing at face level. Harry buzzed low past the troll's head, sprayed again, and this time got its ear and club hand. The giant dropped the club with a crash that shook the floor. Hermione, bless her terrifying brain, saw the opening before either boy did. "On its feet," she yelled. Ron, to his credit, did not ask how. He grabbed a broken pipe from the floor and jammed it between the troll's ankles as Harry swooped close enough to force its attention upward. The troll took one blind step, caught itself on the pipe, and went down like a felled tower. The floor cracked under the impact. For a breathless second, the only sounds in the bathroom were dripping water, Stinkfly's frantic wingbeat, and the troll groaning beneath a coating of smoking slime and its own bad decisions. Then Harry hit the wall, not hard, but enough to lose concentration. The Omnitrix flashed. Green light swallowed him. He dropped from the air human again and landed in a wet heap beside Hermione. There was a beat of total silence. Then Ron said with reverent exhaustion, "Giant bug." "Brilliant!" Hermione shoved wet hair out of her face, still breathing hard. "You nearly dissolved it." "I was aiming for not us," Harry said. "That is," she replied shakily, "an acceptable criterion." That was how their friendship truly began, not in lessons or train compartments, but in shared adrenaline and the realization that all 3 of them, for better or worse, ran toward disaster faster together than alone. The professors arrived seconds later to find a concussed troll, a wrecked bathroom, and Harry Potter dripping troll water with a green-lit wrist and a face that still had traces of something not entirely human in it. McGonagall looked at Hermione first, then the troll, then Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said carefully, "what are you covered in?" Harry looked down. "Mostly consequences. Even Snape, arriving late and limping from some private misfortune elsewhere in the castle, seemed too tired to object. By Christmas, Harry had learned Heatblast. Heatblast was the opposite of Stinkfly in almost every way. Where Stinkfly was frantic motion and chemical instinct, Heatblast was balance, control, fire not as panic but as structure. Becoming him felt like stepping into a furnace that had decided not to burn Harry because, for the moment, Harry was the furnace. Flame moved along his skin as naturally as breath. The first time Dumbledore allowed the transformation in a warded practice chamber, Harry stared at his own hands. Black rock veined with magma, fingers trailing emberlight, and felt not monstrous or changed, but strangely, almost painfully, composed. Pyronites are not chaos, Asmoth had told him when Harry tried to laugh too quickly and accidentally set a stone plinth glowing. Your species makes that mistake because you think heat is anger. It is often simply energy with purpose. That, like most things, Asmoth said, stayed with Harry longer than he admitted. He needed Heatblast later that year in the corridors beneath the school, though not for the reason anyone expected. The business with Quirrell and the stone did not go exactly like Canon had planned for Harry Potter. because Canon had not accounted for a boy with an alien transformation watch and two best friends who were by now alarmingly practiced at improvised crisis management. Most of it still happened. The suspicion, the trapdoor, the sequence of protections, Hermione's logic and Ron's sacrifice, and Harry going on alone because, by now, running toward danger had become something between a habit and a calling. What changed was the final room. Quirrell still stood before the mirror of Air-Eyed. Voldemort still lurked half-living on the back of his skull like a parasite with ambitions. And Harry, facing him, still felt the old terror of being small and human in the shadow of something ancient and murderous. Only now the Omnitrix felt it too. Quirrell advanced. Harry's hand moved. The dial rose. The silhouette under his palm looked like fire. He transformed. Heatblast filled the chamber with orange-white radiance, rock skin alive with internal flame. Quirrell recoiled, not because he understood what he was seeing, but because every creature alive understands instinctively when fire has decided to stand up and become a person. "You ridiculous child," Voldemort hissed from behind Quirrell's turban. "What is that?" Harry did not answer. He thrust both hands forward, and a stream of controlled fire lanced across the room. Not wild, not destructive, but enough to carve a burning line between Quirrell and the mirror. Enough to make the air itself recoil. Quirrell screamed and staggered back. The fire did not burn him in the peculiar, sacrificial way Lily's protection had in another version of events. Instead, it did something arguably worse. The Omnitrix pulsed, foreign parasitic signature detected. Attempting scan, Voldemort went still. Harry felt it through the room. The sudden hard, cold focus of an intelligence realizing that, for the first time in decades, something it did not understand had turned its attention toward it as data. The faceplate on Heatblast's transformed wrist blazed. Green light cut through the room like a targeting array. Voldemort, still hidden in Quirrell, felt the scan touch him. Not his flesh, not really, because he barely had any, but the foul cobbled-together biological pattern of what remained. And for one startling second, Harry felt something through the connection, fear, not anger, not hatred, fear so sharp it almost felt clean. "No," Voldemort whispered. Then, faster than Harry had ever seen him move in memory or dream, he tore himself free of the moment. Quirrell convulsed. Black smoke ripped loose from him and fled the room in a shrieking arc, escaping before the scan could finish. Quirrell collapsed. The chamber went quiet except for Harry's own crackling breath. Later, when Dumbledore asked what happened, Harry described it as best he could. It was like... He struggled. Like the Omnitrix looked at him and decided he counted as something alive enough to catalogue. He hated that. Dumbledore's eyes had gone very still at those words. "I expect he would," the headmaster said. That Christmas, before the stone and before the fire, Harry found the mirror of Air-Eyed alone. This part changed in a smaller, sadder way. He stood before the glass expecting his parents and found them, yes. Lily smiling, James with that untidy hair Harry now knew he had inherited, their faces alive in the silver depth of the mirror in a way that made his whole chest ache. But there was something else. His left wrist was bare. No Omnitrix, no green hourglass. No alien metal. No second heartbeat. The Harry in the mirror stood with his parents and nothing on him that had not been born there. He stared longer than he meant to. At first he thought the vision meant he wanted to be normal, but that was not quite it. He did not want to erase the Omnitrix. Not anymore. Not after Heatblast and Stinkfly and the strange, terrible wonder of realizing the universe was bigger than any cupboard could have imagined. No, what the mirror showed him was simpler and crueler. A version of himself to whom none of it had happened alone. A Harry with his parents. A Harry who had not needed an alien device to learn what it felt like to be chosen by something. When Dumbledore later found him and gently led him away, Harry did not tell him about the missing Omnitrix. Some griefs were still too oddly shaped to explain. Year 2, teeth, venom, and the dark underneath if first year had taught Hogwarts to stare. Second year taught it to flinch. The flying car incident did not help. Neither did the fact that Dobby the house elf spent the first month of term trying, with fanatical sincerity, to separate Harry Potter from the Omnitrix for Harry Potter's own good. House elf magic, Harry learned quickly, played by rules that made wizards nervous because it did not much care what wizards considered impossible. Dobby could appear in locked rooms, levitate puddings, destroy social events, disarm furniture. He could not, however, remove the Omnitrix. The first attempt happened in Harry's dormitory and resulted in Dobby bouncing backward off a pulse of green light with a surprised squeak. The second involved a complicated muttered spell, and both hands wrapped around Harry's wrist while Harry slept. The Omnitrix responded by tightening, issuing a tone of profound offense, and freezing Dobby's fingers in place until Harry woke up. The third try took place in an empty corridor and ended with Dobby sitting on the floor, dazed, while Asmuth's echo announced, "Your assistance is incompetent but earnest. Cease." Dobby, who could not fully hear the words but clearly felt the rebuke, burst into tears. Harry had spent the next 10 minutes apologizing to a magical being who had just tried to disarm his limb. "It's not you," he said helplessly. "It talks to everyone like that," Dobby hiccuped, huge eyes wet. "The bracelet is most rude, Harry Potter, sir." "That," Harry said, "is the truest thing anyone said all week." The attacks began soon after, petrified students, bloody writing on walls, pipes whispering with movement no one could catch. The old terror in the castle returned stronger than rumor and colder than gossip. Harry heard the basilisk before he knew what it was. The Parseltongue still came through him like borrowed instinct, but now the Omnitrix heard it too. When the voice in the walls hissed of ripping and killing, the device pulsed with alert recognition, not of language but of predatory pattern. By then, Harry had learned enough to understand one crucial thing. Not every alien form was an answer. Some were wrong for a threat in ways deeper than simple power. When Hermione was taken and Ginny vanished and Lockhart proved exactly as useful as expected, Harry went into the chamber with Ron carrying not confidence but a terrifying catalogue of partial options. Heatblast might cook them all alive underground. 4 arms was too big for the pipes. Gray matter would be useful right up until something with fangs the size of knives found him. Then the basilisk came, scales scraping stone, and Harry understood instantly which form Asmuth had already selected. Wild Mutt. Harry transformed. This one always felt wrong at first because it removed the human world's favorite sense so completely. His eyes closed, no sealed. Sight vanished, in its place came everything else. Smell hit first, an avalanche of information so intense it almost staggered him. Damp stone, snake musk, old blood, Ron's terror, Ginny's failing pulse, diary ink, centuries of underground water. Then came vibration and pressure, and the exquisite map of the chamber drawn in echo and scent and the movement of air over fur. Wildmutt saw nothing. Wildmutt missed nothing. The basilisk struck. Harry dodged because he smelled the muscles gathering before they moved. He heard the scales flex. He felt the displacement in the air. He leaped sideways and claws scored sparks off stone as the snake's head smashed past where his human body would have died. From the edge of the chamber, Ron shouted something Harry could not parse. Wildmutt did not care about words. He cared about territory. Threat, distance, weak point. For several brutal minutes, Harry ran the chamber like a hunting ground, not to kill the basilisk. He knew even then that he probably couldn't, but to keep it turning, lunging, overshooting. Wildmutt was all muscle and instinct and savage joy in movement. Harry had to grip the human part of himself tight just to remember that the thing he was hurting was not prey, and that he was not in fact trying to tear its throat out with his bare teeth. The basilisk's gaze meant nothing to Wildmutt. That alone changed the fight from impossible to survivable. Harry lured it away from Ginny, across collapsed stone and through broken statues, slashing at its face whenever it came too close. One claw caught the soft edge of its jaw. The basilisk screamed, more offended than injured, and recoiled hard enough to bring part of Salazar Slytherin's carved pillar down. In the chaos, the diary skidded across the floor. Harry did not consciously decide to revert. The Omnitrix timed out under strain, green light folding Wildmutt away in the exact second Harry needed hands rather than claws. He hit the ground human and half-blind from the sensory shift. Then he saw the basilisk fang, long, ivory, wet with venom. Tom Riddle was turning toward him, smiling that awful, elegant smile of someone who thought he had already won. Harry grabbed the fang and drove it through the diary. The scream that followed seemed to come from everywhere at once. Ink exploded like blood. Riddle's shape tore apart. Ginny gasped back into herself. And on Harry's wrist the Omnitrix gave a shrill metallic cry unlike anything he had heard before. He looked down in horror. Basilisk venom had splashed across the faceplate. Green light stuttered wildly. The hourglass symbol distorted. For one impossible second, every silhouette under the dial flashed at once like a deck of cards thrown into a fire. Toxic xenomagical compound detected. Structural corruption. Who designed serpents on this planet? This is obscene. Harry slapped a hand over the device out of pure useless instinct. "Are you dying?" he whispered. No, Asmuth snapped. "I'm offended at a molecular level." That was, weirdly, reassuring. The Omnitrix survived. Barely. It spent the next 2 days in what Asmuth called self-purging recalibration and what Harry called sulking. Every few hours it emitted a disapproving chime and refused input. Madame Pomfrey, after checking him over, announced that in her professional opinion Harry should stop getting sprayed by ancient venomous reptiles. He agreed this sounded reasonable. What stayed with him more than the chamber, though, was Wildmutt. Lupin would later help him put words to it, but the truth had started there underground. An alien body did not merely grant a solution. It proposed a way of being. Wildmutt did not fear darkness. He preferred it. He did not ask whether a threat was ugly or misunderstood or morally educational. He asked whether it endangered the pack and how quickly it could be brought down. Harry had used that form to save Ginny. He had also, for a few fierce moments in the dark, wanted the hunt more than the rescue. That frightened him more than the basilisk ever had. Year 3, souls, speed, and the shape of choice if second year had dragged the castle into its buried past. Third year split Harry open in a quieter place. It began on the train. Dementors were, Asmuth informed him later, one of the rudest things he had encountered in this galaxy or any other. That was after, in the moment, there was only cold. The compartment darkened. The train slowed. Breath misted in the air. The happy clutter of first-day noise collapsed under a pressure so absolute it felt less like fear and more like erasure. Harry had already been struggling in those weeks. Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban. The wizarding world had become all warnings and tightened security and suspicious glances. Ron and Hermione still orbited close, but the shadow over the year had set in early. Then the Dementor opened the compartment door. Its presence hit Harry harder than anyone else, not because he was weaker, because it reached for the deepest wound first, and Harry had too many, the cupboard. The hunger, the letters, the grave ache of the mirror, Lily screaming. 100 unnamed little moments of unwantedness, all rising together like something drowning and finally deciding to pull him under with it. The Omnitrix reacted before thought did. Green light burst across the compartment. Harry transformed involuntarily. This was new. This was bad. And Ghost Freak was worse. There are some forms Harry disliked because they were difficult. Ghost Freak he disliked because it was difficult to prove once inside it that he was still entirely himself. The body became pale white and black, wrapped in skin that felt more like a containment sheath than flesh. He was lighter than air and colder than the compartment around him, one eye staring from a slit where no face should have worn it. Sound changed. Matter changed. The world went thin around the edges as if reality had become a curtain with seams he could slip through if he wanted badly enough. Most alarming of all, the Dementor recoiled. Not because Ghost Freak was stronger, because it reached for a soul and found something it did not know how to consume. ectonurate biology, or whatever passed for biology in something partly extra-dimensional, offered no purchase. The Dementor lunged and got the metaphysical equivalent of biting a live wire. It hissed, a sound so wrong Harry felt it in his teeth, and floated backward. Everyone in the compartment was screaming, except Hermione, who was too shocked to make noise, and Professor Lupin, who had woken halfway through the transformation and was now staring as though he had opened his eyes into the middle of a thesis defense conducted by Death. Harry phased halfway through the compartment wall by accident that nearly ended him. He jerked back, green light flashed, and he landed human again on the seat, trembling so badly he could barely sit upright. Lupin drove the Dementor away seconds later. Chocolate followed. Explanations followed. Ron spent 10 straight minutes alternating between "You all right?" and "That was horrible." But what changed the year was not the train, it was Lupin. Remus Lupin looked at Harry differently than the others did, not because he wasn't curious, he was, not because he wasn't disturbed. He absolutely was. Harry caught it in the professor's face every time Ghost Freak came up, and Ghost Freak came up more than Harry wanted, because once the Omnitrix had used a form involuntarily under stress. Both Harry and Asmoth considered that a problem requiring attention. No. What made Lupin matter was simpler. He understood the grief of a body that could become something else without fully asking you. It was not the same. Harry knew that. Lupin knew that. But it rhymed. Their first real conversation happened after a defense lesson in Lupin's office, while a Grindylow floated sulkily in its tank and the room smelled of old books and tea. "You are afraid of losing control," Lupin said, not as accusation but observation. Harry sat with both hands around a mug he had forgotten to drink from. "Shouldn't I be?" Lupin smiled faintly. "Usually, yes, but fear is only useful if it leads to discipline, not shame." Harry looked up. Lupin's expression stayed gentle. "When I was younger," he said, "most people around me discussed my transformations as if I were absent. A risk, a category, a problem to be contained. It took me years to understand that fearing what I became did not require me to despise the fact that it happened." Harry said nothing. The office's fire popped quietly in the grate. Lupin leaned back. "You are not your worst instinct in a changed body. You are the one who notices the instinct and chooses." That sentence did more for Harry than any ministry reassurances ever could have. After that, their lessons became half defense, half quiet, unspoken mentorship. Lupin helped him build practical anchors, breathing patterns before transformation, verbal self-checks after reversion, naming the strongest instinct each form carried and learning not to confuse it with identity. Heatblast, control through focus, wild mutt, hunt, territory, pack. Forearms, confrontation, ghost freak. Withdrawal, phasing, the dangerous temptation to stop being touchable at all. XLR-8, when Harry finally learned him later that year, brought something else entirely, speed not just of body but of impatience. The form wanted momentum. Decisions made before hesitation could dilute them. Harry loved it instantly and distrusted that love on sight. By spring, he had one alien he truly mastered, Heatblast. It made sense. Fire with purpose. Energy disciplined rather than indulged. Harry could inhabit that form without feeling conquered by it. He could stand in it. Diamondhead came next in comfort, all crystalline solidity and elegant force. Ripjaws he learned mostly because the Black Lake existed, and because second year had convinced him he should not go into third without an answer to underwater problem. XLR-8 remained exhilarating and dangerous in equal measure. Fast enough that the world became laughably slow. Fast enough that one badly chosen turn could have turned Harry into a red smear against Castle Stone if Asmoth had not spent weeks insulting his cornering technique. By the end of third year, he understood the core truth more clearly than before. The Omnitrix was not a cheat. It was a relationship. It gave him forms. It did not give him wisdom. Every transformation merely changed what kind of mistake he was capable of making that mattered at the lake and in the shrieking shack. And, most strangely of all, around the time turner. The business with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew unfolded in a pattern too tangled for any one chapter to fully unpack. But what mattered for the Omnitrix came after, when time bent. Harry and Hermione, sent back by Dumbledore's cryptic instructions, hid in shadows and watched themselves move through the grounds. The world doubled, cause and effect loosened. Harry already hated it. The Omnitrix hated it more. At first it only buzzed. Then, as they crept along the edge of the hospital wing and the tower, the buzz became a rising whine. Harry clutched his wrist. "Not now," Hermione hissed. "What's happening?" "I don't know." That, unfortunately, was never a calming answer. The problem, Asmuth explained later with great resentment, was recursive host overlap. The Omnitrix was designed to track one bonded biological signature through linear time. Two Harry Potters in close proximity, both wearing the device at slightly offset temporal positions, confused the living daylights out of it. In the moment, all Harry knew was that the faceplate flashed through silhouettes faster than he could see. Heatblast, Diamondhead, gray matter, ghost freak. Unknown, unknown, unknown. One of them made him stop breathing. It was not a form he had ever seen before. Enormous, broad beyond proportion. A silhouette that looked less like a person and more like a monument deciding to walk. The shape flashed across the dial in a burst of green so intense it reflected off Hermione's eyes. "Harry," she whispered sharply, "what was that?" He didn't know. Asmuth's voice, usually dry even under pressure, had gone clipped and focused. "Do not select that matrix." "Repeat, do not select that matrix. System instability. Temporal bleed." Incomplete calibration, the silhouette vanished. The dial settled. Harry exhaled shakily across the grounds. Somewhere in the dark, his other self cast the Patronus that would save Sirius and himself. The silver stag burst over the lake. Time clicked back into place. The Omnitrix went dead silent for nearly 12 hours afterward. When it finally spoke again, well after dawn, Asmuth said only, "You glimpsed a contingency form. You are not ready." Harry, exhausted enough to be honest, said, "I know." And that was that. For now. By the end of third year, Hogwarts had changed around Harry in ways subtle and complete. The staring never vanished. It matured. Younger students asked better questions. Older ones learned which jokes not to make in front of Ron Weasley. Hermione's notes on xenobiological transformation and magical interface had become so extensive that even she admitted they might eventually qualify as a book. McGonagall stopped looking shocked when Harry arrived at her office with burn marks on his robe and an explanation beginning with, "Technically, it was controlled." Snape remained personally offended by grey matter's existence. That, Harry thought, was probably healthy for everyone. More importantly, Harry himself had changed. He did not fear every transformation now, only the right ones. Heatblast he trusted. Diamondhead he respected. Ripjaws he tolerated. XLR-8 he adored far too much. Four arms remained the blunt instrument in him he used when circumstances had clearly given up on subtlety. Wildmutt was still difficult. Ghost Freak, more so. And somewhere beyond the dial, waiting behind locks Harry was not yet meant to touch, lay larger things. Stranger things. The silhouette from the time-turner glitch stayed with him in quiet moments like the memory of a mountain glimpsed in lightning. One evening in June, after exams and chaos and the strange relief of simply having survived another year, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione by the lake. The sunset turned the water bronze. Giant squid tentacles drifted lazily near the surface. The castle behind them glowed warm in the long light. Ron lay flat on the grass, hands behind his head. "So," he said. "What's the tally now?" Hermione answered before Harry could. "He has 10 accessible templates, 1 mastered, 3 reasonably stable, 2 situationally competent, and 4 still variable." Ron turned his head. "Was any part of that sentence normal to you?" "No," said Harry. Hermione ignored them both. "Heatblast is clearly the most stable." "Because he likes being on fire," Ron said. "That is not why," Hermione said. "It's a little why," Harry admitted. Ron cackled. Hermione tried to look disapproving and failed. Harry lifted his left wrist and looked at the Omnitrix. In the fading light, the green hourglass glowed softly, almost with the rhythm of breathing. "It still doesn't feel like power," he said after a while. Ron frowned. "What does it feel like then?" Harry thought of the years compressed behind him, of troll wings in a bathroom, of fire before Quirrell, of Wildmutt in the chamber dark, of Ghost Freak making a Dementor recoil, of Lupin saying you are the one who notices the instinct and chooses. He looked out over the lake. "Possibility," he said. Hermione went very quiet. Ron considered that, then nodded. "Yeah," he said, "that sounds more like you." The Omnitrix pulsed once, an unexpectedly accurate answer, Asmoth said. Harry smiled faintly. "Don't sound so surprised." "I am not surprised. I am adjusting to the frequency with which you arrive at correct conclusions by routes no disciplined mind would intentionally choose." Ron squinted. "Was that insulting?" "Yes," Harry said. Hermione tilted her head, but approving. Harry considered, then grinned. "Yeah," he said, "a bit." The sun slipped lower. The lake darkened. The future, for once, did not feel like a wall rushing toward him, but a series of unopened doors. The Omnitrix had not solved his life. It had made it larger. That was harder. Stranger. Riskier. And Harry, for all the fear still left in him, was beginning to think that might also be better. Harry Potter's fourth year began with a question the wizarding world could no longer ignore. Not who he was. Not really. That question had been haunting corridors, classrooms, ministry offices, and newspaper columns for 3 years now, gathering new terms wherever language failed to be kind. Beastshifter, ministry anomaly, unclassified bonded host, Potter situation. The words changed depending on whether the speaker was frightened, curious, pompous, or trying to sound neutral while accomplishing none of the above. No, the question that began Harry's fourth year was different. It was, what exactly counted as a champion? The summer had not helped. Harry had gone back to Privet Drive after third year with the same dread as always, and one new advantage: the Dursleys could neither understand nor survive well. By now, the Omnitrix had become not just bonded to him, but integrated into the rhythm of his body. It no longer flared randomly under every emotional spike. It no longer buzzed at every magical oddity. It sat on his wrist with quiet, infuriating patience, active when it needed to be and silent when Asmoth decided Harry ought to suffer the burden of ordinary humanity for character development. That did not make Privet Drive easy. It made it stranger. Vernon Dursley had developed the habit of watching Harry's left arm the way a man might watch a snake in a basket. Someone insisted was decorative. Petunia refused to acknowledge the Omnitrix at all, which in her case meant treating it with the brittle hostility of an unspoken family scandal. Dudley, after 3 years of failed intimidation, and one memorable incident involving the Omnitrix giving a low warning tone when he tried to grab Harry from behind, had settled into a nervous truce that looked almost like manners from a generous angle. The real difference was internal. Harry no longer spent Privet Drive trying to disappear. That unsettled them more than any transformation could have. He was still thin, still quiet, still careful in the old ways trauma teaches you before kindness has a chance to argue back. But he had changed in the one place Vernon Dursley understood as threat better than fists or shouting. Harry no longer behaved like someone waiting for permission to exist. By August, letters from Ron and Hermione had made the cupboard feel more temporary than prison-like. Sirius's messages came in irregular but beloved bursts. And the World Cup invitation from the Weasleys had detonated what little remained of the Dursleys' belief that they controlled the shape of Harry's life. Vernon had called it absurd. Petunia had called it unsafe. Dudley had called it unfair. Harry had gone anyway. The Quidditch World Cup, in retrospect, had been the last moment of almost normal wonder before Year 4 turned history sideways. It had been magnificent, not simple. Never simple around Harry, but magnificent. The tense. The sheer scale of magical Britain spilling into one place. Witches and wizards from every country imaginable. The noise, The colors, the banners snapping overhead like battle standards for a much happier kind of war. For one glorious evening, Harry had been just another boy craning his neck at the sky and laughing with the Weasleys while the impossible became public spectacle. And then, because his life had the timing of a badly raised curse, someone recognized him. It was never only the scar anymore. That was the thing. The first boy who pointed had pointed at Harry's wrist. After that came the whispers. "Is that really him, the bonded one? Potter? Can he transform at will now? Does it work abroad?" One old wizard with a Bulgarian flag draped over his shoulders had asked, with drunken sincerity, whether Harry would consider turning into the fast one so his grandson could see it. Fred and George, naturally, had offered to charge admission. Hermione had said absolutely not. Ron had looked tempted by the business model. The match itself blazed through the night in a riot of speed and light. Crumb flew like gravity had become optional. Ireland moved like a single spell cast by 7 bodies. Harry watched with his heart pounding and felt, not for the first time, the sharp, restless kinship XLR8 always stirred in him whenever Quidditch reached impossible speeds. "Do not even consider it," Asmuth had said dryly. "I wasn't, you were." Harry had been. Then the dark mark split the sky, and whatever remained of the summer shattered. The panic that followed was worse because of what Harry overheard, not Death Eaters, though they were there. Not Ministry response, though it was sloppy enough to become legend. No, the thing that stayed with him came later, while tents still smoldered and officials argued in frightened clusters under the greenish afterglow of fading terror. He had heard Cornelius Fudge say, in a taut, private voice he clearly thought no one nearby could catch, "If Potter had transformed out there in the middle of it, we'd have had an international incident on top of a riot." And another official, someone from magical law enforcement, had replied, "With respect, Minister, we may have one anyway." They've already been asking what legal status he holds in active magical conflict. Legal status, as if Harry were weather, or a ward, or a cursed object someone hadn't yet filed correctly. The question followed him onto the Hogwarts Express. It followed him through the opening feast. It followed him hardest of all when Alastor Moody arrived. Mad-Eye Moody was precisely the sort of adult who made children decide instinctively whether to run, salute, or never lie again. Scarred, battered, magical eye spinning with alarming independence, he walked into Hogwarts like an old ward deciding temporarily to wear robes. Students stared at him almost as much as they stared at Harry, which Harry found both comforting and deeply ominous. Moody's first proper look at the Omnitrix came during the second evening feast. His magical eye spun down through Harry's sleeve, through Harry's arm and, apparently, into things even X-rays would have had the decency to ask permission before observing. He grunted. "Well," he said to no one in particular, "that's unpleasantly sophisticated." Harry nearly dropped his goblet. Moody noticed. The scarred half of his mouth twitched. "Don't worry, boy. I'm not about to confiscate your apocalypse bracelet." Ron choked on pumpkin juice. Hermione looked scandalized. "Professor, it is not an apocalypse bracelet." Moody's normal eye slid toward her. "That confidence will keep you alive if it survives long enough to meet facts." Then he leaned toward Harry just enough to drop his voice. "Anything on your arm that makes Ministry people speak in subcommittees is worth respecting." It was not reassurance. It was, oddly enough, better. By then Hogwarts had already begun preparing for the Triwizard Tournament. The news hit the school like a thrown spark in dry grass. Students talked of little else. Ancient tradition, 3 schools, dangerous tasks, glory, international visitors, age restriction, rules layered over rules. Fred and George immediately began trying to cheat the age line before Dumbledore had even explained it. Angelina Johnson wanted details. Lee Jordan wanted odds. Hermione wanted a full reading list. Ron wanted dragons, which was not yet technically relevant, but would eventually become so in the most annoying way possible. Harry, at first, wanted distance. The tournament was exactly the kind of thing that ought to have gone on around him without involving him, which, given his life, should probably have warned him. He watched the preparations with the cautious curiosity of someone long accustomed to events turning predatory once they learned his name. Beauxbatons arrived in a blur of elegance and cold blue silk. Durmstrang came like winter deciding to acquire ship form. Hogwarts students lost their minds exactly as expected. The great hall became louder, brighter, more theatrical. Rumor fed on foreign accents and school rivalries, until the air itself seemed to glitter with anticipation. Harry stood at the Gryffindor table during the arrival feast, with Ron craning beside him and Hermione pretending to analyze composition while obviously being just as impressed as everyone else. "They make an entrance," Ron breathed as Madame Maxime stepped into the hall. "That," Hermione said with great dignity, "is called diplomacy by spectacle." "Is it?" "No, but it should be." Harry smiled faintly. Then he noticed the way several visiting students were staring at his wrist. Of course they were. He wondered what stories had reached them. Wondered what version of him crossed borders fastest. The boy who lived, or the boy with the alien watch who had frightened the Ministry into new paperwork. That evening, Dumbledore explained the age line, the stakes, the permanence of magical contracts, and the need for sanity in tones that suggested he expected sanity least from precisely the people most likely to ignore him. Harry listened. Not because he intended to enter. Because something about magical contracts had made the Omnitrix unusually attentive. The faceplate pulsed twice beneath his sleeve during Dumbledore's explanation of the goblet selection methods. "Ancient adjudication mechanism," Asmoth murmured. "You know what it is. I know what it resembles. Primitive, symbolic, limited, that sounded rude. It was accurate." Harry might have pursued that, but the feast surged on, and Ron had already moved on to theories about which champion would most likely survive a dragon if dragons were involved, which they were not, except that they obviously were, eventually, because Hogwarts had the subtlety of a cannon. The age line went up. Fred and George failed spectacularly and symmetrically. Students cheered. Professors pretended not to. The tournament settled over the castle like weather, and through all of it, Cedric Diggory remained irritatingly, unfairly difficult to dislike. Harry had known Cedric before, mostly as a handsome older Hufflepuff who flew well enough to make Quidditch personal and polite enough to apologize for winning matches other people had blamed on Dementors. But Year 4 changed proximity. Cedric moved through the tournament build-up the way certain people move through pressure. Not smaller, not louder, but clearer. He did not swagger. He did not perform anxiety. He did not hover near the goblet with calculated casualness the way certain seventh years did. When people talked about him becoming Hogwarts champion, he looked embarrassed rather than hungry. That alone made Harry pay attention. Their first real conversation happened by accident outside the library. Harry was coming down the corridor with a stack of books Hermione had bullied him into borrowing. Comparative magical contracts, practical defensive countermeasures, and one particularly dense volume on interspecies magical law that he strongly suspected she had added as a joke. Cedric was coming the other way carrying armfuls of parchment and looking thoughtful. They both reached for the door at once. Cedric stepped back immediately. "Sorry," Harry blinked. "It's your door too," Cedric grinned a little. "That's generous of you." The easy tone of it disarmed Harry enough that he held the door rather than making it awkward. Cedric's eyes dropped to the Omnitrix, not with the greedy curiosity Harry had come to expect, nor with the over-careful caution adults sometimes used when they feared asking the wrong question. Just plain interest. "I've been meaning to ask," Cedric said. "Does it ever get heavy?" Harry glanced down. "Sometimes." Cedric nodded as though that answer made perfect sense. "Thought so." Harry hesitated. "Most people ask if it hurts." Cedric shifted the parchment against one arm. "That too." "Less now than it used to." Cedric looked at him for a moment longer, weighing something. Then he said, "For what it's worth, half the school talks as if you've got the easy end of strange. I don't think they've thought very hard about it." Harry, caught off guard by both the honesty and the lack of spectacle, said the first true thing that came up. "They usually don't." Cedric's mouth twitched. Well, he said, adjusting the parchment again, if the goblet doesn't turn all of us into national embarrassments, maybe we'll get through the year. He walked on before Harry could decide whether that counted as wit or prophecy. Harry watched him go and thought, for the first time, that Cedric Diggory might be the sort of person who understood more than he said. That mattered later. It mattered a great deal. Because on the night the goblet chose, the whole school had already built one kind of story. Then the goblet wrote another. The great hall felt different during the selection ceremony, not merely excited, consecrated. The candles burned lower. The shadows beneath the enchanted ceiling looked deeper. Students packed the benches in a restless hush that never fully settled, broken by little bursts of whispered speculation, and the occasional forced laugh from someone pretending their heart was not trying to escape through their mouth. The goblet of fire stood before the staff table on its pedestal, blue-white flames rising from the cup with a steadiness that made ordinary fire look childish. Dumbledore stood beside it, grave without being severe, the firelight rendering the lines of his face older and stranger. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and tried, with limited success, not to feel as though the castle itself was waiting for something it had not yet named. The Omnitrix was quiet, too quiet, that had become its own category of ominous. Around them students murmured names: Crumb, Delacour, Diggory, Warrington, Davies, Angelina. If the age line had somehow been bribed, everyone had predictions. None of them included Harry. For once they were right. Dumbledore began. The hall hushed fully now, the way a held breath hushes, alive, expectant, almost painful. The goblet flared. Blue flames turned red at the core. A scrap of parchment shot upward. Dumbledore caught it and read, "The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Crumb." Applause thundered through the hall. Crumb rose with the expression of someone being publicly confirmed in a fact he had privately considered inevitable. The goblet flared again. The champion for Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. More applause. Beauxbatons cheered in silvery waves. The third parchment came slower. Harry found, without knowing why, that he had already tightened his hand around the edge of the bench. Dumbledore opened the slip. The champion for Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. For one instant the hall paused, then exploded. Hufflepuff's table lost all remaining civilization. Cedric himself looked stunned for perhaps the only time that year. Then he stood to roaring cheers and shook hands with people who had apparently decided they had always believed in him from birth. Harry clapped too, honestly. Across the hall, Cedric glanced once, just once, in Harry's direction before following Professor McGonagall toward the side chamber where champions waited. It was not a grand moment, no destiny in it. Just eye contact brief enough to mean almost nothing and, for that reason, to mean a little more. The hall should have ended there. 3 champions, 3 schools. One ancient contract fulfilled. Even the tension in Harry's shoulders had begun to ease. Then the goblet changed. No one moved at first because no one understood what they were seeing. The blue-white flames did not settle. They rose higher, then higher again. The cup shuddered on its pedestal. The red core brightened until it was nearly green at the edges. A strange tone filled the hall, not magical humming, not exactly, but resonance, as though the goblet had struck some frequency in the room only one other thing could answer. Harry's wrist burned, not painfully. Recognition. The Omnitrix flared beneath his sleeve with sudden living heat. Harry sucked in a breath. Hermione heard it. "Harry, too late!" The goblet spat a 4th parchment into the air. Dumbledore caught it. For the first time that evening, he did not read immediately. Harry saw the headmaster's eyes move across the parchment once. Then again, sharper, as if language itself had insulted him. The hall had gone silent enough that every candle hiss seemed loud. Dumbledore looked up. Harry Potter. No one clapped, no one breathed. Harry sat absolutely still. Ron's face drained white. Hermione whispered, "No." Across the staff table, Snape had gone rigid. McGonagall looked as though someone had struck her. Karkaroff half rose. Madame Maxime's hand tightened on the table edge. Moody's magical eye spun so violently Harry thought for one appalling second it might unscrew itself from his head. And everywhere, students stared, not at the scar this time, not even at Harry's face, at his wrist. The hall did not understand what had happened, but it knew all at once that this was not ordinary cheating, this was worse, or bigger, or both. Harry stood because every eye in the room demanded motion, and because his body had obeyed public summons long before his mind had learned to distrust them. He walked to the front through a silence so absolute he could hear the blood in his ears. When Dumbledore handed him the parchment, their fingers touched. The headmaster's expression did not waver for the room. His eyes did, briefly, only for Harry, not suspicion. Alarm, real, quiet alarm. Harry took the slip. His name was written there in unfamiliar lettering, the ink shimmering oddly as if the parchment itself had not fully decided what alphabet it wanted to use. The Omnitrix pulsed once. Interesting, Asmoth said. Harry wanted to scream. Instead, he followed the line of professors through the side door and into the small chamber beyond, where firelight and startled champions awaited him. Fleur turned first. Crumb went still. Cedric, who had been in the middle of answering some question from Bagman, looked at Harry and then immediately at Harry's wrist, understanding dawning faster than panic. Then everyone started talking at once. "This is impossible. There are only 3 schools. He is underage. He cannot have entered." "Did you put your name in the goblet, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. The question hit differently this time than it had in the other version of the story, because now the room was not merely suspicious that Harry had cheated. It was frightened that something else had entered him on his behalf. "No," Harry said at once. "I didn't." That much was true. He had never touched the goblet, had not gone near it beyond standing in the hall like every other student, had not asked the Omnitrix to do anything, had not even known it could interact with magical objects older than national borders. Moody's magical eye fixed on his arm. "Did it?" he growled. Several heads snapped toward the Omnitrix. Harry felt heat climb his neck. "I don't know." That was the problem with the truth. It rarely sounded innocent under pressure. Karkaroff rounded on Dumbledore. "You see, you bring your pet anomaly into an international tournament, and now the artifact selects a 4th contestant. This is absurd." "Pet anomaly," snarled Hagrid from the doorway, having somehow materialized without anyone noticing. Bagman flapped both hands. Now, Barty Crouch, pale and severe beside the mantel, spoke over him with legal chill. "The goblet has entered into a binding magical contract. If it has named Potter, Potter is obliged to compete." "That assumes," said Snape softly, dangerously, "that Mr. Potter counts as the relevant category of magical participant." The sentence hung in the room like poison smoke. Harry felt the floor tilt. There it was, the thing under all of it. Not whether he cheated, not even whether the goblet erred, whether he counted. Fleur, surprisingly, was the first to say it plainly. "He is a student," she said, disgust sharpening her accent. "What else would he be?" No one answered immediately. Because the truth was ugly. Half the adults in the room were already running classifications in their heads. Moody barked a laugh without humor. "That's the trouble, isn't it?" Cedric stepped forward before the silence could curdle further. Harry remembered that movement for years because of how simple it was. No speech, no flourish, just Cedric shifting one pace closer, enough to stand beside rather than opposite. "He didn't enter," Cedric said. "Everyone here knows he didn't." Karkaroff sneered. "You are very certain?" Cedric met his gaze without flinching. "Yes." Something eased in Harry's chest. Not much, enough. Then the adults resumed their argument, only now the shape of it was institutional panic. Could the goblet bind a contestant whose abilities were partly extra-magical? Had the magical contract interpreted the Omnitrix as a separate entrant? Did Hogwarts now technically field 2 champions? Cedric Diggory for the school, Harry Potter as what, exactly? The room had no word for it. Bagman tried charm, Crouch tried law, Karkaroff tried outrage. Madame Maxime tried contempt. Snape tried to make every possibility sound inadvisable. Moody watched Harry as if searching for whether the boy himself realized how badly the paradigm had just cracked. Through it all, the Omnitrix remained maddeningly thoughtful. Primitive adjudication device recognized external energy signature and interpreted it as institutional affiliation. What does that mean? Harry thought at it savagely. It means, Asmoth said, with what might almost have been amusement, that your goblet appears to believe I represent a fourth school. Harry nearly laughed from the sheer impossibility of it. Instead, he tightened his jaw and said nothing. Eventually, Dumbledore ended the argument the only way anyone in the room had ever truly expected he would, by standing very still until all lesser noise embarrassed itself into silence. The goblet has spoken, he said, not loudly, no need. If it has recognized in Harry Potter a claim distinct from Hogwarts, then we must determine how and why, but the contract remains. McGonagall looked at him in open distress. Albus, I know. The two words carried more history than Harry could read and more worry than he wanted to. Arrangements were made. Official language was chosen. The champions were dismissed in varying states of fury and shock. Cedric paused by the door just long enough to look back at Harry and say quietly, I know you didn't. Then he was gone. That mattered too. When at last the room emptied, Dumbledore said, Harry, stay. Everyone else left in a ripple of robes and bad predictions. The chamber grew still. The fire on the hearth cracked softly. Beyond the door, the great hall still throbbed with distant voices. But here there was only Harry, Dumbledore, and the impossible thing now binding them into a future neither had chosen. Harry stood holding the parchment with his own name on it until the edges bent. Dumbledore watched him for a long moment. Then he said, Sit down. Harry did. His legs felt unreliable. Dumbledore moved not to the desk or the mantel, but to the chair opposite him, lowering himself into it with the air of a man choosing conversation over performance. For several seconds neither spoke. Then Harry said the only question that mattered first. Am I in trouble? Dumbledore's face changed. Not much. Enough. Oh, Harry, he said softly. That is not the question I wish you had learned to ask first. Harry looked away. The old instinct was embarrassing once kindness named it. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, forearms on his knees, hands loosely clasped. I do not think you cheated, he said. I do not think you entered yourself. I do not think this is your doing in any deliberate sense at all. Harry exhaled shakily. But, Dumbledore continued, I think something significant has just happened, and I would insult us both by pretending otherwise. Harry looked down at the Omnitrix. It glowed faint green, as if pleased to be the center of an educational crisis. I think it talked to the goblet, Harry admitted. Or the goblet felt it. Asmoth says it recognized the Omnitrix's energy like it was another school. Dumbledore's brows rose a fraction. That is remarkably dramatic of both artifacts. Is that a yes? It is a likely yes, Harry swallowed. So what does that make me? The question came out smaller than he meant it to. Not what do I have to do, not how do I win. What does that make me? Dumbledore heard the shape beneath the words. Harry knew he did. The headmaster sat back slowly and regarded him with the grave gentleness he reserved for truths too large to disguise. For 3 years, he said, I have studied the Omnitrix as best I am able. I understand perhaps 1% of it. Harry let out a breath that might almost have been a laugh. That much, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly, briefly, then sobered again. But I understand this, he said. It chose you before Hogwarts did, before I did, before the Ministry did, before the wizarding world had built any story about you at all. Harry went still. Dumbledore's voice quieted further. It chose you before your parents died. The fire popped in the silence that followed. Harry stared at him. No one, not Asmoth, not Hermione, not Lupin, not Harry himself in his most sleepless moments, had ever said it like that. Not with time rearranged around the fact. The Omnitrix had not entered his story late. It had been falling toward him from another history entirely, waiting, seeking, choosing. Harry looked at his wrist and felt, suddenly and all at once, the full strangeness of being claimed by something older than his entire known life. That doesn't exactly make me feel better, he said after a moment. No, Dumbledore said. "I imagine it would not. What if the goblet's right?" Dumbledore tilted his head. "About what?" "That I'm separate." The word tasted awful. Dumbledore did not flinch from it. "Harry," he said, "separate is not the same as lesser, nor is different the same as lost." Harry looked away again because his throat had tightened without permission. Dumbledore continued gently. "Whatever the goblet recognized tonight, it was not your unworthiness. It was your range." That landed somewhere deep, too deep to answer quickly. Harry sat with it while the fire murmured and the castle beyond the walls continued discovering new ways to gossip. At last he said, "They're going to be afraid." "Yes, they already were. Yes. They'll say I shouldn't compete." "Many will." Harry managed a thin, humorless smile. "Some'll say I shouldn't count." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "Then they will be wrong in a way history has often found expensive." The sentence carried such quiet force that Harry looked up. Dumbledore held his eyes. "I will not promise this year will be kind," he said. "I have known too much of life to make false bargains with children, but I will tell you this. No artifact, ancient or alien, chooses in place of character. It can only reveal it under pressure." Harry thought of Heatblast, Wildmutt, Ghost Freak. The thousand ways the Omnitrix had shown him not what he was, but what he might choose when shape and fear changed the terms. He looked down at the slip of parchment in his hands. His name shimmered back. "What if I'm not enough?" he asked before he could stop himself. Dumbledore smiled then, not brightly, not to dismiss the fear, but with the tired certainty of someone who had seen courage wear many disguises and recognized this one too. "My dear boy," he said, "that has never once been your problem." Harry laughed despite the tightness in his chest. Dumbledore rose. "So," the headmaster said, "we shall prepare, we shall think. We shall almost certainly be opposed by bureaucracy, and, regrettably, we shall compete." Harry stood too, the parchment still in his hand, the Omnitrix warm and steady on his wrist. At the door, Dumbledore paused. "One last thing." Harry waited. "If the goblet has indeed named you champion for what, mister? Crouch will no doubt call a distinct non-traditional magical affiliation. Then I suspect history will later describe this evening in very simple terms." Harry frowned. "How?" Dumbledore's eyes glinted. As the night the Triwizard Tournament discovered the cosmos had entered the building. Harry snorted. Then, because he was still 14 and scared and trying not to become smaller beneath either feeling, he squared his shoulders and stepped with Dumbledore back toward the hall. Beyond the doors waited rumor, fear, and the beginning of a contest that had just become far stranger than any of its founders had intended. And somewhere behind the faceplate, deep in the locked architecture of the Omnitrix, unknown silhouettes waited like unopened verdicts. If Harry Potter had been given the choice, he would have preferred to meet the dragon before the entire school did, preferably in private, preferably behind several layers of reinforced stone, preferably with enough warning to stop Ron from nearly swallowing his own lungs when he found out. Instead, the first task arrived at him the way most important things in his life did. Through suspicion, partial information, and Hagrid appearing after dark with the air of a man trying to look casual while failing at all available levels. By then, the tournament had already done what tournaments do best. It had turned people into symbols. Cedric Diggory was now Hogwarts champion. Handsome and steady and strangely impossible to resent even when seventh-year girls were suddenly rediscovering the concept of Hufflepuff with deeply strategic timing. Fleur de Lacquer had become a kind of living debate topic, half the school in awe, half in intimidation, all of it loud. Victor Crumb moved through the castle like concentrated gravity. Even students who claimed not to care about Quidditch kept somehow finding reasons to be wherever Crumb happened to be standing. And Harry had become something worse than famous. He had become procedural. The Ministry had not yet issued any final classification about the Goblet's fourth selection, because the Ministry rarely moved with confidence unless the thing in question was either simple or powerless. Harry was neither. So instead officials wrote memos, the Daily Prophet wrote editorials. Parents wrote letters. Professor McGonagall received 3 formal complaints in a week, and one unsigned note warning Hogwarts that allowing an extra-jurisdictional bonded shapeshifter to compete was either madness or treason depending on punctuation. Hermione somehow got hold of a copy of one of the relevant ministry summaries. Harry did not ask how and read excerpts aloud in the common room with the controlled venom of a prosecutor. "Listen to this," she said, pacing before the fire while Ron fed toast to a chess knight for reasons that made sense only to Ron. If Potter's bonded state constitutes an autonomous, non-wizard magical agency, then the goblet may have interpreted him not as a fourth participant for Hogwarts, but as a participant on behalf of a distinct extranational or non-human institutional magical category. Ron looked up. "That's not English. It's bureaucratic cowardice pretending to be English," Hermione snapped. Harry sat in an armchair with his knees drawn up, the crackling fire throwing low orange light over the room, and tried not to let the words settle too deeply. Distinct, non-human. Agency, category. None of them were lies, exactly. That was what made them hurt. Ron squinted at Hermione. "So what they're saying is the goblet saw Harry and the watch and went, 'Ah, yes, obviously a separate school from outer space.'" Hermione slapped the parchment lightly against her thigh. "That appears to be the legal thrust, yes." Ron sat back, impressed. "Honestly, that's sort of incredible." Harry laughed once through his nose. Hermione turned on him at once. "It is not incredible, it's infuriating. They keep trying to talk around you as if the only way to process difference is to remove personhood first." Harry looked at the fire. "They've been doing that since first year." That took some of the force out of her pacing. She stopped. Across from him, Ron's face tightened with that expression he got when sympathy arrived before language did. "Yeah," Ron said, "but now they're doing it in full sentences." Harry appreciated that more than he knew how to say. He had become used to the social version of this problem, the stares, the category words, the fascinated fear. Ministry language only formalized what Hogwarts had already rehearsed in corridors, but the tournament sharpened everything. Adults looked at him now as though his presence had turned an old ritual into a legal crisis. Students watched for signs he might either explode, cheat, or prove every whispered theory right by accident, and under all of that sat a much simpler truth. The first task was coming. No one was telling him what it was, and the champions were all pretending this was normal. Cedric had grown busier in those weeks, drawn into the peculiar orbit of being a public school symbol under pressure. But when he saw Harry, he still nodded like a person rather than a poster. That mattered. It mattered more because Ron had not spoken to Harry properly for nearly 3 weeks. That still hurt in stupid, exhausting ways. Harry would rather have been above and wasn't. Ron insisted, loudly and repeatedly when cornered, that he believed Harry had not put his own name in the goblet. What he did seem to believe was worse in a subtler direction, that the Omnitrix had done it, or that Harry and the Omnitrix together now occupied some special category of chosen weirdness ordinary best friends were not allowed to understand in advance. It made him angry. It made Harry angrier. So they had fallen into that familiar adolescent stupidity where both people are wounded, and neither one wants to risk saying the obvious first. Hermione, who deserved medals for surviving boys, endured them both with increasing hostility. Then one damp November night Hagrid sent Harry a note telling him to meet by his hut at midnight and wear the invisibility cloak if he had any sense at all. That generally meant dragons, not because Harry knew that yet. Because when Hagrid was trying to be secretive and failed with that much sincerity, the answer was usually either illegal creature, dangerous creature, or creature Hagrid considered only moderately likely to maim children if approached respectfully. Harry went. The grounds were bitter with cold. The castle behind him glowed dim and gold through the mist, while the edges of the forest disappeared into blackness. He crossed the lawn under the cloak, boots wet with frost, and saw 2 large shapes already waiting outside Hagrid's hut. One was Hagrid. The other was Moody. That was enough to make Harry very certain this was not a social call. Moody's magical eye spun and fixed straight on him despite the cloak. "Nice try," he growled. Hagrid jumped. "Blimey, ye could warn a person." Harry pushed the cloak back off his face. "What is this?" Hagrid and Moody exchanged the kind of glance adults do when one of them has done something technically unwise but emotionally justified. "Thought ye ought to see," Hagrid muttered. Moody jerked his scarred head toward the forest edge. "Walk!" They did, farther than Harry expected. Past the Beauxbatons' carriage, past the dark line of the pumpkin patch, around the edge of the forbidden grounds until the sounds reached him first. Heavy chains. Snorting. A low, rolling growl that was not any earthly mammal's. Something huge shifting against restraint and hating every second of it. Harry stopped dead. The Omnitrix pulsed once, high-temperature megafauna. Impressive thoracic output. Harry stared at his wrist. Please don't sound pleased, why not? It is objectively interesting. Moody shoved aside a copse of brush with his staff, and there, in a clearing ringed by handlers and warding lights, stood the dragons, 4 of them. They were not abstract anymore. Not textbook entries or old stories or the distant reason Charlie Weasley had smelled like smoke every Christmas. They were there, muscle and scale and breath and heat. One reared against its chains in a storm of sparks. Another crouched lower, eyes like furnaces banked behind slitted lids. Their keepers moved around them with the deliberate caution of people who had chosen a career path where one mistake meant becoming memory. Harry's mouth went dry. Hagrid, meanwhile, looked delighted. "Aren't they beauties?" he breathed. Harry looked at him. "You brought me out here to admire my probable cause of death." Now, those are dragons." "Right," Moody said. "Sharp lad." Harry did not know whether he wanted to be sick, furious, or both. There was a long-necked blue-gray beast with copper eyes and one pale one with ridged horns. A green dragon that looked leaner, quicker, nastier. And then, at the far end of the clearing, held behind the thickest chains and flanked by the most handlers, the Hungarian Horntail. It was uglier than Nightmare and twice as specific, black scales. Bronze spikes, tail like a whip made of knives. Wings folded in cruel angles over a body that looked designed entirely by resentment. It lifted its head and the warding lights caught in its eyes, turning them red. Harry felt heat crawl up his spine. "That one," Moody said, following his gaze, "would be yours if the draw stays as it fell." Harry kept staring. The Horntail exhaled smoke in a thin, contemptuous line. "Brilliant," Harry said faintly. "Excellent. I always hoped if I died 14 it would be for educational pageantry." Hagrid clapped a huge hand over one of his shoulders so hard it nearly drove him into the soil. "Ye'll manage." Moody barked a laugh that had not 1 ounce of comfort in it. "Maybe, but only if he stops thinking about dragons as myth and starts thinking about them as problems." Harry looked at him. "That's better." "It's useful." The magical eye turned to Harry's wrist. "What forms answer fire?" Asmuth spoke before Harry did. "Several." Moody's scarred face did not change, but his normal eye sharpened in the way it always did when the world turned tactical. Harry exhaled slowly. "Heatblast," he said. "Diamondhead maybe. 4 arms if I wanted to die loudly." "Don't joke," Moody snapped. "I'm not," Moody grunted. "Good, then listen. Whatever they tell you about style and showmanship, the task is simple. Get the egg, survive the dragon, don't let them make you stupid for the crowd." Hagrid shifted uneasily. "Maybe not quite like that. It's exactly like that," Moody said. Harry watched the Horntail flex its wings once, chains straining. Heat shimmered around its nostrils. The Omnitrix pulsed again, thoughtful now. Pyronite resilience will mitigate direct flame exposure. Speed vector may compensate for size disadvantage. Harry knew what that meant before Asmuth finished saying it. Heatblast first. XLR-8 after, correct. That plan took shape hard and fast in his head. Absorb fire, distract the dragon, move around the egg, then switch to XLR-8, cross the distance before it could turn, retrieve the egg, leave clean. Elegant. Functional, so naturally it would go wrong. When Harry turned to leave, he caught sight of movement behind the low stone wall overlooking the clearing. Another figure, another set of eyes reflecting ward light. Cedric. For one startled second, neither of them moved. Then Cedric gave the smallest, most helpless shrug in the world, as if to say apparently adults are incapable of selective, illegal fairness. Harry nearly laughed. Moody noticed, of course. His magical eye noticed everything worth regretting. "Ah," he said, "equal opportunity rule breaking?" Hagrid looked scandalized. "I only told Harry—" said Moody. Cedric climbed down from behind the wall and approached with his hands visible in the universal language of "I am aware I've already been caught and would prefer not to worsen it." "Sorry," he said to Hagrid. "Professor Moody?" Hagrid huffed. "Well, ye have seen it now." Cedric nodded once, gaze returning to the dragons. It lingered on the Horntail, and Harry watched the realization settle behind his face. Not panic exactly, but the clean respect of someone seeing the edge of something real. Then Cedric looked sideways at Harry. "That one yours?" Harry nodded. Cedric winced in deep Hufflepuff sympathy. "That's rough." For reasons Harry would only fully understand much later, that simple lack of competition mattered more than some rousing speech would have. No bravado. No false encouragement, just the honesty of one boy looking at another and acknowledging reality without making it uglier. "Yeah," Harry said. "Bit." Cedric glanced down at Harry's wrist. "You've got a plan, sort of." Cedric nodded again, accepting that without trying to pry. "Good," he said. "Don't let Bagman talk you into turning it into theater." Moody's mouth twitched. "Finally," he growled. "A student I'd trust with a battlefield." Hagrid muttered something about children not belonging on battlefields at all, which was unquestionably true and therefore irrelevant to Hogwarts. Harry walked back to the castle under the cloak with the Horntail still burning in his head. The shape of it. The weight. The terrible certainty that it could kill him by accident while trying to decide whether he was worth noticing. Back in the dormitory, long after the others slept, he sat at the edge of his bed and rolled his sleeve back. The Omnitrix glowed softly in the dark. "All right," he whispered. "Tell me why this plan is going to fail." Asmuth did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was drier than usual, but not mocking. "Because you are equating a theoretically sound sequence with a controllable environment." Harry rubbed his eyes. Meaning dragons are not static variables, nor are you." Harry looked down at the rotating silhouette, Heatblast waiting beneath the faceplate like a coal thinking itself into flame. "Can I do it?" A pause. Then, yes, Harry went very still. Asmuth rarely did that. Rarely offered blunt certainty unless he meant it. "You don't sound thrilled." "I am reserving judgment on whether you will do it intelligently." "That is a separate question." Harry smiled despite himself. "Fair." He spent the next 3 nights barely sleeping, and every spare hour either reading everything Hermione could gather on dragon behavior or arguing strategy with the one friend still speaking to him consistently. Hermione took the task personally. "This," she announced over a spread of library books so wide it looked like a legal defense for homicide, "is a problem of pressure thresholds, reaction arcs, and sensory distraction." Harry blinked. "You make it sound like math." "Everything dangerous is math if you look at it correctly." She pointed to a diagram of draconic wing placement. "Their turning radius on the ground is worse than most people think, but their strike range is longer. You cannot rely on what feels close. You must rely on actual distance." Harry listened, not because he was calm, because listening to Hermione when afraid had become one of the more sensible patterns of his life. Cedric, for his part, never asked directly what Harry planned. But the day before the task, he found Harry alone on the edge of the Quidditch pitch and stood beside him in companionable silence for a while before speaking. "You know," Cedric said, watching the empty stands, "everyone thinks the trick to these things is not showing fear." Harry let out a quiet breath. "And," Cedric shrugged lightly, "I think that's rubbish. The trick's acting anyway." Harry turned his head. Cedric's gaze stayed on the pitch. "My dad used to tell me courage gets oversold by people who have never had to do anything while shaking." He smiled faintly. "Sorry, that sounds more profound than I meant it to." "It's not bad," Harry said. Cedric finally looked at him. "You don't have to prove anything tomorrow except that you come back." There was no patronizing in it, no suggestion that Harry needed comfort because he was fragile. Just a clear statement of value in the right order. Harry nodded once. "Thanks." Cedric's eyes dropped briefly to the Omnitrix. "For what it's worth," he said. "I don't think that thing makes this easier." Harry let out a short, humorless laugh. "You're the only person who says that?" Cedric's mouth twitched. "Then maybe everyone else is busy enjoying the story more than the reality." He left Harry with that, and the smell of cold grass and broom polish in the air. The next day, Ron came back, not elegantly, that would have been suspicious. He arrived in the champion's tent 20 minutes before the task, looking like someone had sprinted through an argument with himself and lost. Harry was sitting on a camp stool, palms damp, task robes feeling suddenly too tight, while beyond the canvas the roar of the crowd rolled in waves over the enclosure. Fleur sat with her eyes shut in perfect posture. Crumb looked carved from dark wood. Cedric rolled one shoulder once, the only sign he was human. Harry's heart was going hard enough to shake his ribs. Then the tent flaps snapped open, and Ron Weasley stood there breathing as if he'd outrun reason. "Hi," Ron said. Harry stared at him. Ron shoved both hands into his pockets immediately, which was always a sign he was trying not to fidget himself into a new dimension. "So," he said, "I've been an idiot." Cedric coughed delicately into one hand and looked away toward the tent roof. Fleur opened one eye with the expression of someone being inconvenienced by adolescent repair work but too well-bred to object. Harry blinked. "That's specific." Ron nodded jerkily. "Yep, thought you should know before one of us gets eaten." Harry stared another second. Then laughed, short, cracked, helpless, but real. Ron's shoulders loosened by about an inch. "I know you didn't put your name in," he said more quietly. "I know that, he swallowed. "I kept thinking maybe the Omnitrix did, and somehow that still felt like you knew something I didn't and didn't tell me, and, I don't know, it was stupid." Harry could have made him work for it, could have said yes, it was, and sat in the hurt another while. Instead he looked at Ron's red ears and miserable face, and remembered all the reasons forgiveness is easier when you've missed the person too much to stay angry properly. "It was a bit stupid," Harry said. Ron nodded miserably. "Yeah, but," Harry added, "you came back before the dragon." That made Ron grin despite himself. "Thought I'd better. If you die after I'm a git, I'll never hear the end of it from Hermione." "True," said Hermione from the entrance, appearing exactly on cue with crossed arms and that particular expression she wore when justice and logistics had temporarily aligned. Ron jumped. "How long were you there?" "Long enough," she said. Then to Harry more softly, "You can do this." Ron stepped in beside her. "And if the dragon chews you, I'll hex its corpse." Cedric, now openly amused, said, "That's friendship, I think." Harry stood. The noise outside swelled. A whistle blew. Bagman's amplified voice boomed across the grounds, cheerful as a public execution. "Champions stand by." Harry looked at Ron, Hermione, Cedric beside him in the tent, the Omnitrix warm against his wrist. Fear still lived in him, that had not changed, but now it had company that mattered. "Right," Harry said. Then he walked out to meet the dragon. The first task arena had been built from 1 part stadium, 1 part battlefield, and 1 part public appetite. The stands rose high around a wide enclosed field scarred with churned earth and scattered boulders for minimal cover. Warding towers stood at intervals, their runes glowing under strain. At the center of the arena, on a patch of blackened rock, sat the golden egg. Beyond it, coiled like a grudge-given biology, crouched the Hungarian Horntail. The roar of the crowd hit Harry a second late. Students, teachers, visiting delegations, ministry officials. All of them reduced, in the first instant, to pressure and noise at the edge of perception. The dragon made everything else irrelevant. It turned its horned head toward him as he entered. Smoke curled from its nostrils. Its wings shifted once, great dark sails lined with spines. Harry had seen it in the forest. That had not prepared him for the simple presence of standing on the same ground. The Horntail was not merely dangerous. It was old power in flesh, a species-level argument against arrogance. Every line of it promised pain with no concern for your intentions. Bagman's voice rolled over the stands. "Our fourth champion, Harry Potter!" The cheering that followed was confused in tone and enormous in volume. Harry ignored it, his breathing slowed. He looked at the egg, looked at the horntail, looked at the distance between. The Omnitrix rose beneath his hand. "Heatblast," Azimuth said. Harry slammed the faceplate. Green light engulfed him. Heatblast hit the arena like a walking star. Applause crashed into astonished shouting at once as the 14-year-old boy vanished, and a creature of black volcanic stone veined with living magma stood in his place, flames rolling off his shoulders and up from his head in a bright orange crest. For one perfect, impossible second, the plan worked exactly as intended. The horntail inhaled. Then it unleashed a torrent of fire. The blaze struck Heatblast full in the chest. Harry braced and felt it, not pain. Intake. Pyronite biology drank flame the way lungs drank air. The dragonfire washed over him in a roaring flood, and Heatblast absorbed it greedily, his own magma veins brightening from orange to near white. The arena seemed to go silent in the fraction of a second after it happened, crowd and judges alike trying to reconcile what they had just seen. The horntail stopped breathing fire, not out of mercy, out of confusion. Harry would think about that later, that precise, offended bewilderment in the dragon's face when its best idea failed. Then instinct and plan snapped together. He threw both hands forward. Heatblast answered with a concentrated stream of fire aimed not to hurt the dragon, because the horntail would tolerate more heat than he could weaponize quickly, but to make it turn its head, shift its balance, divide attention. The dragon roared and lunged. The earth shook. Harry ran. Heatblast was not slow, but he was not XLR-8 either. He could move fast enough for a human crowd to call it impressive, and a dragon to call it available. He circled left, flame in one hand, absorbing another wash of fire with the other, forcing the horntail to keep tracking him instead of simply guarding the nest. He got closer. 20 yards, 15. The egg gleamed on the rock like a dare. Now, Harry thought. The horntail's tail lashed behind it in a curve of iron-spiked menace. The head turned. The left flank opened by a fraction. Harry slapped the Omnitrix dial. Caution, Azimuth snapped instantly, too late. Harry tried to switch mid-engagement. The arena exploded into pain. Not the clean violence of ordinary transformation. This was interference. His body hit transition before Heatblast had fully released. Fire and speed collided inside the matrix. Harry screamed as his right leg compressed, while the left still held pyronite mass, his spine trying to decide whether it belonged to something made of magma or something built like a living blade. Green light tore around him in jagged pulses instead of one clean flash. The crowd cried out as one. For a split, nightmare second Harry was both and neither. One arm still volcanic rock, the other narrowing into blue-black speed anatomy. Flame venting from one shoulder while the rest of him shrank wrong, twisted wrong, unfolded on mismatched geometry. Then the Omnitrix rejected the instability and spat him human. He hit the dirt hard. The world rang. Pain tore through his ribs and left leg. His bones felt too dense and too light at once, as if transformation had left contradictory instructions in his skeleton. Above him, the horntail roared in triumph. The stands disappeared from Harry's awareness entirely. There was only the dirt in his mouth, the taste of copper, the dragon pivoting back toward him, and the golden egg a maddening few yards beyond. Get up, he thought. Every part of him objected, get up. The Omnitrix was in recharge, faceplate dark. He was 14, human, bleeding. And the Hungarian Horntail had remembered it still had claws. The crowd later would describe what happened next in a dozen contradictory ways. Some said Harry rolled before the tail struck by instinct alone. Some said he baited the dragon left, then broke right on purpose. Some insisted there had been a half-second of XLR-8 residual momentum still in his limbs. All of them were partly right. Harry moved because there was nothing else left to do. He feinted toward the nest, forcing the horntail's head to snap down and left. then cut right under the arc of the neck just as the tail scythed past where his torso had been. Pain screamed through his leg. He ignored it. The dragon's wing clipped one of the arena boulders, showering stone. The egg sat exposed for exactly one breath. Harry threw himself forward, his hands closed on gold. The horntail roared, so close now the sound hit him like a wall. He spun, clutching the egg to his chest, just in time to take the edge of the tail strike across his side instead of full on. The world cartwheeled. He crashed into the dirt and slid. Somewhere far away the whistle blew, then again, then louder. Red sparks streaked over the arena as dragon handlers poured in. The horntail reared, furious, held back now by layered magic and reinforced chains. Harry lay on his back staring up at a white-gray sky, the golden egg locked against his chest so tightly his fingers had gone numb. He had it. He had actually got it. He was also fairly certain several important bits of him had become theoretical. The crowd was no longer cheering in a simple way. It was roaring with that strange, unstable energy audiences have when spectacle has crossed into something uncomfortably real, and they cannot decide whether they have witnessed bravery or disaster. Harry laughed once, breathless and ragged, then immediately regretted it when his ribs informed him laughter was no longer a supported activity. Faces appeared overhead, blurry at first, then resolving. Madame Pomfrey already storming onto the field, a dragon handler swearing in Romanian, Bagman, ecstatic and appalled in equal measure. And behind them, cutting through the cluster with the blunt inevitability of a person who had clearly ignored at least 3 officials to get there, Cedric Diggory. Cedric dropped to one knee in the dirt beside him. Harry. Harry blinked up at him. Cedric's usually composed face had gone sharp with alarm. "Are you with me?" Harry lifted the egg an inch weakly. "I got the stupid thing." Cedric let out a breath that might almost have been a laugh, relief breaking through tension for half a second. "Yes," he said. "You absolute lunatic." Madame Pomfrey shoved him aside with professional authority sharpened by outrage. "Out of my way, Mr. Diggory." Cedric moved at once, but not far. Harry could feel him still there at the edge of the blur while healing charms began to stitch pain into manageable categories. The Mediwizard's smell of potion and clean linen cut through dragon smoke. Voices rose and overlapped somewhere above him. Internal bruising. Not a full break, thank Merlin. Residual magical shock. What possessed him to switch forms mid? Harry closed his eyes briefly. Asmoth spoke into the dark, clipped and controlled. That was idiotic, I know. The Matrix is not designed for combat swapping under unstable pyrokinetic load, I know, a beat. Then, slightly quieter, you retain the objective. Harry would have smiled if Pomfrey hadn't just pressed something to his ribs that made breathing an academic discipline. When at last she allowed him to sit up with assistance, the arena had calmed into structured chaos. Handlers subdued the horntail fully. Judges conferred in a knot near the front stands. Students leaned so far over the railings the professors were threatening to deduct points from entire houses. Harry looked toward the judges' table. Dumbledore stood very still, one hand braced on the rail before him. Relief had not erased the fear from his face. It had only made it easier to see. Karkaroff looked livid. Madame Maxime appeared thoughtful. Bagman looked delighted beyond professional ethics. Crouch's expression was unreadable in the way all bureaucratic crises eventually become. And Moody was watching Harry with a terrible, evaluating intensity that had nothing to do with dragons and everything to do with what Harry had done after the transformation failed, not the fire, not the near-hybrid switch, the human choice. Harry understood it dimly even through the pain. They had all come prepared to be impressed or disturbed by the aliens. What had frightened them was the boy underneath, refusing to stop once the aliens failed him. That was not supposed to be the most dangerous part. Bagman eventually boomed the scores with as much forced cheer as a man can manufacture around visible blood. Fleur first. Crumb second. Cedric. Then Harry. Karkaroff gave him a 4 with the expression of someone trying to punish metaphysics. Madame Maxime, after a long considering pause, gave him an 8. Bagman flung a 9 into the air like confetti crouch, looking as though he would rather be adjudicating anything that obeyed categories, gave him an 8. Dumbledore waited longest. Harry watched him through the shimmer of healing charm haze. Then Dumbledore raised his wand. 10. The roar that followed nearly cracked the sky. Harry looked away first. He was not sure he could have borne that look from the headmaster any longer. The pride, yes, but braided with a deeper worry that had only sharpened since the goblet, and would sharpen further before the year was done. Cedric appeared again once the medics stopped treating Harry like a temporary structure. He sat beside him on the low cot in the champion's recovery tent, elbows on his knees, task robes scorched at the hem from his own run. "You shouldn't have tried that switch," Cedric said. Harry let out a weak laugh. "Thanks, helpful." Cedric's mouth twitched. "Sorry, reflex. My dad says I sound like an old healer when I'm worried." Harry turned his head. "You were worried?" Cedric gave him a flat look. "You turned half into one thing, half into another, fell under a horntail, and then sprinted the last stretch human while bleeding." "Yes, Potter, I was worried." There was no dramatics in it, no ceremony, just fact. Harry looked down at the egg in his lap, its gold surface glowing dully in the tent light. "I thought the plan was solid," he admitted. "It probably was." "It went terribly." Cedric leaned back a little. "Those aren't opposites." Harry considered that. Outside, the crowd still hummed with post-task energy. Farther off came the echo of handlers moving dragons back toward temporary holding. The whole castle had just watched him nearly die in public and call it success. Cedric was quiet a moment. Then he said, "You know what scared them?" Harry snorted softly. "Take your pick." "No," Cedric shook his head. "Not the transformations." Harry looked at him. Cedric held his gaze. "It was when they stopped working and you kept going." The words landed hard because Harry already knew they were true. He had felt the shift in the arena. The moment's spectacle became something else. The crowd had come to see the beast shifter, the alien boy, the category problem, the fourth champion from nowhere. What they had not come to see was Harry Potter, 14 years old and plainly breakable, choosing not to stay down. Cedric looked away toward the tent flap. "I think that's why Dumbledore gave you a 10, he said. Harry's throat tightened unexpectedly. The egg felt heavy in his arms. "So did you," he said, because the question had been sitting there a while. Cedric turned back. "What? Why did you come over?" Cedric blinked. "After? Yeah." As if the answer were obvious, Cedric frowned. "To see if you were alive." Harry huffed a small laugh. Cedric's expression eased. Then, more quietly, "And because if they turn the rest of this year into theater, someone ought to keep checking whether the people in it are still real." That was such a Cedric Diggory thing to say that Harry would remember it later in the graveyard with a kind of grief he could not yet imagine. But not yet. Now there was only the tent, the egg, the ache in his ribs, and the relief of being alive enough to feel all of it. Cedric stood at last. "I should let Pomfrey keep being furious at you in peace. She seems gifted at it. She's a professional." At the flap he paused. "Oh, and Potter?" Harry looked up. Cedric's eyes flicked once to the Omnitrix, then back to Harry's face. "Next time," he said. "Don't prove you can do it human unless you absolutely have to." Then he left. Harry sat very still. The Omnitrix glowed faintly at his wrist. "A sensible recommendation," Asmoth said. Harry stared after Cedric. "Yeah," he murmured. Then, after a pause, "I'm probably going to ignore it someday. Obviously." Harry leaned back against the cot and shut his eyes. The first task was over. He had survived the dragon. The judges had scored him high. The school would talk for weeks. The ministry would write new, worried paragraphs. And somewhere in the castle, the golden egg waited to become the next problem. But beneath the noise, beneath the pain, beneath the tournament's endless appetite for turning children into stories, something clearer remained. Heatblast had answered the fire. XLR-8 had failed halfway. The plan had broken. And still Harry had reached the egg, not because the Omnitrix had made him invincible, because it had run out and he had not. That truth frightened adults more than any alien ever could. It frightened Harry a little too. Which he thought, as sleep finally dragged at him through pain and potion haze, probably meant it mattered. If the first task taught Hogwarts that Harry Potter could survive a dragon, the weeks that followed taught the castle something even more dangerous. Success did not simplify him. It multiplied him. People looked at Harry differently after the Horntail, some with awe now sharpened by caution, as if the line between spectacle and threat had finally come into focus. Some with admiration that embarrassed him more than the cruelty ever had. A few with that peculiar hunger audiences develop for anyone who has nearly died in public and lived attractively enough to make it seem meaningful. The younger years became unbearable for a while. First years stared openly. Second years asked impossible questions in whispers loud enough to qualify as declarations. A pair of Ravenclaws tried to start a betting sheet on whether Harry's next transformation would involve wings, extra eyes, or some sort of probability manipulation, which Hermione shut down with all the gentleness of a military occupation. The older students were subtler. That was worse. They watched Harry in corridors with calculation now, not mere fascination. The dragon task had not just proved that the Omnitrix was powerful. It had proved that Harry himself remained dangerous after the Omnitrix failed, and that made every adult in the castle a little more alert in his presence. McGonagall began checking on him under pretexts thin enough to be charitable. Snape went from open contempt to a quieter, sharper kind of observation that felt suspiciously like professional concern buried under years of bad habits. Moody regarded Harry with that scarred battlefield look of his and said one day after class, "Never switch mid-load again unless you've decided your skeleton is decorative." Harry had answered, "That's specific." Moody's magical eye spun once. Painfully. Dumbledore said less than anyone, which somehow meant more. After the first task, he summoned Harry not for reprimand but for tea. They sat in the headmaster's office while silver instruments ticked and hissed around them. Fawkes watched from his perch with that ancient, impossible bird patience of his. Dumbledore poured tea with maddening calm while Harry tried not to wince every time his still-healing ribs objected to breathing. "You frightened me," Dumbledore said at last, setting down the teapot. Harry blinked. The words were so simple that they bypassed every defense he had prepared. "I know," he said quietly. Dumbledore regarded him over the rim of his spectacles. "I do not say that to burden you, Harry, only to spare you the falsehood that competence cancels danger. It does not." Harry looked down at the Omnitrix, dim under his sleeve. "I didn't mean to make it that messy." "No," Dumbledore said. "But intention and outcome are cousins, not twins." That sounded like one of those headmaster sentences designed to become more true the more Harry resented it. Then Dumbledore added, gentler, "You adapted under failure. That is rare. I admire it. I would also prefer fewer circumstances in which you must." Harry let out a breath that might almost have been a laugh. The headmaster smiled faintly. "Alas, Hogwarts and I have seldom specialized in fewer circumstances." It was, Harry thought later, the most honest thing anyone had ever said about the school. The golden egg, meanwhile, became the immediate center of his life and the least cooperative object in it. At first it was simply mysterious. Large, heavy, beautifully made, and utterly useless. When Harry opened it in the privacy of an abandoned classroom, it emitted a shriek so violent and inhuman that Peeves fled through the ceiling on instinct, and Harry slammed it shut with ringing ears and several fresh opinions about tournament design. Ron, who had insisted on being present for the second attempt, dropped flat on the floor and shouted, "That's not a clue, that's revenge." Hermione clapped both hands over her ears and shouted something that sounded like, "We need context." Though it might have been, "I hate this school." And honestly, the distinction was academic. Cedric, annoyingly, figured his clue out first. Harry knew because Cedric began looking at him with an increasingly guilty sort of politeness in passing, as if trying to decide whether helping another champion would be noble, unfair, or both. Eventually, that war inside him broke the way it always did in Cedric Diggory, toward decency. He caught Harry leaving the library on a gray December afternoon, the sky outside the corridor windows already darkening toward evening. "Potter." Harry stopped. Cedric stood by the archway with his hands in the pockets of his robe, expression caught halfway between awkward and resolved. "I'm not going to tell you outright," Cedric said at once, "before you say anything." "I hadn't. I know, you were about to be annoyingly noble about it." Harry almost smiled. "Maybe," Cedric rolled one shoulder. Look, you helped me with the dragons," Harry frowned. "I didn't," Cedric gave him a look. "You didn't tell anyone I saw them that night. That counts?" Harry had the feeling this moral arithmetic only made sense inside Cedric's head and the laws of Hufflepuff honor, but he let it stand. Cedric glanced up and down the corridor to be sure they were alone. "Take the egg to the prefect's bathroom," he said, "and open it underwater." Then, before Harry could properly thank him or argue about fairness or ask how Cedric managed to remain this irritatingly decent in a school built on factionalism, Cedric added, "Trust me. The clue's worse before it gets better." He walked away. Harry stared after him. Then, because this was his life, he took an ancient magical death riddle into the school's fanciest bath. The clue, as it turned out, sang underwater, not beautifully. Not at first. But once submerged, the shrieking resolved into a chorus of eerie voices warning the champions that they must seek what they'd sorely miss in the Black Lake and retrieve it within an hour. Harry surfaced in a mountain of perfumed bubbles with water streaming off his glasses and the sudden, awful clarity of understanding. "An hour," he muttered. The Omnitrix pulsed once. Aquatic adaptation recommended. Harry glared at it. "Don't sound smug." "I am not smug. I am correct in liquid environments." That, unfortunately, was also true. Ripjaws had always been one of Harry's less comfortable forms, not because the alien was weak. Quite the opposite. Pisxis Valen biology came with terrifying efficiency in water. Propulsion, pressure tolerance, predatory sensory systems, jaws capable of doing unsettling things to most known materials. But Ripjaws also came with instincts Harry trusted less than Heatblast's calm or even Wildmutt's pack logic. Water changed morality when filtered through that body, not in some melodramatic dark temptation way. In simpler, harsher ways. Territory, hunger, motion, an awareness of other living things as hydrodynamic patterns before personhood had time to attach itself. Harry never stayed Ripjaws long without coming back to land feeling uncomfortably close to a creature who had not once considered consent when looking at the world. Now, naturally, the second task demanded sustained underwater function for a full hour. The problem was obvious the moment Hermione heard the clue. "The transformation timer," she said, already pacing before he had finished explaining. Ron looked up from where he sat on Harry's bed, helping himself to Harry's chocolate frogs with criminal serenity. "What about it?" Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "Ripjaws won't hold for an hour." Hermione stopped pacing. "How long?" 10 minutes, roughly, less under stress. "More if Asmuth's feeling charitable, which he usually isn't. Incorrect. I am consistent, not uncharitable. Your perspective lacks technical gratitude." Hermione couldn't hear that, but she narrowed her eyes as if she sensed the invisible insult by atmospheric pressure alone. "So," she said, "the task isn't just retrieval, it's recharge management." Ron sat up straighter. "Underwater." "Yes, Ronald," Hermione said tightly. "That is the relevant horror." Once the practical shape of the problem emerged, they attacked it the only way they knew how, with overplanning. Hermione produced books on gillyweed, bubblehead charms, merpeople customs, lake ecology, magical endurance, and one truly dreadful volume titled Watery Deaths of Northern Europe. Ron contributed common sense where available and dumb questions where not, which in fairness sometimes turned out to be the same thing in different clothes. "What if the merpeople nick the thing while it's recharging?" he asked on the second evening of preparation. Hermione opened her mouth to dismiss this. Harry didn't, because it was exactly the kind of ugly possibility the tournament adored. "What if they do?" he said. The room went still. Then Hermione sat down abruptly and began writing a new page of notes titled Recharge Vulnerability During Immersion in capitals so aggressive the quill nearly tore the parchment. By Christmas. Harry understood the task well enough to be afraid intelligently rather than vaguely. That was progress of a sort. The Black Lake was vast, dark, colder and deeper than it looked from shore. The captives would be held by merpeople, which meant Harry needed not just to find Ron quickly, because of course it would be Ron. There was no universe in which the tournament would miss that symbolic opportunity, but to do so in an environment where Ripjaw's instincts would treat nearly everything as either obstacle, prey, or rival. And even if he found Ron immediately, he would still need to navigate timing. Ripjaws for descent. Revert before the timer ran out, survive underwater while the Omnitrix recharged, retransform, ascend, repeat as needed. Could you use another form in between? Hermione asked one night, cross-legged on the library floor amid a fortress of open books. Harry considered. Diamondhead maybe for pressure, but he doesn't breathe water. Heatblast would be spectacularly stupid. Wildmutt underwater sounds like a mythological punishment. Ron, sprawled on his stomach nearby, raised a hand. Can Ghost Freak drown? Harry looked at him. Hermione looked at him. Ron lowered the hand. Right, thought I'd ask. Asmuth unhelpfully supplied an answer anyway, not in any humanly satisfying sense. No, Harry rubbed at his eyes. He barely slept the week before the task. When he did, he dreamed in drowned textures, green-black water, rope-like weeds. Things moving just beyond vision in depths too cold to deserve names. Sometimes the dreams were Ripjaw's dreams, all speed and dark instinct and the terrible clarity of being built for an element that had once terrified him. Those were almost worse. The morning of the second task broke gray and bitter over the lake. Ice crusted the edges of the shallows. Mist dragged low over the water, turning the surface into a sheet of polished metal. The stands built around the lake were packed and loud despite the cold. Students huddled in scarves and robes, faces pale with winter and excitement. Professors stood in clusters, their breath ghosting in the air. Ministry officials, more bundled than dignified, occupied a row near the judge's platform as though bureaucracy could insulate itself against weather. Harry stood in the champion's tent with the others while the sounds from outside rose and broke like surf. Fleur looked composed, though a little too still around the mouth. Crumb was all focus, shoulders loose in the way athletes get before becoming something other than ordinary. Cedric stood near the opening in profile to the gray light, expression unreadable except for the steady flex and unflex of one hand. Harry's own pulse had gone from fear to calm and back again so often that it now seemed to be trying both at once. Ron, fortunately not present to be drowned symbolically just yet, had seen him before he came down. "Get me back in one piece," he'd said at breakfast, trying for lightness and not quite getting there. Harry had snorted. "Selfish." Ron grinned. "Obviously." Then, quieter so only Harry heard, "Don't let the lake make you forget who you're bringing back." That had stayed with him all the way to the tent. Now Cedric glanced sideways and caught Harry looking at the water through the flap. "Nervous?" Cedric asked. Harry let out a short breath. "About the drowning, yes." Cedric's mouth twitched. "Reasonable." Harry looked over. "You," Cedric's gaze returned to the lake. "I keep thinking the trick with these tasks is that they don't want the obvious answer. That's making me suspicious of all my answers." Harry understood that too well. "The obvious answer is usually still an answer," he said. Cedric glanced at his wrist. "Maybe for you." There was no envy in it. Only that same unsettling, clean perception Cedric brought to difficult things. Harry opened his mouth to say something. He wasn't sure what. Perhaps that Ripjaws was not exactly a cheat code when the timer and instincts, and the basic fact of being transformed into an aquatic apex predator all factored in. But the whistle outside cut through the tent before he found the words. Bagman's amplified voice boomed over the lake, absurdly cheerful in the cold. "Champions!" They walked out together. The stands erupted. The lake waited. Harry took his place on the platform beside the others while Bagman recited the rules again for the crowd's benefit. An hour. Retrieve what had been taken. Return it. Points awarded for speed and success. Harry barely heard him. He was staring at the water, not because it looked frightening, because Ripjaws inside him had already recognized it as invitation. The Omnitrix pulsed with alert readiness. Aquatic medium confirmed. Temperature tolerable. Native fauna dense but unremarkable. Merpopulation present. Harry took a slow breath. Remember what I'm here for. There was the faintest pause. Then, yes, the whistle blew. All 4 champions moved at once. Floor launched a burst of charm work that sent silver bubbles racing across the surface. Cedric vanished beneath in a clean dive. Crumb entered the water like a spear. Harry slapped the Omnitrix. Green light split the mist. Ripjaws hit the lake. The first sensation was relief so profound it felt nearly sinful. Water closed over him and the world simplified instantly. Cold became irrelevant. Resistance became language. Ripjaw's body surged alive in the depths with a joy so primitive and total that Harry had to clamp down on it before it took the whole frame of thought with it. His legs fused and drove him forward with brutal efficiency. Gills opened along his neck. The murk turned luminous in a different spectrum: movement, current, pressure, living shape. The black lake was enormous. From shore it had seemed mysterious. From inside it became territorial. Weeds towered like forests. Rock shelves plunged into darker trenches. Shoals of fish exploded apart in silver panic as Ripjaws cut through them. Strange small beings skittered along the silt. The whole lake pulsed with its own alien ecology, ancient and self-contained and profoundly uninterested in human tournaments. Harry went down, fast. Every instinct in the form urged predatory confidence. Ripjaws did not sneak. Ripjaws cut water apart and owned the lane he occupied. Harry had to keep reminding himself, through thought, through memory, through the image of Ron grinning badly over breakfast, that he was not here to conquer an environment. He was here to rescue someone from one. He found the first signs of the merpeople 20 yards below the first rock shelf. Worked stone half buried in silt, rope lines wound around pillars, spear points glinting in the green gloom. Their village lay farther still, built among ruins sunk so long ago the lake had grown around them and made them local history. The timer in the Omnitrix ticked against his awareness like a second pulse. 9 minutes, 8.5. Ripjaws could have reached the village and back in 10 if the path were clear, and the captives handed over politely by aquatic diplomats. The tournament, being itself, had other plans. The first merperson rose from the dark ahead of him with a spear leveled and hair streaming like weeds. Then a second, then 3 more spaced in a crescent. They were not passive guards. They were a boundary. Ripjaws bared his teeth instinctively. The response in the water was immediate. Spears angled tighter. Currents shifted around bodies trained to fight submerged. Harry forced himself not to lunge. That was harder than he liked. The merpeople were not merely humanoid obstacles to Ripjaws. Their movement patterns read like competing predators. Territorial, organized, unafraid. The alien body beneath Harry's mind wanted to establish hierarchy with violence and move on. He gritted against the urge. The lead merperson pointed downward, then at him, then spread both hands in what Harry interpreted through a fog of aquatic instinct and tournament stress, as something between challenge and condition. Test, not denial. Harry almost swore underwater, of course. The tournament had not simply hidden Ron. It had apparently outsourced gatekeeping to a community with pride. Ripjaws circled once, slow enough to show control, fast enough to keep the balance of power unclear. One merperson advanced. Harry darted under the spear point, touched the haft with one claw, then twisted away before the others could close. Not attack. Assessment. The lead merperson bared pointed teeth in what was almost a smile. Then all 5 surged. The fight, if it could be called that, was swift and deeply strange. Harry learned within seconds that merpeople underwater fought less like humans and more like schools of coordinated knives. They came from multiple angles, used terrain, leveraged current. Ripjaws answered with raw speed, torque, and terrifying bite force he refused to use fully. He parried spears aside, spun between strikes, slammed one attacker gently, by Ripjaw's standards, into a pillar and felt the form's savage irritation at the very concept of gently. One spear grazed his shoulder. Ripjaw's body reacted with instant predatory escalation. Harry nearly lost the argument right there. No, he thought hard enough it hurt. They're people, Ripjaws thought, with all the moral delicacy of a hunter in dark water. They are in the way. Harry used the momentum of that instinct instead of letting it use him. He dove beneath the formation, kicked off the lake bed, and burst up through the center of their circle hard enough to throw all 5 off alignment without maiming any of them. Their formation broke. The lead merperson wheeled, watched him, then lowered the spear. Passage granted. Harry shot downward before the body could interpret that as weakness instead of permission. By the time he reached the village, the Omnitrix timer had dropped to under 4 minutes. The sight waiting there would have unnerved him even without Ripjaw's instincts complicating everything. Stone ruins crouched on the lake bed, draped in weed and strung with rope. Merpeople moved through them in watchful silence. Bound at the center, suspended in the dark water with pale hair and limp limbs drifting around them, were the hostages, Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and Fleur's little sister, Gabrielle de Lacquer, so young and still that something icy went through Harry's chest. All 4 were tied by long cords to a massive carved statue half buried in the silt. Harry headed straight for Ron. Of course he did. He was almost there when the timer struck. The Omnitrix flashed warning red. Reversion imminent. Harry's stomach dropped. He slashed the first binding on Ron's wrists, then grabbed both of them and kicked hard upward just as green light consumed him. Reverting underwater was misery. His body condensed brutally into human shape, lungs suddenly wrong for the environment, senses collapsing from aquatic clarity into ordinary panic. The cold hit all at once. The pressure became alien again. Harry clutched Ron and the half-cut rope with frantic fingers as the dark water turned instantly from territory into threat. The Omnitrix faceplate went dark. Recharge. Harry's borrowed stores of air from before the dive were almost gone. He needed to ration movement, hold position, not black out, and somehow not lose Ron or drift into the merpeople's village like a stunned trout while waiting for the recharge cycle. This, Hermione had said, is the relevant horror. She had not been wrong. Harry jammed one hand into the stone of the statue to anchor himself and fought the blind rising panic of being human underwater in too much dark. Below him, merpeople watched, not interfering, not helping, testing. One of them touched Gabrielle's rope and then looked up at Harry with unblinking dark eyes. The meaning was hideously clear. Choose, bring your own, or more. The recharge felt infinite. His lungs screamed. He thought of surfacing now, transforming later, diving again. Wasting time, maybe losing the captives entirely if the merpeople decided that it answered their test. The Omnitrix lit green. Harry slammed it without dignity. Ripjaws returned in a rush of rightness so intense it nearly made him feral. He cut Ron fully free first and dragged him upward several yards toward a rising current before forcing himself to stop. Ron first, said the human part of him. Small one drowning, said Ripjaws, fixating on Gabrielle's slight drifting body. Harry could have hated the form for that if it were that simple. But it wasn't cruelty. It was a different hierarchy of vulnerability. Ripjaws read the smallest captive as the one most at risk. The merpeople still watched. Harry cursed inwardly and kicked back down. He cut Gabrielle free. Now he had Ron in one arm and Gabrielle in the other, the timer already dropping, ascent distance still ugly, and the exact sinking realization that he would not be able to manage 4 hostages even if morality demanded it. Cho and Hermione remained tied below. Ripjaw's instincts were already solving for load and current. Prioritize what can be moved. Ignore what cannot. Efficiency over guilt. Harry refused. He darted once toward Hermione, reached her, and found the rope bound through stone in a knot his transformed claws could cut, but not before the timer dropped into its final minute. Ripjaw's body knew it too. Panic sharpened into predatory urgency. Leave. Surface. Survive. Harry cut one of Hermione's bindings anyway. The merpeople surged forward then, not attacking but closing a wall of movement between him and the remaining ropes. The lead merperson touched its own chest, then the children, then pointed upward. Enough. They would return them. He had passed something, or failed something less. Harry did not know which. He only knew the timer would not negotiate. He shot upward with Ron and Gabrielle, body built for this motion and half-mad with the need to beat the countdown. Water streamed past. The surface was an unreachable brightness somewhere above. His muscles burned. The Egg Clue's song rang in memory like mockery. He was nearly there when the Omnitrix began warning again, not enough time. He angled toward a current vent, let it carry part of the rise, and hit the faceplate the instant it darkened. Too early to help, too late to matter, but the cycle snapped quickly this time and Ripjaws reasserted himself before human drowning fully caught up. He burst from the lake in a spray of freezing water, gasping through gills. Ron slung half across one shoulder, Gabrielle cradled against his side. The crowd's roar hit him an instant later, noise. Sky, cold, light. Teachers on the platform were shouting, boats were already racing toward him. Fleur stood on the dock in soaked robes and visible horror, scanning the water for her sister. Cedric had surfaced farther down with Cho and was dragging her in. Crumb, partially transformed back from whatever shark-like strategy he'd used, was hauling Hermione up by brute effort and questionable grace. Harry hit the shallows and reverted half in the water, half on his knees in the mud, choking lake from his lungs while hands descended from everywhere at once. He heard Fleur cry out in relief before he saw anything clearly. Gabrielle was lifted from his arms by Mediwizards, and then by Fleur herself, who fell to her knees in the icy shore water without caring what elegance thought of it. Ron coughed awake beside Harry and immediately said, "That was rubbish," which reassured Harry more than any healer could have. Hermione surfaced behind Crumb's sputtering and furious that anyone had considered leaving her under evaluation conditions. Madame Pomfrey descended like divine judgment. "What have I said?" she demanded of Harry while dragging him upright by one arm, about choosing aquatic catastrophe as a hobby. Harry coughed lake water and said that I shouldn't. Correct, the judges were arguing. Harry could hear it even through the ringing in his ears. Bagman sounded impressed. Maxime sounded offended by timing more than method. Karkaroff was, from tone alone, being himself. Dumbledore's voice cut through the others once, calm and absolute, and whatever dispute he aimed at collapsed into a lower register. Harry stood shivering under an armful of towels while Ron, now wrapped in one himself, squinted at him through wet hair. "You took your time," Ron said weakly. Harry let out a laugh that shook with leftover adrenaline. "You were asleep." "Yeah, but I can still feel neglected." Hermione, arriving swaddled in blankets and righteous indignation, shoved his shoulder. "Did you go back for Gabrielle?" Harry looked at her. She already knew the answer, and because she was Hermione, she was already angry on 3 moral levels about the fact that the answer mattered. "Yes," he said. Her expression did something complicated: pride, worry, and the specific exasperated affection reserved for boys who nearly drown because they are incapable of leaving well enough alone. "Of course you did," she muttered. Fleur crossed the platform toward him then, Gabrielle alive and blinking in the arms of a healer behind her. Up close, Fleur's composure had cracked completely. Her silver hair clung damply to her shoulders. Her eyes were bright with the kind of raw-feeling dignity cannot cover quickly enough. "You saved my sister," she said. Harry shook his head at once. "The merpeople would have—" "You did not know that," Fleur cut in, which was fair. She looked at him another second, then leaned forward and kissed him once on each cheek in front of half the school. The crowd, which had not yet exhausted its appetite for spectacle, made a sound somewhere between delight and scandalized ecstasy. Ron nearly fell over laughing. Harry went scarlet enough to steam. Later, when the scores were announced, they reflected what the judges preferred not to say plainly. Cedric and Crumb had been efficient. Fleur had been delayed, then courageous. Harry had broken the logic of the task, not by speed. He was slower than planned, slower than elegant success demanded. But by refusing the premise that the captives were merely symbolic property to be retrieved in order of ownership, Dumbledore awarded high marks, Bagman predictably higher. Karkaroff looked ill. None of it mattered much to Harry in the first hour afterward. What mattered was warmth. And not drowning. And the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey installed all 4 champions and most of the hostages into curtained beds under blankets thick enough to silence protest. Hot potions appeared. Dry clothes appeared. Ron appeared in Harry's curtained corner uninvited and stayed there until Pomfrey threw him out on the grounds that recovered hostages did not count as sanctioned visitors. Cedric stopped by later, hair still damp, face tired. He stood at the foot of Harry's bed and shook his head once in something like disbelief. You went back. Harry, cocooned under enough blankets to qualify as furniture, looked up at him. I thought they might leave her. Cedric leaned against the bedpost, hands in his pockets. Did you? Harry hesitated. No, he admitted. Not really. Cedric nodded as if that answer mattered more than the action. Then why'd you do it? Harry looked at the Omnitrix resting dark against his wrist. He thought of Ripjaw's instincts urging efficiency, of the merpeople's spears, of Gabrielle drifting so small in the green dark, of the exact moment he knew logic and mercy were no longer pointing in the same direction. Because I could, he thought at first, but that wasn't the deepest truth. Because if I hadn't, Harry said slowly, I'd have spent the rest of the year wondering when I started letting the tasks decide what counted as enough. Cedric was quiet, then he let out a soft breath and smiled, tired but real. That, he said, is unfortunately very like you. Harry snorted. Cedric straightened. For what it's worth, I think the lake liked you less than the dragon did. The lake tested me more, Harry said. Cedric considered that, and then nodded once, as though he understood exactly what Harry meant even if the specifics remained underwater. Before he left, his eyes flicked to the Omnitrix. It still doesn't look easy, he said. Harry looked down too. No. It didn't, not now, not in the way people imagined. Not after feeling Ripjaw's hunger press against human judgment with cold, competent logic. Not after spending recharge cycles half-drowning in the dark. Not after learning again that every form solved one problem by proposing 3 more. No, Harry said, it isn't. Cedric's expression softened with that strange, grief-adjacent understanding he had developed around Harry this year. Good, he said quietly. I mean not good. But I'm glad it isn't stealing the hard parts from you. Harry did not answer at once, because the sentence had struck too close to something he had only recently learned how to name. Cedric nodded as if the silence was answer enough, and left him to the quiet of the ward. That night, long after Pomfrey dimmed the lamps and the hospital wing settled into soft breaths and rustling sheets, Ron padded back in wearing borrowed slippers and determination. He perched on the edge of Harry's bed and handed him contraband toast stolen from somewhere improbable. Harry accepted it without asking questions. This was the purest form of their friendship. For a while they ate in silence. Then Ron said very quietly, "What's it actually like?" Harry turned his head on the pillow. "What?" "The watch." Ron shrugged one shoulder. "Everyone acts like it's just power. Like you press a button and become whatever fixes things. But it never looks like that when you come back." The hospital wing was dark except for moonlight and one low lantern by the nurse's station. Harry stared up at the canopy above his bed and thought about how to answer. He could have said it hurt. That was true sometimes. He could have said it was frightening. Also true. He could have talked about instincts, timers, identity, all the ways wearing another species sharpened and distorted and expanded him. Instead, he went for the truest, simple answer. "It isn't power," he said. Ron waited. Harry looked at the Omnitrix, faintly green in the dark. "It's possibility." Ron frowned. "That sounds like something Hermione would say right before assigning homework." Harry laughed softly. "I mean it. Power's direct, simple, do a thing, get a result. But this," he lifted his wrist slightly, "it opens doors, that's all. I still have to choose which one to walk through, and sometimes the door leads somewhere useful. Sometimes it leads to me half drowning while trying not to think like a shark." Ron considered that with the total seriousness he reserved for Quidditch strategy and emotional emergencies. So it's not deciding for you? No. And it's not wanting things. Harry shook his head. It doesn't want me to win the tournament, he said. It doesn't want Ron Weasley back more than anyone else. It doesn't care about school points or glory or any of it. It just, he searched for the shape of it. It just makes more kinds of action possible. The rest is still me. Ron nodded slowly. That's better, he said at last. Harry blinked. Better? Yeah. Ron looked down at the toast in his hands. Because if it were just power, then everyone's worst ideas about it would sort of be right, wouldn't they? Harry was quiet. Ron went on, frowning toward the dark. But if it's possibility, then that means you're still the bit that matters most. There it was again, that accidental clarity Ron sometimes stumbled into so perfectly it felt like luck was cheating on his behalf. Harry smiled into the dimness. Yeah, he said. I think that's right. The Omnitrix pulsed once, an unexpectedly competent articulation. Asmoth murmured. Harry closed his eyes. Don't ruin it. Ron squinted. What? Nothing. Ron threw a crust at him and missed by a mile, which was reassuring. Then he yawned, muttered something about Hermione murdering both of them if she discovered he'd broken curfew in slippers for philosophical discussion, and slipped away. Harry lay awake a while longer listening to the quiet ward, the lake still ghost-cold in his bones. The second task was over. He had survived the water. He had learned that Ripjaws was more dangerous morally than physically. He had confirmed, once again, that the tournament loved using children as symbols, and that Harry Potter had a pathological resistance to leaving symbols where people might drown under them. And somewhere out there, beyond hospital curtains and winter and tournament scores, the third task was already waiting. But for now the world was simple. Breath in, breath out, warm bed, steady pulse. And on his wrist, the green hourglass glowed softly like a promise that was never simple, and had long ago stopped pretending to be. Cornelius Fudge had always preferred problems that already belonged to language. That, more than most people understood, was the real secret of political life. A dragon loose in Wales was a problem, yes, but it was a problem with forms, departments, budget reallocations, statements to the press, sympathy for affected livestock, very serious meetings conducted at a pace slow enough to imply control. A riot at the Quidditch World Cup was dreadful, but it too could be named, contained, narrated, public disorder, security lapse, isolated extremist behavior. One could build a scaffold of words around such things until the thing itself looked smaller inside them. Cornelius Fudge liked that. He liked the reassuring architecture of categories. He liked, even more, being the man who stood in front of categories and said, "You may panic if you wish, but kindly do it through proper channels." Harry Potter had become intolerable precisely because he would not stay inside any channel anyone had ever built. Fudge sat in his office 3 days after the second task with 3 memoranda spread before him, a teacup cooling untouched by his elbow, and a headache installed behind both eyes like a permanent ministry fixture. The first memorandum, stamped in red by the Department of International Magical Cooperation, warned that foreign observers had expressed renewed concern regarding Hogwarts' decision to permit the continued active participation of a biologically unstable, externally bonded transformation host in the Triwizard Tournament. The second, from Magical Law Enforcement, proposed that the Ministry consider emergency classification procedures under statutes usually reserved for dangerous magical hybrids, cursed bloodlines, or experimental weaponized entities. The third was from Dolores Umbridge. That alone made him sigh. Dolores had a talent for producing documents that looked so neat, and Civil One could nearly forget they were advocating the administrative strangulation of a child. Fudge picked it up again anyway. Proposal for preliminary review. The Omnitrix and its host, in light of repeated public transformations, demonstrated immunity or resistance to conventional magical constraints and uncertain legal status in competition. I respectfully recommend the minister convene an extraordinary review panel to determine whether 1. Mr. Potter remains legally classifiable as a wizard under active bonded conditions. 2. 3. The Omnitrix should be seized under provisional dark artifact or other dangerous object statutes. 4. 5. Emergency containment protocols should be authorized for public safety pending full assessment. 6. The worst part was not that the language was cruel. Dolores was too clever to be overtly cruel on paper. The worst part was that it sounded reasonable if one had not spent any time in the same room as Harry Potter, and therefore found it easy to imagine him as a circumstance rather than a boy. Fudge put the parchment down harder than he meant to. Outside his office windows, ministry owls came and went through the cold grey afternoon over London. Somewhere below, the atrium hummed with the usual movement of employees, petitioners, memos, interns, and worried people pretending they were not worried, because this was the ministry and worrying was only valid when properly filed. He adjusted the lime green bowler hat on the desk rather than on his head. A nervous habit. He disliked being aware of it. The problem was not the child, not really. The problem was what gathered around him. If Potter had merely been odd, Fudge could have ignored him. If the Omnitrix had merely been powerful, it could perhaps have been regulated, studied, fenced in by committees. But everything about the blasted thing undermined the ministry's central claim about itself, which was simple and ancient and sat at the core of every polished corridor and carefully framed portrait. All magical phenomena eventually answer to magical governance. The Omnitrix did not answer. It did not register properly. It did not detach. It did not fit blood law, artifact law, creature law, or curses. It did not even misbehave in ways the ministry recognized. It simply ignored whole branches of wizarding assumption as if those assumptions had not been worth consulting. And people had begun to notice the World Cup whispers, the Goblet Crisis, the Horntail, now the Black Lake, where by all accounts Harry Potter had gone underwater as some variety of aquatic predator, ignored the task's intended symbolic limits, and surfaced with not only his assigned hostage but another school's child besides. The papers were already dividing into camps. Heroic overreach, said some. Reckless instability, said others. One ridiculous columnist had called Harry the boy who expands. Fudge loathed that title because it sounded catchy enough to stick. A knock came at the door. Enter. Dolores Umbridge glided in with a stack of fresh files, and the composed expression of someone who had never once in her life doubted the civilizing power of a well-placed form. She wore pink, of course. She always wore pink, as if determined to prove that offensiveness could arrive wrapped in a nursery. "Minister," she said in her soft, siruped voice, "the review chamber is prepared." Fudge pinched the bridge of his nose. "Do we truly need all of this?" Dolores smiled. That was never encouraging. "I fear we do. The Department of Mysteries insists that if the device is not magical, then it must be evaluated before assumptions harden into precedent. Magical law enforcement wants a ruling before the third task. International cooperation wants language to calm foreign complaints. And, if I may say so, the public would benefit from a demonstration that the ministry is not asleep." Fudge did not like the implication embedded in that. He liked it even less because she was right. "And Dumbledore?" "Coming," Dolores said, with the faintest disapproval in the word. He requested Mr. Potter be permitted counsel, or as near to counsel as school authority may be said to qualify. Fudge made a face. "And Potter," escorted from Hogwarts, calmly. She consulted one of her files. He asked whether this was a hearing or an ambush. Fudge stared at her. Dolores did not blink. That, she added, was impertinent of him. Fudge looked back at the memoranda. No, he thought not for the first time, not impertinent, observant. "Very well," he said. "Let's have it done." Dolores inclined her head and withdrew. Fudge sat another few seconds in the dim office with the cooling tea and the stacked worry of paper all around him, and thought, not for the first time, and certainly not for the last, that there had been a point in his career when his greatest concern involved cauldron import tariffs. He missed those days with unexpected tenderness. Then he stood, took up his hat, and went downstairs to decide what counted as a person. Harry had been to the ministry before. That did not make it any less unpleasant. The flu deposited him, Dumbledore and McGonagall into the visitors' atrium in a rush of green flame and polished unease. Harry stumbled out onto gleaming dark wood and golden fireplaces, brushing soot from his robes while ministry officials pretended not to stare in the open way Hogwarts students did. They stared in the professional way instead. That was worse. Clerks in plum robes paused over memos. A pair of aurors by the lifts looked at Harry's scar, then his wrist, then very carefully at nothing at all. A witch with an armful of parchment nearly collided with a fountain because she turned her head 1 second too long as she passed. The atrium's great enchanted fountain splashed gold and silver under vaulted ceilings. Wizards, witches, centaurs, goblins, and house elves all looked nobly cooperative in statuesque form, which Harry thought was probably the most unrealistic thing in the building. The Omnitrix rested cool on his wrist, unusually quiet. That worried him. He stood between Dumbledore and McGonagall and felt, with acute and humiliating clarity, that he was 14 years old and being taken to a government hearing because adults had not yet decided whether he was still the right category of child. McGonagall's mouth was a hard line. Dumbledore looked serene in the way that meant he was most dangerous. "Do I get to know exactly what this is?" Harry asked as they crossed the atrium toward the lifts. "A review," said McGonagall curtly. "A hearing," said Dumbledore mildly. Harry looked from one to the other. "An ambush, then." McGonagall inhaled through her nose in a way that suggested she found this an unhelpful but not entirely unsupported reading. Dumbledore's beard shifted with the hint of a smile. "Let us call it," he said, "an occasion on which institutions reveal themselves. That sounds worse." "Often, yes." They entered the lift with 2 unspeakables already inside. Harry knew they were unspeakables before anyone spoke because they carried silence around themselves like a separate garment. Their robes were dark and severe. Their eyes flicked once to the Omnitrix with interest stripped so thoroughly of warmth it became almost surgical. Harry looked away first. The lift descended. Department after department lit and vanished in green letters. Magical law enforcement, international magical cooperation, mysteries. The doors opened at a sublevel Harry had never seen before. The corridor beyond was circular, dimmer than the rest of the ministry, and built from pale stone that reflected sound badly enough to make every footstep feel too loud. A ministry which waited at the far end holding a clipboard and the expression of someone asked to manage weather. She led them into a chamber that tried very hard to look neutral and failed. It was round, tiered, and too formal for comfort, half courtroom, half lecture theater, all arranged to make the person at the center feel smaller than the architecture around them. Witches and wizards occupied the benches in rings. Legal officials, ministry representatives, 1 or 2 journalists who had somehow become observers, and a small cluster of robed figures Harry recognized only by their posture as more unspeakables. Cornelius Fudge sat near the front in a high-backed chair that was not quite a throne and wanted to be. Dolores Umbridge perched at his right with a stack of files. Barty Crouch sat stiff and pale 2 seats beyond. Several Harry did not know held quills poised above parchment. A narrow circular platform marked the chamber's center. Harry stopped when he saw it. "Oh, absolutely not," he said. The silence that followed told him he had spoken louder than intended. Fudge cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter, if you would step forward." Harry did not move. Dumbledore's sleeve brushed his lightly, not pushing, simply there. "Harry," the headmaster said quietly, "you are not wrong to dislike staging, but refusing it entirely may cost us more than enduring it briefly." Us. Harry clung to that word harder than he liked. He stepped onto the platform. The chamber noticed, not in any magical sense, in the human one, eyes, pens, weight of attention, the old unwanted familiarity of becoming a thing everyone else had come to interpret. The Omnitrix pulsed once. Caution. Host stress elevated. Multiple adversarial vectors present. Helpful, Harry thought savagely. I thought so. Fudge stood. Let the record reflect, he began, that this extraordinary review concerns the bonded device commonly referred to as the Omnitrix and its attachment to Mr. Harry Potter, student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, currently and controversially acting as fourth champion in the Triwizard Tournament. Controversially, Harry almost laughed. Fudge continued in the oily, formal cadence adults used when hoping words could disguise their fear of what lay underneath them. The purpose of this review is not punitive. It is clarificatory. Questions have arisen regarding public safety, magical jurisdiction, legal classification, and the Ministry's obligations when confronted with novel circumstances. Novel circumstances. Hermione would have murdered at least 3 people for phrasing it that way. Fudge gestured with one hand. Mr. Potter has not been accused of wrongdoing. That was an excellent way to make everyone in the chamber feel accused anyway. Dolores rose and began reading a summary so neat it made Harry's skin crawl. First, public transformation, corridor incident, resistance to stunning magic, potions anomaly, tournament entry, dragon task, lake task, repeated demonstrations of non-standard biological variants, repeated inability of standard magical identification instruments to classify the device. Each fact, presented correctly, sounded almost damning. That was the trick, Harry realized. Cruelty did not always require lying. Sometimes it only required listing the truth in the right order. When Dolores finished, Fudge folded his hands. Mr. Potter, he said, adopting what was probably meant to sound fatherly and achieved only cautious bureaucracy. Would you agree that the Omnitrix places you outside ordinary magical precedent? Harry looked at him for a moment. Yes, he said. A flicker of satisfaction moved through parts of the room. Harry kept going. That doesn't make me outside personhood. The satisfaction died abruptly. McGonagall's spine straightened half an inch. Dumbledore did not move at all, which was how Harry knew he approved. Dolores smiled with all her small pink teeth. No one has suggested otherwise, Mr. Potter. Harry looked at her. You've spent 10 minutes trying to say it more politely. There it was again, that little sharp intake of official shock whenever a child declined to cooperate with being handled. Fudge's mouth compressed. Dumbledore spoke before the minister could. If the ministry's intent is truly clarificatory, he said, then I should like the record to reflect that Mr. Potter has remained consistently, recognizably, and ethically himself throughout 4 years of bonded conditions, including under stress severe enough to test the matter thoroughly. Ethically himself, muttered one of the unspeakables, as if filing away the phrase for later dismantling. Fudge lifted a hand. Quite, which is why we are here to proceed carefully. Harry would learn later that the ministry's definition of careful and his own were from different species entirely. The first attempt came under the heading of demonstration. A senior witch from Magical Equipment Review descended from the benches carrying a polished black case. She opened it with ceremonial slowness and revealed a pair of silver cuffs lined with runes so dense they looked almost engraved by frost. Standard magical suppression restraints, she said. Modified for high-output wandless events, bloodline surges, and metamorphic instability. Harry stared at them. The witch smiled thinly. Purely procedural. McGonagall made a sound that would have sent most first years into confession. Procedural, she repeated. You intend to shackle a student in the middle of a review and call it procedure? The witch did not look at her. The cuffs are harmless. Asmuth spoke into Harry's mind with distinct revulsion. Primitive inhibitory technology. Ugly design. Harry had the feeling that if the Omnitrix could sniff disdainfully, it would have. Fudge spread both palms in an appeal to reason. A brief test only. If the Omnitrix is magical in nature, suppression fields will at least tell us how it interfaces with known regulation. Dumbledore's expression remained calm enough to be alarming. And if it is not? He asked. Fudge hesitated. The witch solved the problem for him by stepping toward Harry directly. Mr. Potter, hold out your wrists. Harry did not move. Every eye in the chamber tightened around the moment. Then Dumbledore said very softly, "Harry, let us allow the Ministry the courtesy of disproving itself." Harry held out his wrists. The witch fastened one cuff above the Omnitrix and one below, silver snapping shut with a cold metallic click. Runes blazed blue around his forearm, rising in a narrow lattice of suppressive magic meant to dampen spell flow, lock volatile magical cores, and prevent wandless surges. For 1 second the lattice appeared complete, then the Omnitrix pulsed, not bright, not dramatic, just once. The runes flickered. The lattice collapsed inward as though it had passed through a place in reality where its assumptions no longer applied. The magic did not rebound, it did not explode. It simply streamed through Harry's arm and the Omnitrix, alike without finding purchase on either. The cuffs themselves remained physically closed, absurdly decorative and functionally irrelevant. A whisper moved through the benches like paper catching wind. The witch frowned and checked her wand. "This is impossible." Dumbledore's brows rose. "Yet there it is." Harry felt the suppressive magic sliding through him like rain through a window left open onto the wrong room. No pain, no pressure, nothing. The Ministry had built restraints for magic. The Omnitrix had declined to count as that. The witch removed the cuffs with visibly offended hands and retreated. Dolores made a note. Fudge did not look at her. The second attempt came wrapped as a theoretical test of bond mechanics. One of the unspeakables rose this time, a tall wizard with iron-colored hair and a face so emotionless Harry briefly wondered if emotion was checked at the department entrance. He held no notes, only a wand. "We request," he said, "permission to evaluate separation response." Harry felt his stomach drop. Dumbledore's voice cooled by several degrees. "On what basis?" "On the basis," said the unspeakable, "that the Ministry cannot classify an inseparable device without at least verifying inseparability." Fudge shifted in his seat. "A minor charm only, controlled." Harry looked down at the Omnitrix. The faceplate was dark, but not inactive. "Waiting, don't do anything," Harry thought at it. "Your trust in my patience is touching and misapplied." The unspeakable raised his wand. Accio Omnitrix. The chamber waited. For a split second, nothing happened. Then Harry's entire left arm jerked forward 6 inches with such force that he nearly stumbled off the platform. Pain shot up his shoulder. He hissed between his teeth. The Omnitrix did not move, not a fraction. The charm had found an object to summon, and then discovered, too late, that the object had rewritten the ordinary geometry of ownership. The result was absurd and violent. Harry himself dragged toward the caster by his own bond while the device ignored the command entirely. Gasps broke across the chamber. The unspeakable canceled the charm at once, face cracking for the first time into something like surprise. Harry caught his balance with a fury so sharp it steadied him. "That," he said, rubbing his shoulder, "seems like a terrible idea in hindsight." Several quills paused mid-note. One of the journalists, forgetting protocol, snorted out loud. Dolores looked as though someone had insulted upholstery. Fudge flushed. "Quite enough," McGonagall said coldly. "Mr. Potter is not a cauldron to be tested for dents." The iron-faced unspeakable returned to his seat. Harry kept his left hand clenched at his side until the ache subsided. The chamber had changed by then. The first failure had been unsettling. The second was humiliating, not for Harry, for the institution. He could feel it in the benches, the careful spread of discomfort when a government tries to perform competence and instead demonstrates category collapse. That was when the third attempt became inevitable, not because it was wise, because someone needed control back. The witch who stepped forward next belonged, Harry guessed, to no department that admitted openly to having her. She was younger than the others, hair twisted into a severe knot, wand held with the impeccable stillness of someone trained to cut problems into smaller pieces until they fit. "I recommend," she said to Fudge without taking her eyes off Harry's wrist, "direct material verification." Dumbledore rose before Fudge could answer. "No." The single syllable rang around the chamber. The witch did not lower her wand. If the band is not magical, then physical severance should determine whether the bond is structural, biological, or parasitic. Harry's pulse slammed once. Parasitic. That word got through every layer of composure at once. "It is not parasitic," he said. No one looked at him. That was somehow the worst part. Adults. Departments. Terms. Harry in the middle of it, still discussing his own arm and whether it counted as infestation while people argued above him in the smooth tones of professional necessity. Fudge's face had gone damp with indecision. "Surely," Dolores murmured beside him, "a minimal controlled severing charm would offer clarity." "On a child!" McGonagall's voice snapped like a striking cane. "On the attachment," Dolores corrected, in that sweet, poisonous tone of hers. The witch lifted her wand. Dumbledore stepped off the bench tier and onto the floor below in one swift motion that made half the room sit back on instinct. "I have said no." The witch finally turned her head toward him. Harry watched the silence between them harden. Then the unspeakable two rose up, said, "Respectfully, Headmaster, this is a ministry review." Dumbledore's eyes did not leave the witch. "Respectfully," he said, "Mr. Potter is my student." The witch cast anyway, defindo. Harry flinched. A silver-white arc of cutting magic struck the Omnitrix's band. What happened next no one in the room had intended. The severing charm did not cut. It met the band and folded. Not shattered. Not absorbed. Folded as though the angle of reality around the Omnitrix had briefly changed and reflected the spell inward along some line no wizarding geometry had mapped. The silver arc snapped backward. The witch had time only to widen her eyes before her own shield charm barely caught the rebound. It hit hard enough to blast her 3 paces back and carve a clean furrow through the stone dais behind her. She landed on one knee, unharmed but stunned in the deepest sense of the word. The room exploded, not physically, vocally. Officials rose. Benches stirred. Wands half drew and were checked. Fudge shouted something inaudible in the overlap. Dolores squeaked. An observer cried out. McGonagall was already moving toward Harry. The unspeakables had gone from clinically interested to alarmingly intent. Harry stood on the central platform with adrenaline roaring in his ears and one absolute clarity hammering through him. They would hurt him by procedure if no one stopped giving procedure permission to try. The Omnitrix dial rose beneath his hand. "Harry," Dumbledore said sharply, "too late." The chamber's tone had tipped. Ministry security on the side walls drew wands in reflex. Not attack exactly, but the reflex mattered less than the geometry it created. Armed adults, startled government, boy at the center. Harry hit the faceplate. Green light tore through the review chamber. XLR-8 landed where Harry had stood, and the room ceased to be the same room. Becoming XLR-8 always felt like being turned into intent, not strength, not weight, not flame, line. Angle, decision. His body narrowed into lean blue-black speed, limbs blade-shaped, visor-like mask over his face, tail balancing momentum. The world did not slow because Harry got faster. It slowed because XLR-8 existed at a pace ordinary perception could only sample after the fact. Voices stretched. Wand movements became tragic. A raised hand was a geological event. Harry saw the first 3 security spells before they were fully cast. He saw the muscle contractions in wrists, the inhale before incantation, the minute shifts of stance telegraphing direction. Every wizard in the chamber remained, from XLR-8 perspective, a person earnestly trying to duel weather by dictation. He moved. To the benches it looked like disappearance. To Harry it looked like architecture unfolding into pathways. He ran the outer ring of the chamber once, twice, 3 times in less than a breath, tracing light green afterimages across stone. Papers blew upward in his wake. Hats shifted. Robes snapped. An official cried out as her quill vanished from her fingers and reappeared impaled harmlessly into the wood of Fudge's podium. He stopped on the wall above the highest bench, balanced sideways like gravity had become an opinion. Then he ran again. This time he plucked wands, not all of them. Enough. One from the security which nearest McGonagall, one from the unspeakable with iron hair, one from the woman who had attempted defindo. He removed them with delicate contempt and deposited them in a neat row on the far side of the chamber before most of their owners had finished realizing their hands were empty. The room finally caught up in noise. What in? Contain him. Where is he? There. There was no there long enough to cast at. Bagman would later estimate that Harry circled the chamber at some absurd figure. Hermione, after consulting Muggle mathematics in a fury of vindication, announced he had been moving at several hundred miles per hour, and that a wizard relying on speech and wand motion had approximately no chance whatsoever. Ron translated this later as, basically, if you can still say the first syllable, he's already stolen your lunch. In the chamber itself, the point landed without arithmetic. The Ministry's entire paradigm for control, incantation, wand-directed magic, escalation ladder depended on the world moving slowly enough for authority to point at it. XLR-8 made pointing obsolete. Harry stopped at last in front of Fudge's dais. No one saw him arrive. They saw only the moment after, when the blue-black alien stood 5 feet from the minister, with one clawed hand resting lightly on the platform rail and enough velocity still humming in his frame to make the air around him tremble. Fudge had half risen. His eyes were wide behind his bowler hat. Harry looked up at him through XLR-8 angled visor and said, voice thin and sharp with transformed acoustics, "You can't contain what you won't understand." Then he was gone again. This time not to threaten, not to flee, but to stop on the central platform exactly where he had begun. He stood there breathing hard while the chamber spun slowly back into ordinary time around him. The Omnitrix flashed. Harry reverted, human again. Pale, shaking, glasses slightly askew, no one moved, not because he had won some duel. Because every person in that room had just watched the Ministry become obsolete inside its own chamber for 6 consecutive seconds. Dumbledore looked at Harry, not proud. Not exactly. Something older and stranger than pride moved through his face. Fudge sank back into his chair. One of the disarmed witches found her voice first. "This is exactly why—" "No," said Dumbledore. The word did not rise. It settled. More final than anger, he stepped fully into the center of the room now, putting himself beside Harry rather than speaking down at him from any tier. "What you have just witnessed," he said, voice carrying to every bench, "is not grounds for less restraint in your reasoning but more. You attempted suppression. It failed. You attempted seizure. It failed. You attempted severance against my direct objection and rebounded your own spell across a government chamber." He let that sit. Then, "And now you have seen, in a form none of your protocols anticipated, the consequence of treating a frightened student like a malfunction rather than a person." No one answered. No one sensible could. Dumbledore turned slightly, gaze moving over the benches, the unspeakables, Fudge, Dolores, the whole polished edifice of people who believed naming things amounted to mastery. "I have spent much of my life," he said quietly, "believing that the gravest powers in our world are the oldest forms of magic, blood, death, love, sacrifice, prophecy. Perhaps I was right. Perhaps I was merely provincial." Harry looked up despite himself. There was no twinkle in Dumbledore now, only thought sharpened by revelation. The prophecy? The headmaster said, almost to himself and yet to all of them, spoke of power the Dark Lord knows not. I assumed for many years that this must mean love. He paused. His eyes, very blue and very clear, rested on Harry's wrist. I may have been thinking too small. The silence after that was complete and terrible. Even Fudge did not try to speak at once. When he finally did, the minister's voice had lost much of its officious shape. "What?" he said, and it was a real question now, stripped of performance. "Are we supposed to do?" It was the most honest line he had offered all afternoon. Dumbledore answered without hesitation. "You begin," he said, "by not calling him a creature in front of his own face." Dolores made a tiny offended sound. No one paid her any attention. The review ended not with resolution but retreat. That, Harry thought as the chamber slowly released him back into motion and ordinary scale, was how governments admitted defeat when too proud to name it. No seizure order was issued. No classification finalized. The record, after much whispered consultation and visible bureaucratic agony, settled on a temporary formula so cumbersome it almost counted as surrender. Mr. Harry Potter remains, pending further study, a wizard student under extraordinary bonded extraterrestrial conditions. No separation or suppression measures are authorized without headmaster review, except in immediate catastrophic emergencies as defined by Joint Ministry Hogwarts Accord. Hermione, when she read it later, called it the verbal equivalent of backing into a hedge. Ron thought it sounded like victory with extra steps. McGonagall took Harry back to Hogwarts in a silence so tightly controlled it practically deserved detentions of its own. She said nothing in the flue, nothing crossing the stone floor outside Dumbledore's office. Nothing while Harry, exhausted to the bone, stood waiting for either praise or reprimand and found both impossible to predict. At last, in the corridor outside Gryffindor Tower, she turned to him. That, she said, was intolerable. Harry opened his mouth. She raised a hand. Not your transformation. Though I would have preferred warning enough to avoid 3 ministry officials nearly swallowing their own tongues. I refer to the proceeding, the language, the assumptions. Her jaw tightened. I should not have allowed it to advance so far. Harry blinked. Professor? McGonagall's eyes, usually so stern they made praise feel like rare weather, softened only by a fraction. You are a student of this school, she said. That means the burden of other people's imaginations is not yours to carry alone. Then, because she was still Minerva McGonagall and could not physically exit a conversation on pure feeling, she added, You are also never to outrun a ministry tribunal again without at least informing one adult beforehand. Harry stared. That was so absurdly specific he laughed before he meant to. McGonagall's mouth did that almost smile thing again. One might have expected, she said dryly, that sentence to be unnecessary. Yes, Professor, it remains necessary. She sent him to bed. He did not go, not immediately. Instead he climbed the astronomy tower alone. The night was clear and hard-edged above Hogwarts, the stars cold enough to look like fractures in glass. Wind tugged at his robes. The lake below was a dark blade. The castle spread behind him full of sleeping people and portraits and staircases, and all the ordinary magic of a place that had somehow become home without ever ceasing to be dangerous. Harry leaned against the stone parapet and rolled his sleeve back. The Omnitrix glowed faint green. For a while he only looked at it. Then he said aloud, Did they hurt you? The answer came after a long enough pause to feel deliberate. No, Harry exhaled. They attempted to define me by contact with instruments unworthy of the effort. This is not injury, merely boredom with institutional design. Harry smiled despite himself. You sound offended. I am discerning. The wind shifted. Far below, somewhere near the greenhouses, an owl crossed the grounds in silence. Harry looked out over the darkness and remembered the 3 attempts in sequence. Cuffs, summoning, severing. The little escalating logic of control. Start with restraint, move to seizure. End with cutting. He had known adults could do ugly things while sounding reasonable. The ministry had simply provided a syllabus. I hated, Harry said slowly, that they talked like I wasn't standing there. Asmuth did not interrupt. That I was evidence first, Harry went on. Case material, a problem, a category. He glanced down. Even when they weren't being cruel exactly, just tidy. The Omnitrix pulsed once. Many intelligent species mistake categorization for wisdom. It is often only fear alphabetized. Harry let that settle. The stars above did not answer. The wind did not comfort. But the sentence fit the day so perfectly it eased something anyway. After another while he said, When I was running inside the chamber, I could see how slow it all was. Their spells. Their hands. The whole way they think control works. Yes. They never had a chance. A pause. Then, against velocity, no, against themselves, perhaps less. Harry laughed softly. That's annoyingly philosophical. You encourage the worst in me. Harry looked down at the faceplate. The green hourglass turned once beneath the crystal and stilled. "They're going to try again someday," he said. This was not melodrama, only pattern recognition. The ministry did not stop wanting answers because a hearing embarrassed it. It simply retreated, renamed the next approach, and came back with better stationery. "Yes," Asmoth said. Harry nodded. He had thought so. He stood there a little longer with the cold and the stars and the impossible device on his arm, thinking about what Cedric had said after the first task, what Ron had said after the second, what Dumbledore had implied in the chamber. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Love, yes. Sacrifice, yes. But maybe, Harry thought now, watching moonlight stripe the towers and lake, there was another kind of power adults underrated because it arrived wearing the face of category confusion. The power of not fitting the enemy's world correctly. Voldemort understood wizarding fear, wizarding death, wizarding ambition, wizarding cruelty sharpened into ritual and hierarchy. He did not understand this, an alien device. A boy who remained himself through borrowed bodies. A system the ministry couldn't classify and therefore couldn't fully imagine controlling. A kind of possibility older than the names their magic used for itself. Harry was not sure whether that made him hopeful or only more aware of how strange the road ahead had become. Probably both. The Omnitrix glowed softly in the dark. The stars above Hogwarts kept their own counsel. And somewhere below, in offices and filing rooms and minds that still believed paperwork could eventually conquer anomaly, the ministry was already writing new ways to ask the wrong questions. Harry pushed off from the parapet at last and went downstairs. The third task was still ahead, the maze. The cup. Whatever trap waited with his name already half inside it, but tonight had taught him something he would need. Not that the ministry could not cage him. That was almost incidental. What mattered more was this: they had tried to make his difference mean his disposability, and failed. That, too, was a kind of survival. By the time the third task arrived, Hogwarts had stopped pretending the tournament was educational. It still called it that, of course. There were speeches, safety wards, official notices written in stern black ink and pinned to corridor boards. Professors used words like tradition, discipline, honor, and measured risk in tones suggesting that if they repeated them often enough, the words might build a railing around reality. No one believed it anymore. Not after dragons, not after the Black Lake, not after the ministry review that had reached Hogwarts faster than the official minutes and transformed itself, within 48 hours, into 6 different rumors depending on who told it. In one version, Harry had outrun an entire squadron of Aurors and tied their wands into a knot before Fudge could blink. In another, Dumbledore had dueled 3 unspeakables bare-handed while quoting legal precedent. Fred and George's preferred version involved Dolores Umbridge being launched bodily into a filing cabinet, which Harry regretted to report had not actually happened, though several listeners considered this a flaw in history rather than accuracy. The truth, as usual, was quieter and worse. The ministry had tried to name him into a smaller thing. The attempt had failed. That failure lingered in the castle even when no one spoke of it. Adults looked at Harry more carefully now, some with concern, some with calculation. A few with the nervous respect people reserve for things they have decided are safer appreciated from a distance. Students had absorbed the lesson in their own way too. The crude jabs mostly stopped. The word beastshifter did not vanish, but it lost some of its casual confidence. Categories became harder to throw at someone once the government itself had embarrassed itself trying to make them stick. That did not make Harry more comfortable. It made him more visible. And then, because the year refused to run short on symbolic cruelty, the third task was announced as a maze. A hedge maze, Bagman said gleefully to the assembled school, full of obstacles, creatures, enchantments, and the usual light seasoning of mortal peril. The first to reach the Triwizard Cup at its center would earn enough points to decide the tournament. Ron's immediate reaction was, "That's not a task, that's gardening with trauma." Hermione, arms folded so tightly they nearly qualified as structural support, said, "A magical maze is not gardening." Ron considered this. "Deadly landscaping, then?" Harry said nothing at first. He was watching the edge of the enormous hedge structure growing day by day on the grounds beyond the castle, the walls rising impossibly high under Professor Sprout's supervision, green and dark and dense as a forest folded into geometric obedience. Students gathered every afternoon to gawk at it from the windows. By the time the task approached, the maze had become a second architecture on the grounds, a living shape of green shadow where no such thing had any right to stand. It looked wrong in the way old magic often did. Not ugly, not even hostile, just built from a logic that predated consent. The Omnitrix had been restless since the first hedges took root, not agitated, curious. Harry noticed it most in quiet moments, studying in the common room, crossing the grounds after dinner, lying awake while the wind brushed the dormitory windows. The faceplate would warm faintly. Once or twice the silhouettes under the dial shifted without his touch, as though sampling possibilities against some internal question it had not bothered to share. "You don't like the maze," Harry said to Asmoth one night while staring at the dark tester glow of the faceplate. "Incorrect. I do not trust systems that conceal variables behind performative ritual." Harry snorted softly. "That sounds exactly like not liking it. It sounds like accuracy." That, of course, meant yes. Harry understood the feeling. What unsettled him was not the idea of monsters in the maze. Hogwarts had taught him by now that monsters were the easy part. Monsters had shape, teeth, fire, timers. One could meet a monster as a problem and work backward. No, the thing Harry disliked was the design. A maze took the simplest human hope, "I am going somewhere," and turned it against you. Every step committed you before it explained itself. Every turn demanded confidence before it granted context. It was geometry as mistrust. The maze, Harry thought, was exactly the sort of thing Voldemort would enjoy even if he had not built this one. That thought stayed with him more than he liked. Preparation for the task took on a different tone than the first two. There was less panic now, less naive optimism. They had all been blooded by the tournament, champions and spectators alike. Even the school's excitement had matured into something tighter and less innocent. The third task was not spectacle in the same way a dragon or a lake had been. It was culmination. Everyone felt it, whether or not they could articulate why. Harry spent most of the week before the task doing what he always did when afraid, thinking in too many directions at once. The good news was obvious. A maze favored versatility. He had that. Wildmutt for tracking through obscured environments. XLR-8 for straightaways if the paths allowed it. Ghost Freak for bypassing physical barriers if those barriers were more architecture than ward. Diamondhead for durability if the creatures inside favored claws or fire. Gray matter, perhaps, if the maze turned out to be less teeth and more logic. The bad news sat underneath the good like a knife under a napkin. The maze was magical. And Harry had lived with the Omnitrix long enough to know that magic, when trapped in a system and given time, learned to react back. Hermione shared that fear. The previous tasks had fixed environments. She said on the evening before the third task, while the three of them sat by the common room fire with a set of maps that were entirely theoretical and therefore mostly decorative. The dragon was reactive, but natural. The lake had a social structure and biological constraints. A maze built by tournament magic is different. Ron looked up from where he was tossing a nut into the air and catching it. "Different how?" Hermione gestured sharply with her quill. "Different because it is an obstacle whose purpose is adjustment. A dragon defends, a lake contains. A maze evaluates movement and punishes assumption." Ron frowned at the fire. "I don't like it when you make things sound cleverer than they are." "It is cleverer than you are," Hermione said absently. "Everything's cleverer than I am to you, only most things." Harry smiled despite himself and looked back down at the sketch of the hedge layout. He did not really see it. He saw instead pathways made uncertain by shadow, magical fog rolling low across ground, the cup waiting at the center like a promise nobody sane should trust. Ron stopped flipping the coin. "Could you just," he said, eyeing the Omnitrix, "go through the whole thing as that ghost one?" Harry looked up. "That is a terrible idea," Hermione said at once. "I was asking him, and I'm answering you." Harry rubbed a thumb over the back of his wrist thoughtfully. "Not the whole thing," he said. "Ghost freaks, tricky." That was one word for it. He had better control of Ghost Freak now than he had in third year, but better in that case meant only occasionally feels like he's borrowing himself from the wrong side of a mirror. The form remained useful and profoundly disquieting. It solved walls by making walls negotiable. It also made Harry, in those moments, too comfortable with the idea of becoming untouchable. Ron made a face. "Right, forgot that one gives me nightmares." Hermione leaned forward. "Then what's your plan?" Harry looked at the maze drawing again, then at the fire, then finally at his friends. "Don't commit too hard to any one form," he said. "Let the maze tell me what it wants before I answer." Hermione's brow furrowed. "That sounds wise." Ron stared at him. "Which means it'll absolutely go wrong." "That," said Harry, "is the least reassuring thing you've ever said to me." Ron grinned. "You're welcome." It should have felt lighter than it did. But as the fire snapped softly and the common room dimmed around them and the last task of the tournament waited outside like a held breath, Harry realized he was not afraid of the maze in the same way he had feared the dragon or the lake. Dragons attacked, water swallowed. A maze watched. That was worse, somehow, because being watched while choosing had become the defining weather of his life. The night of the third task arrived hot and windless. The sky above Hogwarts glowed the deep blue of late summer approaching dark, and the grounds had taken on that theatrical stillness that sometimes falls before an event everyone knows matters. Torches ringed the path to the arena. Students packed the stands on all sides of the maze, a sea of faces lit amber and gold. Professor Flitwick had charmed floating lights above the hedges so that the whole labyrinth looked like some ancient green fortress risen for one night only. It was beautiful. That made it worse. Beautiful things in Harry's life had a habit of becoming dangerous by the midpoint. The champions gathered near the entrance under ministry supervision and school eyes. Their scores from the first two tasks meant the order mattered. Cedric and Harry, tied at the top after complicated arithmetic and Bagman's suspicious enthusiasm, would go first. Crumb and Fleur after. Bagman was practically incandescent with joy. "Marvelous atmosphere," he boomed to anyone who had not yet escaped him. "Marvelous stakes." "Marvelous final spectacle," Hermione, standing with Ron at the edge of the champion enclosure before they were asked to step back, muttered. "He says spectacle the way normal people say possible concussion." Ron leaned close to Harry and said under his breath, "If the maze eats him, I vote we all agree it was an accident." Harry huffed a laugh. Then Ron's grin faded. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed once. "Come back," he said, simple, no speeches. No sentiment performed too loudly for strangers, just that. Hermione, beside him, had already gone pale with worry disguised as fury. "Do not," she said, pointing at Harry as if the gesture itself might enforce survival, "allow the maze to bully you into improvising anything structural, metaphysical, or unnecessarily heroic." Harry blinked. "That covers quite a lot. It should." Then, because she was Hermione and couldn't quite leave emotion unedited by intellect, she added more quietly, "If it starts learning you, change your pattern before it finishes." The words landed harder than she knew. Harry nodded once. "I will." Cedric, standing a few feet away in Hufflepuff yellow and black, glanced over and caught the tail end of the exchange. "Good advice," he said. Ron crossed his arms. "Yeah, well, we keep one brilliant person around for administrative reasons." Hermione looked offended for roughly half a second, then too frightened to maintain it. Bagman called for final readiness. Judges took their seats. Moody's magical eye tracked the maze entrance, and then Harry's wrist in one unpleasantly continuous motion. Dumbledore sat at the center of the official platform, hands folded, expression grave enough to still the noise immediately around him. Harry looked once toward the stands. He did not find every face. Impossible, but he found the important ones: Ron, Hermione, Hagrid looming like an anxious hill, McGonagall ramrod straight, Lupin farther back, thin and tired-looking and wholly intent. Even Snape, arms crossed, gaze unreadable and fixed on the dark entrance to the maze as though personally offended by suspense. The whistle blew, the hedges parted. Harry and Cedric stepped into the maze together. The sound of the crowd died almost at once behind them. That was the first trick. Outside, the maze had looked theatrical. Inside, it stopped pretending to be performance and became environment. The hedges rose 30 feet high on either side, dense and breathing faintly with leaf rustle in the still air. The path underfoot was packed earth and root. The floating lights above did not penetrate far. Inside the corridors, the glow was dimmer, greener, swallowed by layered shadow. The temperature dropped, sound altered. Even their breathing came back wrong off the walls. Cedric glanced left at the first fork. Harry looked right, neither moved. Then Cedric smiled without much humor. "Good beginning." Harry let out a breath through his nose. "Together for now?" Cedric asked. There was no bravado in it, no attempt to manipulate or perform alliance. Only practical sense from someone who had, by now, learned that the tournament liked isolated champions best. Harry nodded. For now. They took the center path first because neither trusted the symmetry of the outer forks, and because indecision inside magical geometry felt too much like volunteering as prey. For the first several minutes, nothing happened. That was worse than an immediate attack. The maze let them walk, turn left, straight, right, another fork. Silence except for leaf shift and the occasional whisper of something moving too far away to identify. The hedges seemed to absorb more than sound. Time itself went odd around them. Harry could not have said whether they had been inside 3 minutes or 20 by the time the first fog arrived. It rolled low across the ground without warning. White-gray, thick, luminous in places where the overhead lights caught it and utterly opaque where they did not. Within seconds it swirled around their knees, then waists, then nearly to chest height in the narrower passages. Cedric stopped. "Well," he said softly, "that seems deliberate." Harry crouched slightly, hand already on the Omnitrix. "Can you see through it?" Cedric asked. Harry rotated the dial. Wildmutt's silhouette answered at once. "Better than I can like this." Cedric glanced at the faceplate. "Then do it." Harry hit the dial. Green light flared through the fog, and Wildmutt landed low and ready, orange fur bristling, no eyes to be blinded by the white murk. The shift in perspective was immediate and overwhelming in the way Wildmutt always was. Smell took the maze apart faster than sight ever could have. Wet leaf. Old stone beneath root. Cedric's sweat, sharp with concentration. The lingering traces of Crumb and Fleur still somewhere behind on their own entry path. Creature musk ahead, static magic woven into hedge and air. And, faintly, the scent of the cup, not as object, but as accumulation. Ancient magic, converging paths, center, Wildmutt growled low in his chest. Cedric, half lost in the fog and hearing only the sound, said, "Useful growl or terrible growl." Harry turned his head and barked once in what he hoped translated as "follow me." Cedric, remarkably, did. They moved faster through the mist than Harry would have dared human. Wildmutt tracked the current shifts, the buried roots, the paths where other magic had been laid harder into the ground. Twice Harry avoided side corridors because something in them smelled wrong, not dangerous exactly, but misleading, like the maze wanted feet there for reasons of its own. The first creature came out of the fog with 8 legs and far too many joints. It lunged high from the hedge wall on the right, all chitin and hooked limbs. Wildmutt met it midair, and they hit the ground together in a whirl of claws, snapping mandibles and fury. The form wanted to tear. The human part of Harry wanted information. He compromised by slamming the creature into the earth hard enough to stun it, and then bounding off before Wildmutt's jaws could solve things more conclusively. Cedric's spell hit a heartbeat later, blue-white and clean, and the creature collapsed fully into the fog. Harry flashed human again, breathless, crouched low. "What was that?" Cedric asked. "No idea." Cedric peered into the mist. "Is that normal?" "At Hogwarts?" Harry said. "Unfortunately, yes." They kept moving. The fog thinned gradually, then all at once, revealing a wider corridor lined with hedge walls so dense they looked braided. At the far end, the path simply stopped. Cedric frowned. "Dead end!" Harry stepped closer. No, not dead, animated. The hedge wall ahead of them twitched, then split open into a mouth of thorns. The corridor itself shuddered as branches lashed out from either side. Cedric swore and threw himself back from a reaching vine thick as rope. It whipped through the air where his head had been. Harry slapped the Omnitrix, and Ghost Freak poured out of green light like something unsealing rather than transforming. The air turned cold around him. The world went thin at the edges. Leaves ceased to be barriers and became textures in a membrane of matter. Cedric looked up once, just once, as Ghost Freak's pale, hooded shape elongated beside him, and clearly decided he would process that later if they lived. Harry phased forward through the thrashing hedgemouth, reaching one long spectral hand back. Cedric hesitated only half a beat before grabbing it. Ghost Freak hated contact in ways Harry did not enjoy examining too closely, but he held anyway and pulled Cedric through the solid wall a split second before the branches crashed shut behind them. They landed on the far side in another corridor entirely. Cedric stumbled, yanked his hand free, and stood breathing hard. For a second neither of them spoke. Then Cedric said, with remarkable calm given the circumstances, "I dislike that one." Harry reverted human and leaned one hand on his knee until the sensation of phasing through living plant matter stopped feeling like he had briefly misplaced his molecules. "Yeah," he said. "Fair." Cedric looked back at the intact hedge wall, then at Harry. "That's the first time I've gone through something I was reasonably sure shouldn't allow it." "It doesn't," Harry said. "That's comforting." They shared a brief, tight grin, then the maze changed. Harry noticed it first not by sight but by pattern. The creature attacks after Wildmutt had come from elevated ambush, targeting sensory overload. The animated hedge after Ghost Freak had not merely blocked a path. It had become the exact kind of obstacle Ghost Freak solved most elegantly and then punished the follow-through by making contact risky. Coincidence? Perhaps. Then they turned left into a wide chamber-like clearing and heard the skittering crack-pop of something Harry recognized with instant dread. Blast-ended Scroot. Not one of the smaller ones Hagrid had once inflicted on the school under the heading of education. This was full-grown, armored, grotesque, all stinger and shell and explosive propulsion. It charged through the clearing, trailing sparks. Cedric shouted something and dodged sideways as the Scroot blasted across the ground in a shower of fire. Harry hit the Omnitrix. Diamondhead emerged in a spray of crystalline green-blue, sharp-edged and solid and gloriously difficult to set on fire. The Scroot's next explosive burst washed over him harmlessly, hissing across crystal facets without purchase. Harry drove one diamond fist down and the impact cracked earth, pinning the creature long enough for Cedric to finish it with a stunning hex hammered between two armored plates. Silence dropped over the clearing again. Diamondhead straightened. The surface of his body still glowed faintly where the Scroot's fire had licked across it. Then, from somewhere in the hedge above them, came a sharp clicking sound. Not a creature. Mechanism, or magic wearing mechanism as a mask. Harry looked up. Thin, iron-spiked vines began sliding from the hedge walls on both sides of the clearing, angling not for his broad crystal mass generally, but for the narrow seams between facets at elbows, knees, throat. Structural weak points no ordinary plant should have identified so precisely. Cedric saw it too. Move. Harry did not wait. Diamondhead crashed sideways through the first volley while Cedric ran low beneath the second. Spines scraped crystal and sparked off the joints where the form was least dense. The attack was not random. It was studying impact architecture. testing the exact places Diamondhead was strongest and where he was not. The realization hit Harry in a cold, bright line. "It's learning," he said. Cedric wheeled on him. "What?" "The maze." Another iron vine snapped for Diamondhead's left knee. Harry shattered it with one sharp edge of his forearm and reverted to human in the same motion. The next volley struck where his broader form had been and tangled only empty air. Cedric, breathing hard, looked around the clearing as if trying to hear the intelligence under the leaves. "You mean the magic's adapting?" "Yes. Wonderful." Harry's hand stayed on the Omnitrix. No form for more than necessary, he thought. Hermione had been right. The maze didn't just block, it remembered. They moved faster after that, no longer conserving suspicion. The corridors turned tighter. The turns less symmetrical. Once a patch of ground beneath Harry's boots shifted half a second before a devil's snare-like mass burst upward from below. Cedric's cutting curse hacked it apart before it could close. Another time, Harry used grey matter for perhaps 15 disastrous seconds to decode a rune knot embedded in the hedge wall. Long enough to realize the maze was rerouting its own internal geometry around the champion's movement patterns. Long enough also to have 3 new criticisms of British magical engineering and no time to say any of them. Each form answered one problem and invited another. That was the pattern now. Use wild mutt to track. The maze increased scent confusion, bursting fungus pods and pollen clouds in later corridors, turning smell into static. Use Ghost Freak to bypass. The next barriers vibrated with low-frequency warding that made phasing feel like slipping through broken glass. Use Diamondhead. Structural attacks followed. Harry did not even attempt Heatblast once he saw how dry and overf the hedge system was. The maze would have loved a fire. For one reckless stretch, when the path straightened into a long corridor and the distant pulse of the cup sharpened suddenly as if the center lay just ahead, Harry made the choice anyway. "Cover your eyes," he snapped. Cedric didn't question it. He ducked. Harry hit XLR-8. Speed crashed into him and the world went thin with opportunity. He launched down the corridor in a blue-black streak, and the ground turned magnetic. Not metaphorically, not vaguely, physically, violently magnetic. Iron-rich stones hidden under the packed earth flared with enchantment the instant XLR-8 transformed mass crossed their threshold, warping his trajectory hard left. Harry barely kept his feet. Sparks screamed off his claws. The form's momentum turned treacherous, dragging him into a spiral as the corridor itself seemed to tilt around him. He killed the transformation before it killed him. Human again, he slammed shoulder first into a hedge wall and bounced off gasping. Cedric reached him an instant later. "Harry." Harry pushed himself upright. "I'm fine." "That didn't look fine. It was educational." Cedric looked back down the corridor where tiny metallic flecks still jumped and hissed along the earth in dying arcs. "You were right," he said tightly. "It is learning." Harry leaned against the hedge a second, breathing through the residual speed sickness. No, not merely learning. The maze was behaving less like a list of obstacles and more like a living examiner. Observe, respond, counter, escalate. The same logic, Harry realized with a pulse of unease, by which the Omnitrix itself approached species, catalog, adapt, test compatibility through pressure. For one awful instant, the similarity made the whole labyrinth feel like a mirror warped by tournament magic into malign intent. Harry looked at his wrist. The Omnitrix pulsed once, almost in answer. "I do not like being imitated badly," Asmoth said. "That would have been funny in a different corridor, on a different night, in a less cursed life. Here it only deepened the chill." They pressed on. At some point, Harry could not have said when, the sense of the other champions narrowed from possibility to proximity. The maze had ways of letting you know you were not alone even when walls stood between. A distant curse flash, a muffled shout, a tremor underfoot that suggested something large had chosen violence 3 corridors over. Once Harry caught Fleur's perfume on the air, diluted and wrong, then lost it entirely beneath shredded hedge scent and ozone. Once Cedric paused because he heard movement ahead that turned out to be only the maze rearranging itself with slow, patient branch creak like old doors thinking. Then, almost without warning, the pressure changed. The corridors widened. The overhead lights grew brighter. The cup's magical signature sharpened from theory into certainty. Harry and Cedric emerged from opposite bends into the same circular clearing at the heart of the maze. For one suspended second, neither moved. The Triwizard Cup stood on a stone plinth in the exact center, silver gold and gleaming under torchlight, handles outspread like invitation. Around it, the hedges curved inward in a high green ring, leaves whispering softly in a wind that did not exist anywhere else in the maze. Cedric was already there, or rather, had arrived a heartbeat before Harry. He stood a few yards from the cup, chest rising and falling, robes torn at one sleeve, blood on his jaw from some earlier encounter Harry hadn't seen. Harry himself was no cleaner, mud to the knees, one ripped cuff. Left shoulder aching from the magnetic corridor. They looked at each other across the last few steps and the shining cup between them. Everything slowed. The crowd outside the maze might as well have been another planet. The judges, the school, the tournament, all of it receded in the face of something much smaller and more difficult. Another person who had survived the same night of trials and reached the end beside you. Cedric glanced at the cup, then back at Harry. The expression on his face held exhaustion, adrenaline, relief, and something else. Not rivalry, not exactly recognition. "We both made it," he said. Harry let out one breathless laugh. "Looks that way." Cedric looked at the cup again. Then, in the most Cedric Diggory way imaginable, he said, "Together." The word hit harder than it should have, because he meant it. No grand bargain. No manipulative humility. Just the same fairness that had made him step beside Harry in the goblet room, the same decency that kept surviving inside a tournament built to isolate. Harry almost said yes immediately. Then the Omnitrix flashed red, not green. Red. The faceplate lit under his torn sleeve with one sharp warning pulse that made every muscle in Harry's body go tight at once. Cedric saw it. "What is it?" Harry did not answer immediately because Asmuth had already spoken, and the tone in his voice stripped the moment of all ordinary air. "Stop." Harry had never heard fear in Asmuth before. Concern, yes. Dry outrage. Ethical disappointment. Tactical urgency, not fear. He stared at the cup, the beautiful, polished, waiting cup. "What?" Cedric said again, sharper now. Harry's pulse had gone strange. The clearing suddenly felt too still. The hedges too quiet. The cup's magic, once merely bright and old, now carried another layer. A second pattern coiled inside the first, so cleanly disguised that only a thing like the Omnitrix, alien to the assumptions around it, would have noticed the wrongness in the overlap. "Portkey transfiguration detected," Asmuth said. Harry's mouth went dry, the red light pulsed again. Destination signature, a break, static, then clipped and low with something like disbelief beneath the precision. "I do not have data on this." Harry looked down at his wrist. That sentence meant almost nothing to most people. To Harry it meant the floor of the world had just shifted. Asmuth always had data. That was his entire personality. "What does that mean?" Harry whispered. Cedric took one step toward him, not the cup. "Harry!" Asmuth's voice cut back in, quieter now and somehow worse for it. "I have data on everything." "I do not have data on this." The clearing seemed to narrow. Harry looked at the cup again. Portkey, unknown destination. Unknown was bad enough. Unknown to Asmuth was another category entirely. He should have turned away. He knew that later. Knew it with the cruel hindsight only survival grants. Should have shouted for the judges. Should have stunned the cup. Should have dragged Cedric backward and let the maze and the tournament and every adult on the grounds deal with the resulting scandal. But life was never that simple for Harry Potter. And character is often only the name we give the most dangerous thing about ourselves once the consequences arrive. Cedric was already reaching for the cup, not blindly, not carelessly, just with the straightforward courage of someone who had made it to the end and was acting inside the rules as he understood them. Harry saw his hand move, saw the silver surface catch torchlight. saw all at once the exact line of the future in which Cedric Diggory vanished alone into something the Omnitrix could not map. And that, more than mystery, more than caution, more than any amount of tactical sense, decided him. Harry stepped forward. Cedric looked up sharply. "What are you doing?" Harry did not answer because there was no time and because the honest answer was almost insultingly simple. "I am not letting you go alone." His hand closed over the cup's handle at the exact moment Cedric's fingers did the same. The portkey activated. The world yanked sideways, not down, not forward. Sideways, like reality itself had been hooked and jerked off its hinge. The clearing vanished in a wrench of gold and dark and stomach-turning speed. Harry heard Cedric shout something, his own name, perhaps, or just a reflexive noise of human shock. The cup became a line of white fire in his hand. The last thing Harry registered before the maze and Hogwarts and all known safety tore away completely was Asmuth's voice, no longer dry, no longer above panic, but sharp with command. "Hold on." And then there was nothing familiar left. Portkeys were never designed for grace. That was Harry's first coherent thought as the world tore itself sideways. The Triwizard Cup vanished into a smear of gold and pressure. The maze, the torchlight, the high green walls, Cedric's hand gripping the other handle, all of it stretched into a single impossible line. Harry's stomach lurched. His feet left certainty. His spine felt briefly misfiled. Then the motion stopped. They hit earth hard. Cedric crashed to one knee with a curse. Harry stumbled forward, still gripping the cup by reflex, and nearly fell over him. The portkey clattered from both their hands and rolled through dead grass until it struck a tilted headstone with a dull metallic note. For one disorienting second, neither of them moved. The night had changed, not just because they were no longer in the maze, because this night was older, colder. The air smelled of damp soil, old stone, and something faintly rotten underneath, as if the ground itself had been left too long with its own memories. Mist dragged low across the earth in thin white ribbons. Leaning gravestones thrust from the dark at crooked angles. Yew trees stood beyond them like black witnesses. Cedric got to his feet first. "Where are we?" he whispered. Harry did not answer because the Omnitrix had already begun pulsing against his wrist, fast and urgent, and because every instinct in him, human and otherwise, had started shouting at once. Not Hogwarts, not safe, not natural, the place pressed at him in ways he could not explain. Magic here felt different, not larger exactly, concentrated, ritualized, like the air had been folded and sharpened around intent until every breath tasted faintly of design. Cedric bent and snatched the cup back up, turning in place. The task didn't say anything about a new location. Harry's mouth went dry. "This isn't part of the task." Cedric looked at him. Then he heard it too, a rustle in the dark, no footsteps, small, uneven, coming from beyond the largest yew. A figure emerged carrying something wrapped in a blanket. At first, Harry only registered shape. A bent man, gaunt and narrow-shouldered, moving with the ugly familiarity of someone whose body had been warped by years of fear and servitude. The right hand clutched a wand. The left cradled the bundle as if it were precious. Then moonlight hit the face. Harry's scar exploded. Pain ripped through his forehead like a live wire driven under the skin. He gasped and staggered. Cedric whipped toward him. "Harry!" The figure stepped fully into view. Peter Pettigrew smiled. It was a hideous expression. Not because it was monstrous in itself, but because it still wore traces of humanity while containing none of the generosity once implied by the shape. Rat-like eyes gleamed in the dark. The smile twitched with nerves and vindication. "Excellent," Pettigrew breathed. "Excellent, both of you. Oh, the master will be interested." The thing in the blanket moved. Harry did not understand what he was seeing at first. A tiny body, hairless, pale, limbs too thin and wrong. Eyes like red coals buried in wax. Then the bundle turned its face toward him, and Harry knew. Terror did not arrive as a scream. It arrived as certainty. Cedric had gone rigid beside him. "Who is that?" The scar burned hotter. Pettigrew shifted the bundle higher in one arm and lifted his wand. "Kill the spare," said the thing in the blanket. The voice was high, cold, and thinner than breath. Yet it cut the graveyard like steel. Cedric's head snapped toward the sound. Harry did not think. He slammed the Omnitrix. Green light tore through the mist. Pettigrew's killing curse struck exactly where Cedric had stood and shattered across Diamondhead's chest in 7 bright green splinters. The sound was not like spell on flesh. It was like glass hit by winter. The Avada Kedavra fragmented against crystalline geometry and ricocheted outward in shrieking shards of corrupted light, carving black grooves into nearby gravestones and exploding a dead branch from the yew above. Cedric threw himself sideways on instinct, eyes huge. Diamondhead landed between him and Pettigrew in a crash of crystalline weight, faceted body gleaming blue-green under moonlight, edges sharp enough to make the darkness itself seem clumsy by comparison. For one suspended second, no one moved. Pettigrew stared. The bundle in his arms stared. Cedric, on one knee in the dead grass, stared. Diamondhead raised one arm, crystal spines catching the moon, and Harry felt the transformed body settle into him with that cold, elegant solidity he had come to trust. Strength arranged as structure rather than rage. Pettigrew recovered first. He stumbled back a pace, face blanched to parchment, the whites of his eyes suddenly visible all the way around. What? The thing in the blanket did not scream or flinch, it only looked, and Harry, inside Diamondhead, felt with sick clarity that the gaze fixed on him now was not panic. Not exactly recognition. Something in Voldemort, small, half-formed, terrible, had just watched a killing curse fail on a body the curse did not know how to finish. Cedric scrambled to his feet behind Harry's crystal shoulder. "Harry, stay back," Harry said, and Diamondhead's voice rang like struck stone. Pettigrew's fear lasted only a heartbeat longer than his obedience. Then years of survival reasserted themselves. He shifted his wand grip, all tremor gone now, and hissed a different incantation. Ligabus multiplex. The spell split in the air, not one curse. Many threads of silver-blue force shot outward in a web, not aiming for Harry's chest or head like an ordinary duel, but for joints, hinges, load-bearing articulation points. Elbows, knees, throat, hips, exactly the places a handler might target on a dangerous creature. Harry tried to move, too late. The spell wrapped around Diamondhead's limbs all at once and snapped tight. It was not elegant magic. It was trap magic, made for things larger than men. Crystal groaned. Harry hit the nearest tomb at an angle, and the stone behind him cracked under the impact. One arm pinned high. One leg forced half sideways. The binding lines tightened in a geometric lattice across his torso and throat. Not cutting, but locking leverage, Pettigrew had prepared. Not perfectly, not enough. But enough to turn one failed killing curse into a capture attempt. Cedric soared immediately and moved. He snatched up the Triwizard Cup from the ground. Harry saw the intention as it happened. Portkey, get out, end this. But a red spell streaked from the dark before he could touch it properly. Cedric cried out and went down hard, wand flung from his grip. Harry's head snapped right. Another figure stood beyond the rows of gravestones where no one had been a second before, masked, cloaked, wand still raised. A Death Eater Harry had not seen. The moon caught on silver maskwork before the figure stepped back into shadow again. Cedric was alive. Harry knew because he had time to hear the breath crash out of him and see his body convulse under the stunner rather than collapse into death's stillness. Alive, unconscious. That was somehow worse for the next few seconds because relief came first, and then the horror of understanding what that meant. No immediate body to grieve. A witness taken out of the game. And Harry, pinned in crystal form against a headstone, while the true purpose of the graveyard began unfolding around him. Pettigrew darted past him with that awful rat-quick haste, kicking Cedric's wand away and dropping the blanket bundle carefully onto the grass before a great white marble grave. Harry read the name carved there in moonlight. Tom Riddle, the scar in his forehead, screamed. "Harry," whispered the thing on the grass. Not Voldemort, not fully, still less than a body and already more than a nightmare. Harry strained against the bindings. Crystal cracked in tiny protesting lines where the spell bit deepest, but Pettigrew had cast cleverly and layered. Every effort to wrench one arm free only tightened pressure around the others. The transformed mass of Diamondhead gave him brute durability, but not infinite leverage. Pettigrew was already moving through the ritual with the sick precision of long rehearsal. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, the grave burst. Dust and white fragments rose. Diamondhead roared and tore one wrist half loose, but the binding web cinched his throat and shoulder tighter in answer. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed, Pettigrew's scream split the graveyard. His severed hand fell into the cauldron with a hiss of red-black light. Harry had no breath to spare for pity. None at all. Then Pettigrew came toward him. The silver knife in his remaining hand gleamed wet under moonlight. Harry knew the line before the Rat-Man spoke it, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. "No," Harry said. Diamondhead's voice cracked the air like a hammer on crystal. Pettigrew smiled through tears and sweat and agony. "Oh, yes." He slashed. The knife bit across one exposed facet near Diamondhead's right forearm joint, one of the only places where the transformed body's geometry narrowed enough to expose something akin to living matrix beneath the crystal armor. The pain was unlike ordinary cutting. It wasn't flesh alone. It felt like the Omnitrix's active form itself being scored, bright green-blue fluid, crystalline, luminous, alive with transformation energy, mixed with Harry's blood and spilled into the silver phial Pettigrew held beneath. Pettigrew snatched it back, breath shuddering. "That will do," he gasped. He emptied the phial into the cauldron. The graveyard inhaled. The potion in the cauldron went from black to blinding white, then to a boiling color with no proper name, sickly and radiant at once. Steam poured up in serpents. The yew branches shook though no wind had touched them before. Harry's scar flared so viciously his vision whited out even inside Diamondhead's faceted senses. The shape in the cauldron rose, long limbs, white skin, red eyes, a body given back to itself by blood, bone, and monstrous patience. Lord Voldemort stepped from the potion as if stepping from a bath. He was naked for only an instant before Pettigrew, cradling his ruined arm and ecstasy in equal measure, draped black robes over him with fumbling reverence. Voldemort took them without looking away from Harry, because he had not once looked away, not really. The first sight of him in full would have shattered almost anyone else, the pallor like wax stretched over bone. The snake-flat face, the slit nostrils, the red eyes too bright in the dark. Harry's scar answered him with agony as if his very body remembered the shape of that soul's violence. But what Harry saw, past the horror, was stranger. Voldemort was fascinated, coldly, hungrily, but fascinated all the same. The Dark Lord lifted one long white hand and flexed it before his face, testing the return of muscle and skin. Then he looked at Harry pinned in Diamondhead's body and smiled. It was an expression of exquisite control, not joy, not madness, something much colder. "You are a complication," Voldemort said softly. He turned his head slightly, Wormtail. "The Death Eaters." Pettigrew staggered toward the yew and fired dark sparks into the sky. They rose through the mist and burst green over the graveyard, illuminating the tombs in corpse light. Harry did not stop straining. Every second, the crystal lattice around him cracked a little farther. Diamondhead's body did not tire in the way flesh did, but the enchantment responded to pressure like a hunting snare, tightening when pulled, seeking the structural submission beneath brute resistance. Cedric lay motionless 3 gravestones away. Alive, Harry reminded himself savagely, alive. Voldemort came closer, not hurriedly, never hurriedly. He moved as though the graveyard belonged to him already and time existed here at his pleasure. The red eyes traveled over Diamondhead's faceted body with clinical interest. "Wormtail described some of it," he said. "Not enough." Harry said nothing. Voldemort's gaze dropped to the Omnitrix, integrated into the transformed wrist as a dark green-black node within the crystal structure. "I have spent 13 years thinking in the language of magic," he murmured. "Ritual, blood, soul division, death, resurrection. He tilted his head. "And then there is you." The scar burned harder. Harry met his gaze through Diamondhead's crystal face. "You sound upset," he said. Pettigrew made a frightened noise in the background. Voldemort laughed, not loudly. That made it worse. "My dear boy," he said, "I sound interested." Then his wand came up. "Crucio." Pain should have followed. Instead, the curse hit Diamondhead's chest and fractured across the crystal in jagged white veins that flashed outward and died. Harry felt a pressure spike, static, unpleasant, invasive, but not pain in the human sense. Diamondhead's nervous architecture did not carry suffering the way flesh did. The transformed body registered force, resonance, stress, not agony. Voldemort saw it at once. The laugh vanished, his red eyes narrowed by a fraction. Again, "Crucio." Again the curse spread and failed, white along the facets and gone. Harry felt the transformed body's contemptuous solidity answer. He did not scream, did not arch, did not gift Voldemort the shape of success he expected. For the first time since the resurrection, something real moved in Voldemort's face, not fear, not yet, something colder, calculation revised under pressure. "You changed the substrate," Voldemort said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. "Interesting." He stepped closer still. Pettigrew hovered at the edge of the ritual space, shaking with devotion and blood loss. From beyond the graves came the muffled cracks of apparition, Death Eaters arriving to answer the dark mark. Cloaked forms began to materialize one by one in the mist, masks silver-white, robes black, drawn by loyalty, terror, and ambition in varying ratios. They stopped when they saw the scene before them, their master reborn, a fourth champion unconscious in the grass. Harry Potter, bound in the shape of something no one in that circle of ancient pure-blood cruelty had a category for. Voldemort did not look at his followers yet. He kept studying Harry, then he pointed his wand not at Harry's body but directly at the Omnitrix. Finite incantatum. The spell struck the device. Nothing happened, no flare, no shutdown, no crack in the bond. The magic passed over the faceplate and disappeared like rain off polished stone. Voldemort went very still. Harry watched him understand. That was the moment terror finally entered the space between them. Not Harry's, though he had plenty still, but Voldemort's. It came hidden and perfect and deeply real. Because the Dark Lord had just confirmed the one thing no amount of prophecy, preparation, or magical genius had equipped him to master on instinct. This was not magic. Or not magic in any way his entire life had taught him to dominate. The world's most brilliant, monstrous wizard stood in a graveyard with his wand raised against a power outside the system that had made him king. He concealed the fear almost immediately. Of course he did. Voldemort had built himself out of control and performance, and the refusal to let others smell weakness in him long before Harry was born. But Harry saw it, not because Voldemort showed it. Because once you have lived your life reading danger in adults before they name it, you become very good at the fractions. The tiny pause before speech, the angle of the wrist recalculated, the way fascination sharpened from curiosity into acquisition. Voldemort lowered his wand by an inch. Then he smiled again, and now Harry hated the smile because it was no longer the expression of a man merely intrigued by a puzzle. It was the smile of someone who had decided the puzzle must belong to him. The Death Eaters completed their ring around the graveyard. One by one they dropped to their knees or bowed low, offering praise, excuses, loyalty, trembling. Voldemort ignored most of them with visible disdain. He addressed punishments, absences, failures, Pettigrew's service, Lucius Malfoy's tardy devotion. All of it with one eye, as though the old world of his followers had already become background to the newer, more dangerous things standing bound before him. Harry kept testing the bindings. The cracked crystal at his right wrist widened. One more hard enough wrench might free the arm entirely. But not without warning Voldemort. Not without whatever circle of Death Eaters waited to react. Not while Cedric still lay out there vulnerable. Think, he told himself, think like gray matter if you have to. Think like Hermione. Think like anyone except the 14-year-old boy in a graveyard with Voldemort 10 feet away, and terror trying to eat good strategy. Voldemort began walking the ring of Death Eaters now, forcing them through their ritual humiliations, making a spectacle of their devotion. Yet all the while he kept returning to Harry with his eyes, the way a collector glances back at a newly acquired relic even while speaking to other guests. At last, he came to a stop facing them all and turned fully back toward Harry. "My followers," he said, voice carrying silkily through the graveyard, "you have returned to find me restored. You have returned to find my old enemy here." He tilted his head. "And you have returned to find the world somewhat larger than when last you saw it." A murmur shifted through the ring, confusion, curiosity, some of it hidden fear. Voldemort raised a white hand toward Diamondhead's bound form. "This is not a beast, not an artifact in any trivial sense, not a bloodline aberration. It is something older, perhaps, than our arguments. Wider, certainly, than our customs." Harry almost laughed at the hypocrisy of hearing Voldemort chastise narrow categories, almost. Then Voldemort's gaze locked onto him again and all humor died. "I expected prophecy," he said softly. "I expected wandwork, sentiment, sacrificial repetition, perhaps some fresh variation on schoolboy luck." The red eyes glittered. "I did not expect biology from beyond the horizon." The Death Eaters said nothing. None of them dared. Voldemort came close enough now that Harry could see the fine veins beneath the pale skin of his reborn hand. "You are a curiosity," he said. The words were gentle, that made them terrible. "And I collect curiosities." The graveyard seemed to constrict around the sentence. Pettigrew bowed lower. The Death Eaters watched from behind masks. Cedric lay still. The binding curse hummed around Diamondhead's limbs. Harry's scar throbbed in counterpoint to the red eyes before him. This, he realized with a cold steadiness beneath the fear, was worse than immediate murder. Voldemort did not want to kill him first. He wanted to understand him, to possess the thing he did not know how to name. And Harry, pinned in crystal against a dead man's grave while the circle of darkness tightened, understood all at once that survival in the next minutes would depend on one brutal fact. He had just become more valuable alive than dead. That was not safety. It was only a different kind of danger. But it was a danger that bought time. Sometimes time was everything. The Omnitrix pulsed once against his transformed wrist. Low, measured, thinking. Harry stilled his breathing and let the graveyard think him trapped. Let Voldemort enjoy the illusion of ownership a little longer. Because somewhere beyond the fear, beyond the crystal, beyond the circle of Death Eaters and the reborn Dark Lord and the old grave split open under moonlight, another silhouette waited behind the dial. One he had glimpsed only once. One Asmuth had called a contingency. One the Omnitrix had not yet offered, not yet. But the way it was thinking now, the deep, slow calibration under the skin of Diamondhead's body, told Harry something he could not explain and did not need to. The night was not finished with surprises. Neither was he. The graveyard had gone still in the way places sometimes do just before violence changes category. Harry felt it in Diamondhead's bound limbs, felt it in the hush of the Death Eater's circle, black robes stirring faintly around pale masks. Felt it in the night air, sharp with damp earth and resurrection magic, and in the terrible composure of Voldemort standing 10 feet away with his wand lowered just enough to suggest confidence rather than mercy. Most of all, Harry felt it in the Omnitrix, not panic, not yet, computation. The device was still thinking beneath the transformed wrist, pulse low and deliberate inside the crystalline mass of Diamondhead's body. Harry had lived with Asmuth's echo long enough to know when the silence meant simple observation and when it meant deeper calibration. This was deeper. 1,000 invisible calculations running under the skin of reality, selecting, withholding, watching the field close around them. The bindings across Diamondhead's chest hummed with layered enchantment. Pettigrew's web spell had been made for creatures, not boys, something halfway between restraint and snare, locking not the magic of the form but its geometry. Harry could feel pressure where the spell cinched hardest: elbow, shoulder, hip, throat. Every time he flexed one limb, the enchantment borrowed tension from the others and redistributed it back into the lattice. Smart, ugly, and far too competent to have been improvised in a panic. Voldemort had not planned for Diamondhead exactly, but he had planned for something non-human enough to require trap logic instead of dueling etiquette. Harry hated that. He hated, too, how little time there was to hate it properly. Cedric lay unconscious a few gravestones away, alive, still alive. The fact beat through Harry's fear with almost painful force. Cedric's chest had moved the last time Harry looked. The stunner had dropped him clean, not killed him. That single mercy, small, accidental, and probably only tactical on Pettigrew's part, was the only thing keeping this night from becoming a different story entirely. Around the graveyard ring, the Death Eaters shifted in restless half-circles, some watching their master, some watching Harry, none yet sure which thing before them would matter more by dawn. Voldemort turned from them slowly and returned his red gaze to Harry. The smile he wore now had settled into something colder than fascination and warmer than hate. Acquisition. That was the word for it. The look of a collector who has found an object he cannot yet catalogue and has therefore decided it must be his before anyone else gets to name it first. Harry held that gaze and kept testing the limits of the bindings one hairline fracture at a time. He could free the right wrist. He was almost certain of that now. The crystal had cracked outward along the restraint's pressure points, and Diamondhead's body was durable enough to tolerate the stress longer than Pettigrew's magic had anticipated. One clean wrench, maybe two, but the second he did it, Voldemort would know. The Death Eaters would close. Cedric would still be down, and Harry would be choosing his next form under attention instead of before it. Not yet, he told himself. Wait, think. Voldemort resumed speaking to his followers, though his attention kept skimming back to Harry like a knife being sharpened against the same stone. You returned because fear outweighed disgrace, he said mildly to the kneeling Death Eaters. That is not loyalty, but it is often a close relative in weak men. None of them answered. None dared. The Dark Lord paced the inside of the circle, robes whispering over damp grass. You have wondered, perhaps, whether I called you here to celebrate, to reward, to restore the old order in the old shape. He tilted his head. No, we are past old shapes. The world has already informed us of that. His wand traced an almost casual line toward Harry. The Death Eater's attention followed. Masks turned. Harry felt the weight of their scrutiny hit his bound form all at once. Voldemort's voice softened. Power has always favored those willing to revise their understanding before others do. I divided my soul because I understood what lesser wizards refused to contemplate. I returned because I knew how to use fear more faithfully than those who pretended virtue protected them from death. His eyes narrowed. And now this. The word fell into the graveyard like a challenge. Harry stayed silent. He had learned over the years that adults often mistook silence for passivity. Voldemort, however, did not. Voldemort heard silence for what it usually was around dangerous people, a place where choices were being arranged. The red gaze sharpened. You are trying to free yourself, Voldemort said. Harry said nothing. Voldemort smiled faintly. Good. Then he raised his wand and every instinct in Harry went white-hot. Take him, Voldemort said to the Death Eaters. Not dead. The circle broke. Chaos moved faster than thought, but not faster than preparation. The Death Eaters came in a curved advance, not all at once, which told Harry two things immediately. First, they were afraid of what Diamondhead could do if the bindings failed. Second, Voldemort had ordered caution strongly enough that they preferred live capture to efficient harm. That bought Harry exactly the margin he needed. He tore the right wrist free. The crystal restraint exploded in a spray of blue-green shards and silver spell filament. The recoil from the snap almost pitched Diamondhead sideways, but Harry drove the freed arm down in the same motion, smashing it against the headstone behind him hard enough to crack the stone to powder and shatter the lattice across his torso. The Death eaters flinched. For one glorious instant, they had expected the trap to hold. Harry hit the Omnitrix. Heatblast erupted into the graveyard in a column of green and orange flame. Transformation gave him release not just from the bindings, but from Diamondhead's pinned geometry. Suddenly he was motion again, black volcanic armor veined with magma, fire rolling off him in waves that turned the mist into hissing steam. The U-shadows leapt backward. The nearest Death Eater recoiled with an oath. Harry thrust both hands forward. Fire answered. He did not throw it as a single wild wave. He had learned too much for that. He cut the graveyard with controlled arcs, one low burst that sent two masked figures diving away from Cedric's unconscious body, another high enough to explode against a line of gravestones and shower the flank of the circle with heat and stone splinters. A third burst hit the ground directly before Pettigrew, not to kill but to throw him back from the cauldron and whatever ritual space Voldemort still preferred intact. The graveyard became light and smoke and screaming robe edges. Heatblast should have felt powerful. Instead, Harry felt precise. That was the great lie about fire. People thought it was chaos because they noticed the burn and not the control required to shape it. A Death Eater cast from the left. Harry absorbed the spell on a raised arm, not with immunity, but with Heatblast's superior tolerance for force and environmental violence, and answered by snapping a narrow stream of white-orange flame past the man's shoulder, close enough to ignite the trailing edge of his cloak without cooking the body inside it. The man dropped and rolled. Another fired from the right. A red curse clipped Harry's flank, forcing Heatblast back a step, and suddenly Voldemort was moving too, not rushing, never rushing, but entering the rhythm of the fight with that appalling fluidity he had in battle. Every motion economical, every spell part of a design larger than the last. Protego Umbra. A dark shield rippled into being before him, bending Harry's next fireburst sideways. Incendio Reversis. Heat seemed to turn in the air, not reversing exactly, but splitting, shunting, using the graveyard's own damp to steal momentum from the flame. Harry felt Asmuth's voice cut in at once. Do not duel him on his ground in his grammar. Right. Heatblast was excellent for breaking the circle, not for staying in it. Harry pivoted and used one last blast to hammer the nearest pair of Death Eaters off balance, buying space around Cedric's fallen body. Then he switched. 4 arms landed with a thunderclap of mass and soil. The graveyard's emotional scale changed immediately. Heatblast had made them recoil. 4 arms made them understand impact. Red muscle and black banding, massive shoulders, 4 hands made for leverage and ruin. Harry felt the form settle over him with its familiar, brutal certainty. This body did not calculate elegant routes through danger. It reduced danger by moving through it harder than the opposition expected possible. 2 Death Eaters came in together from opposite angles. 4 arms caught one wand wrist in his upper right hand, the other man's forearm in the lower left, and slammed both into each other with enough force to send their masks skidding into the mud. Another tried a cutting curse from behind. Harry swung with the free upper left arm and sent the man spinning through a low grave rail before the spell fully left his wand. The strength was intoxicating in ways Harry distrusted and used anyway. The form wanted collision, wanted the direct answer. He drove 1 Death Eater bodily into 3 others and heard the breath go out of them in a single ugly chorus. A second later, he used all 4 arms at once to rip a cracked angel statue from its base and hurl it into the advancing flank, not to crush, but to break formation. For a heartbeat it worked. The ring around Cedric widened, the path to the Portkey Cup. No. Harry looked for it instinctively and found only the gleam of the cup lying half-tilted by a headstone where it had rolled earlier. Too far under converging lines. Too exposed. Reaching it in 4 arms form would take seconds he didn't have. Voldemort, meanwhile, had stopped trying to treat the battle like a normal duel. That, Harry thought later, was when the real danger began. The Dark Lord watched the ways each form solved immediate threat and changed his tactics accordingly, not slower than Harry switched, but differently. He let lesser followers absorb the first surprises. He learned from their failures. "Contain the body mass," he said coldly, "not attack him. Not kill him. Contain." 3 Death Eaters obeyed at once, casting in overlapping patterns Harry had never seen in school dueling because school dueling did not imagine students as siege targets. The earth around 4 Arms' feet erupted in black iron bands, transfigured from grave rails and stone fragments, snapping around his shins. A second pattern followed overhead, a mesh of silver net magic that descended not like a blanket, but like articulated joints looking for larger joints beneath them. Harry roared and tore free of the leg bands, but the motion cost time. The silver mesh struck. It did not hold him fully. 4 Arms' strength shredded 2/3 of it immediately, but the delay was enough for Voldemort himself to step into range and speak with that terrible evenness of his. "Gravum Vincio." The ground changed. Weight multiplied, not universal gravity. Something more localized and cruel. 4 Arms' body, built to dominate through force, suddenly carried its own mass as punishment. Every movement turned slower, denser, harder to reverse. Harry dropped one knee into the mud and felt it crack beneath him. Azimuth snapped through the transformed adrenaline. Wrong form now. Harry knew. He killed the transformation and went straight into XLR-8. The shift felt like being freed from a collapsing building. Weight vanished into motion. Mass became line. The graveyard exploded into pathways. Spells came, but too late, too slow. The first Avada Kedavra passed through empty air where Harry had been half a breath earlier. The second cracked across a gravestone he was already behind and gone from. He hit a run so sharp the mist itself seemed to shear around him, circling the graveyard ring once, twice, 7 times in what to ordinary eyes could only have been a blue-black streak spitting green light. He did not attack first. He evaded. That was what terrified them most. Wizards could imagine power being stronger than their own. They did not know how to imagine power making their entire spellcasting paradigm obsolete. A masked Death Eater began an incantation. Harry was behind him before the first syllable finished, kicking the man's wand from his hand and sending it spinning through the dark to land half-buried near the U. Another turned, too slow. A third tried a wide-area hex instead of a line spell, compensating intelligently for speed. Harry saw the wand angle change, saw the arc widen, and altered path before the caster's shoulder muscles finished the motion. Voldemort tracked better than the rest. That was the nightmare of him. He learned in real time. He did not try to point cast into Harry's blur like the others. He began laying space control magic into the field. Thin red sigils over grave markers, faint black lines along the ground, invisible-seeming anchors that only XLR-8 transformed vision caught as distortions in air and stone. Harry recognized the pattern too late. The graveyard was becoming a net. Not for the body he wore, for the routes he preferred. The next pass almost killed him. He hit a line of speed through 2 tilted headstones and felt the space ahead go dense. Magic layered across the run like a sheet of invisible tar. XLR-8 sliced through it and nearly tore every joint in the transformed body doing so. Harry veered, regained balance, sprinted up the side of a mausoleum and across its roof rather than through the knout-wrapped corridor of graves. "Better," Voldemort murmured somewhere below. Harry hated the calm interest in that voice. He used XLR-8 momentum to snatch Cedric's wand from the grass on his next circuit and fling it behind a far headstone, away from Death Eater boots, preserving it for later on instinct he could not have justified to anyone sensible. Another killing curse missed him by what, in human terms, would have been inches. Another. 7 times in 10 seconds Harry outran Death cast in green light. The crowd at Hogwarts, had they been able to see it, would have called it miraculous. In the graveyard, it felt like arithmetic with consequences, and like all arithmetic under pressure, it stopped being elegant the moment the variables multiplied. Voldemort's voice cut through the circle again. Now, the layered containment ignited. Harry had seen pieces of it forming, sigils, anchors, route disruption, weighted space. He had not understood the whole until it activated at once. Black-red lines surged between gravestones, U-roots, ritual scars in the earth, even the cracked marble of the Riddle grave itself. The graveyard became a three-dimensional lattice of overlapping magical constraints, not a single barrier, but a field of stacked conditions designed to punish speed, absorb angle, and redirect momentum inward. XLR-8 hit the first active line and felt his path yank sideways. He corrected. The second line bent with him. The third rose from the earth like a trap, remembering its prey. Harry cut the transformation just before impact and hit the ground human, rolling hard through dead grass and mud as the net sealed the space where XLR-8 body would have broken itself against the convergence. He came up to one knee, gasping. The Omnitrix faceplate was dark. Recharge. The worst 2 seconds in any battle were the first 2 when he realized he was only himself again. Human lungs. Human bones. Human reaction time. Human terror. He had spent so long learning not to treat that as insufficiency that the emotion still embarrassed him, even while it saved his life. Voldemort stepped through the graveyard toward him now without hurry at all. That, more than anything, told Harry the shift in the battle had been understood correctly. The Dark Lord no longer saw a transformed opponent. He saw a boy in recharge. The Death Eaters held the ring at distance, no longer crowding. They had learned enough to stay clear of sudden activations. Cedric was still down. Pettigrew hovered near the cauldron, shaking and bright-eyed. The cup remained maddeningly far. The net of containment magic hummed all around, waiting for any form foolish enough to try straight velocity through it again. Harry got one foot under himself, then the other. Mud dragged at his shoes. Blood from the cut Pettigrew had taken in Diamondhead form had now dried tacky at his wrist. His scar burned, his ribs from the dragon twinged under old healing. The graveyard smelled of wet earth and hot spell residue and fear. This, he thought with sudden vicious clarity, was the nightmare, not the giant forms, not the alien bodies. This, the moment after they ran out. Voldemort stopped 15 feet away, near enough that the whites of his eyes no longer showed at all around the red. Near enough that Harry could see the wand held easy in his pale hand. Near enough that every adult failure in Harry's life, the Dursleys, the Ministry, all the careful systems that wanted him smaller, fell away before the old simple fact of one enemy who meant to kill him. "You have been extraordinary," Voldemort said. Harry said nothing. The words were worse than mockery. They held genuine admiration, which meant Voldemort was already fitting Harry into the private museum of things he wanted to break and own and understand. "You deserve," Voldemort continued softly, "a better death than most." The Omnitrix stayed dark. Harry did the only thing left that was still his. He kept standing. Voldemort lifted his wand. But a death nonetheless. The green light struck before Harry could even fully hear the incantation. He saw it. That was the cruel part, saw it form at the wand tip, saw the line of it. Saw death moving with the clean certainty only the killing curse possessed, because it did not reason and did not negotiate and did not care whether the target had once been a child under the stairs, or a fourth champion, or a category problem, or the bonded host of an alien device older than nations. It was going to hit him human. That was the truth of it. And then the Omnitrix recharged. The faceplate blazed, not green in the normal way, brighter, heavier. The dial rose under his hand with a mechanical gravity unlike any form before it. The silhouette beneath the crystal was enormous, broad beyond proportion, horned or crested or crowned by some geometry that made all previous aliens feel merely large rather than vast. Harry had seen it once before in the Time-Turner glitch, a contingency. A form the Omnitrix had held back like a final argument. Asmuth spoke, and for the first time since Harry had known him there was no dryness in his voice at all, only command. This form is not for battle. Harry, time seemed to stretch around the green light and the incoming curse. The killing curse was still coming. Voldemort's eyes widened, not in fear yet, but in the realization that something had changed again. Asmuth's voice cut through all of it like a blade. It is for endings. Use it to end this, not them. Them you can face later. End this. Go home. Harry hit the Omnitrix. The world split open. Transformation became scale. Not speed, not strength, not fire, not pressure. Scale. His body did not merely grow. Reality had to make room for him. Bones extended like towers assembling themselves from light. Limbs lengthened with continent-sized assurance. Mass poured upward in a vertical avalanche of alien geometry. The graveyard vanished beneath him as the yew trees became shrubs, the headstones pebbles, the Death Eater scraps of black fabric around a ritual stain in the earth. The killing curse struck mid-transformation. There was a flash in the center of his chest, white-green and sharp as a nail driven into metal. Then Harry stood, way big, 60 feet of Takastar colossus beneath the English night. White and black body rising over the graveyard like a monument made alive. Vast limbs. Immense angular head crowned by fins of red, eyes bright as distant stars. Every part of the form carried a sense not merely of power, but of proportions so immense it made the whole battlefield ridiculous by comparison. The graveyard was too small for him. Voldemort and the Death Eaters were not opponents anymore. They were weather around his ankles. The killing curse had left a mark the size of a dinner plate in the center of Way Big's chest, glowing sickly green for one impossible second before fading completely from the white armor-like surface. Harry felt it, a pressure. A failed assertion. A magic searching for human soul housed in human biology, and finding instead a body so radically outside that its usual purchase slid free. The silence that followed was absolute. Then the Death Eaters broke, not all at once. That would have been cleaner. One stepped back first, then another. Then the whole ring shattered as black-cloaked figures stumbled away from the graveyard center in pure animal recoil. Masks turned upward toward the impossible scale now standing above them. Some apparated instantly with loud, cracking pops. Others simply ran, which would have been pathetic if Harry had had any room left inside the form to care about their dignity. Pettigrew screamed. A high, broken animal sound. He dropped to the grass and crawled backward so fast he nearly overturned the cauldron that had birthed his master. Only Voldemort stayed where he was. That mattered. Harry would remember that even later, after hatred had simplified 100 other details. Voldemort did not run, he looked up. And in that upward tilt of a pale face under moonlight, Harry saw something he had never imagined seeing in the Dark Lord while fully alive. Not fear alone. Recognition. The shape of the mistake. The understanding, cold and perfect, that for all his planning and soul-splitting and magical supremacy, he had stepped into a field larger than the one he ruled and had not known it until it stood over him. Way Big breathed, and the sound rolled across the graveyard like distant thunder. The containment net laid across the field did nothing, or rather, it still existed, but in the presence of Takastar scale, it had become what it truly was: local magic, intricate and clever and catastrophically unsuited to binding something that treated local as a measurement error. Harry could have ended them. That was the terrible part. He felt it in the form's architecture. In the easy relation between his arm span and the area of the graveyard. In the way one step could crush the cauldron, another the riddled grave, a third half the fleeing Death Eaters before they cleared range. He could have hurled star-like energy if Asmuth had taught him how. Could have pulped Voldemort under a palm the size of a carriage. The possibility was there. Immediate, simple. And Asmuth's command stayed at the center of it like a nailed law: end this. Go home, not them, this. Harry turned, slowly, because the world beneath him had become delicate by scale alone. Cedric's unconscious body lay near the broken headstones, absurdly small now, a bright, vulnerable human shape in the wrecked graveyard. Way Big knelt. Even kneeling, he towered over the yews. Harry reached down with hands capable of shattering marble and lifting towers, and with care so intense it hurt, gathered Cedric into his palms as if handling something made of breath and paper. The Hufflepuff champion was limp but warm, chest moving faintly. Alive, alive. The relief of that hit harder than the transformation had. Across the graveyard, Voldemort spoke at last. His voice was still calm. That was the terrible thing about him. Even in Revelation, he preferred control. You cannot remain that. Big turned his vast head. The words were not threat. Not really, they were belief. Voldemort speaking from the only worldview he trusted. Everything has limits. Everything powerful eventually narrows. Everything beyond one's control can be studied until it becomes vulnerable. He was right, in a way. Harry couldn't remain big. The Omnitrix would force reversion eventually. Asmuth had said so before. Takastar Mass was not a casual state. The form was contingency, not lifestyle, but that was later. This was now, and now Harry took one step. The graveyard wall broke under his foot like chalk. Another step. Headstones crumbled. Mist tore apart around his shins. The Death Eaters still left nearby, scattered in all directions, no longer followers or aristocrats or masked servants of a dark ideology. Just men suddenly reduced to scale. Harry kept Cedric cradled carefully against one immense palm and chest. The champion looked tiny there, broken only by unconsciousness, hair dark with graveyard damp. He heard something then. At first he thought it was the night wind caught oddly in Big's hearing. Then he realized it was himself, not outside. Inside, crying. The tears came without dignity and without stopping, hot and fierce and wholly human inside the colossal alien body. Harry had won, or something like winning. He had survived the graveyard. Voldemort had returned and not killed him. Cedric still breathed. The Dark Lord himself had stood and looked up and understood for one single clean second that he was not the biggest thing in the field. And Harry hated it, hated the scale, hated the necessity, hated that salvation tonight had arrived wearing a body too vast for graveyards and tenderness to belong in the same sentence. Hated that being forced into an ending of this magnitude still did not mean the war was over. Only that one chapter of it had slammed shut harder than the others. Big stepped over the graveyard wall and onto the dark field beyond. Behind him, Voldemort's voice rose once, shouted now, stripped of composure by the first crack in certainty. "Harry Potter!" The name followed him across the night. Big did not turn back. He walked through hedges, across broken stone fences, over the stunned open land between the graveyard and the world that still thought itself ordinary. Each footfall shook frost from the grass and sent small animals fleeing the hedgerows. Far off, lights flared in scattered villages as people felt the ground move and did not know why. Cedric breathed against his hand. Harry kept crying. Asmuth said nothing for a long time. When he finally did, his voice had regained some of its old shape, though quieter than usual, as if even he respected the scale of what had just happened. Maintain heading. The portkey link remains residually traceable through the cup. We will reach the castle before full timeout if you do not indulge dramatic detours. Harry laughed once through tears. It came out as something between thunder and grief. Big kept walking toward Hogwarts. The castle would see him before he reached it. The grounds would panic. The teachers would run. The students would scream. The ministry would eventually discover that its vocabulary had once again been left standing in the rain without a coat. None of that mattered yet, only this: Cedric alive, Voldemort returned, the graveyard behind him no longer closed. And the knowledge, heavy and unavoidable now, that the prophecy Dumbledore had been thinking about all year had just become something larger than old wizarding categories. Because love still mattered. Choice still mattered. But tonight, under the English stars, a killing curse had met a body from beyond the horizon and failed to find enough earth in it to make death stick. Big walked on. And inside the alien giant, Harry Potter held another boy carefully and cried for the fact that surviving had never once, in all his life, felt clean. Hogwarts saw him before it understood him. That was how most people experienced Harry Potter these days. At first the castle only noticed movement. A disturbance beyond the grounds, tremors under ancient stone. The windows in the upper towers gave the first alarm, students leaning over desks during late study hour, prefects halfway through patrols, portraits turning toward the night one after another like birds sensing a storm shift. Then the professors felt it too. A low, rolling thud through the foundations, spaced and rhythmic, too heavy for carriage wheels, too slow for explosion, too deliberate for panic. By the time the alarm spread through the corridors, the truth had already crossed the outer edge of the grounds. Way Big came over the rise beyond the Black Lake like a moving monument. The first years screamed. The older students went silent, torches shook in their brackets. Owls burst from the owlery in a scatter of white wings. The enormous alien figure advanced out of the night with one cupped hand held carefully against his chest, the other steady at his side, each step shaking pebbles loose from the paths. Moonlight silvered the white-black lines of his body. The windows of Hogwarts reflected him in long, broken pieces, so that, for one impossible minute, the castle seemed full of giant shadows of the same walking form. Harry saw none of that clearly. Inside Way Big, the world had already narrowed to three things: the castle ahead, Cedric's breathing, and the slow pressure of the Omnitrix timer counting down toward the moment he would stop being big enough to carry a graveyard out of history. The grounds were chaos before he reached them. Teachers poured from the front doors and down the stone steps in a flood of robes and wands and astonished names. Students crowded every lit window. The giant squid's tentacles vanished beneath the lake as though even it had decided it was not being paid enough for this year. The tournament wards along the grounds flared, and then failed to decide whether Way Big counted as threat, contestant, or natural disaster. At the very front of the stone staircase stood Dumbledore, not because he had reached it first. Because everyone else, consciously or not, had stopped a little behind him, Harry slowed. The action in a body that size felt like trying to negotiate with weather. He bent one colossal knee, then the other. The earth groaned beneath him. The grass flattened in great circles. The front lawn of Hogwarts became, temporarily, a landing site for something no founder had ever imagined. Way Big lowered both hands with excruciating care. Cedric Diggory lay cradled in those palms unconscious, mud-streaked, pale and terribly ordinary in scale against the impossible alien fingers around him. The silence that followed could have held a continent. Then Harry heard a voice break it. Cedric. It was Amos Diggory. Harry had not noticed him among the adults until that moment. He must have been near the task enclosure, perhaps already rushing toward whatever disturbance the judges had started reacting to when the graveyard became a story no one at Hogwarts yet knew. Amos ran past two professors who tried and failed to stop him. Cedric! Way Big lowered his hands farther. The Diggory father stumbled onto the flattened grass, climbed with no dignity and no hesitation onto the alien palm still supporting his son, and dropped to his knees beside Cedric's motionless body. He touched Cedric's face twice, disbelieving. Then his whole frame sagged with the force of relief so sudden it nearly looked like collapse. "He's breathing," Amos said, voice cracking open. "He's breathing." Harry shut his eyes inside Way Big and almost came apart again. Alive, say it once and you might survive the rest. Alive. Madame Pomfrey was already there, her fury outrunning her fear by sheer professional habit. "Make room. Move, all of you, Headmaster, Professor Sprout. No, not there, I need light." Cedric was transferred from Harry's vast hands into a web of levitation and healer's magic. Harry watched, not breathing, until the body was clear of him. Only then did the next panic begin. The timer. The Omnitrix was burning down under the transformation now, not just ticking but descending with that deep warning thrum Harry had come to know in his bones. Way Big could not last. Not here. not kneeling before the whole school, not with half the staff below him and students pressing against every window in the castle. Harry, that was Dumbledore now. His voice did not need magical amplification. It carried on the force of command and old calm. "Can you hear me?" Way Big lowered his head. The motion sent a breeze over the entrance steps. "Yes," Harry said. Even gentle, the voice rolled over the grounds like distant thunder. Dumbledore nodded once, very slightly. It was not enough reassurance for the crowd. It was enough for Harry. "Cedric is alive." The headmaster said clearly, for Harry and everyone else. "You have brought him home. Now I need you to let the transformation end where there is room to do so safely." Harry looked down at the lawn, the entrance hall, the ring of teachers and officials and frightened students in windows and doorways. Too many people, too little room. McGonagall, white around the mouth but absolutely steady, stepped to Dumbledore's side and pointed with her wand toward the far training grounds beyond the Quidditch pitch. "There," she said. "Can you make it there?" Harry judged the distance with Talkastar scale and felt the timer pulse again. "Barely. I think so." Dumbledore's eyes held his "Go!" Way Big rose. Gasps broke from the crowd all over again, but Harry no longer had any space left in him for anyone's fear. He turned carefully, stepped over a line of ornamental shrubs that would never recover, crossed the grounds in 6 enormous strides, and reached the training field beyond the Quidditch pitch, just as the Omnitrix began its final warning flare. He barely had time to kneel. Green light detonated in the dark. The transformation collapsed. Scale tore away from him in waves. Bones telescoped inward. The horizon shot upward. The grass came at him too fast. The world, which had been monument-sized a second before, slammed back into ordinary human proportion with nauseating violence. Harry hit the ground on both hands and one knee, human again, shaking so hard his teeth clicked. He sucked in air that felt too small for the body trying to remember it had once fit. By the time the professors and Mediwizards reached him, he had made it to all fours and not farther. Madame Pomfrey got there first and did not bother with gentleness. "You are not." She snapped while checking pupils, ribs, pulse, and wandless signs of shock all at once, to become taller than a tower again without written notice. Harry laughed once, raw and broken. It came out wrong. That was enough for her to shift from fury to triage. "Easy," she said, and the word turned softer under professional instinct. "Easy now. Stay with me." He wanted to say, "I am here," wanted suddenly and irrationally to say it to everyone. To the school, to Cedric, to Dumbledore, to himself. "I came back. I am here. He is alive. Voldemort is back." The graveyard was real. Don't let anyone make it smaller than it was. What came out instead was one fractured sentence. "Portkey," he said. It was a portkey. Dumbledore arrived in time to hear it. Something changed in the headmaster's face then, not surprise, confirmation. He crouched, robes in the grass, dignity be damned, and put one hand on Harry's shoulder. "I know," he said. "You are safe now." Harry turned his head and looked at him. The words were kind, the words were false. Dumbledore knew it the moment Harry did. Voldemort was alive again. Cedric had seen him. Harry had seen him. The school had just watched a giant alien walk out of the night carrying the proof that something had happened beyond the maze. Whatever "safe" meant before, it no longer survived contact with this year. Harry saw the realization flicker through the headmaster's eyes and settle there. He did not take the words back. He only changed them. "You are among your own now," Dumbledore said quietly. That, at least, was true. The return from the graveyard fractured the night into 2 simultaneous realities. In one, the public one, the third task ended in uproar. The crowd was evacuated in waves. Students were herded back into the castle under staff supervision and an avalanche of contradictory instructions. Ministry officials tried to assume control, found Dumbledore already occupying it, and adjusted their tone with visible reluctance. Rumors ignited before anyone even reached the Great Hall. By midnight, depending on where one stood, Harry Potter had either defeated the maze's final guardian, transformed into a giant to rescue Cedric from magical backlash, or brought back an attack victim from some hidden fourth task, the judges had not disclosed. In the other reality, the one that mattered, Dumbledore moved like a man already at war. He separated Harry from Ministry handling at once. That alone was a battle. Fudge, pale and sweating in equal measure, arrived near the hospital wing doors insisting on hearing the official account before panic spread further. Dumbledore, still splashed at the hem with graveyard mud and no longer wearing any expression remotely compatible with patience, said in a voice quiet enough to freeze metal, "You shall hear the account when the boys have been stabilized, and not 1 second sooner." Fudge drew himself up. "Now see here." "No," said Dumbledore. The minister actually took half a step back. Harry, lying on a hospital bed with blankets already over him, and Madame Pomfrey muttering diagnostics above his head, watched the exchange through narrowing vision and thought, not for the first time, that Dumbledore at his most dangerous sounded almost kind. Cedric was in the bed beside him, separated by one screen, not enough to block the sounds. Harry heard Amos Diggory's voice, shaky and disbelieving with relief, heard Mediwizard's confirm concussion. Magical shock, bruising but no internal rupture, no curse residue beyond the stunner and general exposure to very bad circumstances. Heard Cedric groan once, and felt his own entire body unclench by fractions too small for anyone else to see. Alive. Again. Say it until it feels possible. Ron and Hermione reached the hospital wing under protest and rules, and whatever laws of friendship overrode both. Ron arrived first, white-faced and furious at the universe in the broad way only Ron could manage. Hermione was perhaps 20 seconds behind him and entirely beyond speech for the first full minute after she saw Harry conscious. She just stood there at the foot of the bed, gripping the rails hard enough to blanch her knuckles while her eyes moved over him, as if checking whether he was all in one piece by force of intellect alone. "You're all right," Ron said. It wasn't a question. Harry, feeling like someone had emptied out everything inside him and left only the outline, shook his head once. Ron swallowed. "Yeah," he said hoarsely. "That tracks." Hermione found her voice after that. "What happened?" Dumbledore, standing near the foot of the bed, answered before Harry could try to flatten it. "The third task was sabotaged," he said. "The cup was turned into a portkey. Harry and Cedric were transported to a graveyard." Ron's face drained further. "What graveyard?" Harry spoke then because there were some words he needed to say himself. "Little Hangleton," he said. Even now the name tasted like old stone and mist. Hermione's gaze sharpened at once. She knew enough already to hear significance in a place name spoken that way. And Harry looked at his hands. There was graveyard dirt still under his nails where Pomfrey had missed it, and because the question was too large and he was too tired, and some truths come out only when stripped of all ornament, he said the thing whole. Voldemort came back. Ron made a noise Harry had never heard from him before. Not fear alone, not disbelief. Something lower. Hermione went so still she might have turned to glass. Behind Harry, one of the ministry observers outside the ward let out an audible breath, and then hurried away at once, no doubt toward Fudge. Dumbledore did not interrupt the sentence, did not soften it, did not wrap it in qualifiers or wait for public timing. He let it stand. That choice, more than any speech he gave later, told Harry that the war had already begun in the headmaster's mind. Cedric woke 23 minutes later. Harry knew because the ward changed around the moment. Amos's voice broke on his son's name. Madame Pomfrey moved faster. Another screen shifted. Harry heard Cedric cough, heard him try to sit up, heard the healer mutter for him not to be idiotic on top of injured. Then Cedric said, rough and disbelieving all at once, "Harry!" Harry sat up too quickly and nearly blacked out. Dumbledore was there in an instant, one hand bracing his shoulder. "Easy. I know." The headmaster moved the screen aside himself. Cedric, propped half upright in bed, looked awful. Pale, mud-streaked, hair-stiff with dried graveyard damp, one bruise purpling along the jaw where he must have struck stone on the way down. But his eyes were open. Clear, alive. He looked at Harry, not around him, not through him, at him. And in that gaze lay the whole altered history of the night, If Cedric had died, the graveyard would have returned to Hogwarts wrapped entirely in Harry's word. Believed by some, doubted by others. Filtered through all the adult machinery that preferred denial when denial was still affordable. But Cedric had lived, which meant this story had a second witness, a Hufflepuff. A champion. A pure-blood Diggory boy loved by his father and respected by his school and irritatingly impossible to dismiss as attention-seeking or unstable or dramatic beyond reason. Cedric swallowed, looked at Dumbledore, then at the small group gathered there, Harry, Ron, Hermione, McGonagall, Amos, and said with terrible simplicity, "He's back." Silence followed that sentence too, not because no one understood, because everyone did. Amos Diggory went white as chalk and sat down where he stood. Ron closed his eyes briefly. Hermione looked toward Dumbledore, as if searching his face for a world in which two boys saying the same thing did not have to become national catastrophe. There was no such world left. Dumbledore crossed the space between the beds slowly. He put one hand on Cedric's bedrayal and looked first at Cedric, then Harry, as though taking the measure of the fact that both of them had returned alive enough to speak. "Tell me," he said. What followed would later be written, debated, denied, transcribed, and weaponized in 100 ways. But in the ward that night it was simply testimony. Harry told it first in fragments: Portkey, graveyard, Pettigrew, the cauldron, the ritual, the Death Eaters, the return. Cedric filled the places where Harry had been transformed or bound. The killing curse that hit Crystal and splintered. The hidden Death Eater who stunned him. Waking just enough once, halfway through the graveyard, to see something impossibly huge rising over the tombs and hear Death Eaters shouting in panic. Voldemort's face. Voldemort's voice. Cedric's account was devastating not because it was florid, because it wasn't. Cedric Diggory narrated horror the way he narrated Quidditch fouls, clearly with no visible appetite for embellishment. He did not dramatize Voldemort's fear because he did not yet know that was what he had seen. He only said what happened. That's when it changed. Cedric said at one point, voice still rough. When the giant form happened, the Death Eaters ran, most of them, and Voldemort didn't. He looked at Harry. He looked like he finally understood something he hadn't expected. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "What?" Cedric shook his head. "I don't know, just he wasn't angry first. Not exactly, he was," Cedric struggled. "Smaller, for a second." Harry looked at him, that was it. That was what he had seen too and had not known how to say cleanly, smaller, not literally of course. Voldemort had not diminished in body. But in the instant way Big stood over the graveyard, the Dark Lord's scale had changed. The field had changed. His supremacy had become local instead of universal. Cedric had seen it. That mattered more than anyone there could yet calculate. By the time they finished, the ward had gone so quiet that even the torches outside seemed to burn more carefully. Fudge requested entry twice. Dumbledore denied him both times. At last, the headmaster went out himself, shutting the doors of the ward behind him. The argument in the corridor beyond was muted by stone and enchantment, but Harry did not need to hear every word to understand its shape. Fudge wanted control of the narrative before it controlled him. Dumbledore wanted truth before safety made a liar of everyone. The old war in miniature had begun before midnight. Cedric slept after that. Potion helped. Exhaustion helped more. Amos stayed by his son's bed and cried only once, very quietly, where he thought no one saw. Harry did not sleep. That was the part no one prepared him for, not the fear in the moment, not the fighting, not the forms, not the giant impossible scale of way big under the stars. It was the afterward, the coming back, the bed, the blankets. The human body, with all its ordinary limits, returned around him like a trap he had once called home. Every time Harry closed his eyes, the graveyard came back in the wrong order, not way big first, not even Voldemort. The human moments. That was the cruelty. The times he had no alien body between him and death. Human in the Portkey flash. Human when the bindings on Diamondhead first tightened and he realized Pettigrew had prepared for creatures. Human in XLR-8 recharge when Voldemort layered containment around the field. Human when the killing curse came and the Omnitrix had not yet lit, those moments repeated with merciless precision. The sound of wet grass under his shoes. The distance between himself and Voldemort's wand. Cedric unconscious and too far, the faceplate dark. The horrible smallness of being only a 14-year-old boy in a graveyard where ritual and murder had already started moving faster than childhood. Harry would later understand that this was trauma doing what trauma always did. Not replaying power, but replaying helplessness. That night, in the hospital bed while the ward dimmed and Madame Pomfrey prowled between cots and someone somewhere in the castle began sobbing over rumors too close to true. All he knew was that sleep had become hostile terrain. At 1 in the morning Dumbledore returned. Not with Fudge, alone. The headmaster looked older than he had that evening before the task. Not by years, by choices. As if some private arithmetic had finally come due behind the eyes, he paused beside Cedric first, spoke quietly to Amos, and then crossed to Harry's bed. "You should rest," he said. Harry let out a thin breath through his nose. "I've considered it." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, then, without preamble, he transfigured the visitor's chair beside the bed into something softer and sat down. No speech, no orchestration. Just an old man lowering himself into a chair beside a boy who had come back from somewhere no fourth year should ever go. The hospital wing had settled into half-sleep. Ron and Hermione had finally been sent to the common room under threat of enforced removal. McGonagall was somewhere beyond the doors helping Dumbledore win or lose the first bureaucratic battle of the war. Cedric slept. The castle breathed around them. Harry stared at the bed curtains. "I thought," he said after a while, "that being human was the worst part." Dumbledore did not answer at once. Harry went on because the words had already started and stopping them felt harder. Not all the time, just there, in the graveyard, when the Omnitrix went dark. He swallowed. "That was what scared me most." The admission shamed him the second it existed in air. Dumbledore, infuriatingly, took none of the shame side. "That seems to me a deeply understandable thing to fear," he said. Harry turned his head on the pillow. "Does it?" "Yes, because it sounds a bit awful when you say it out loud." Dumbledore folded his hands loosely in his lap. "No," he said. "It sounds honest." Harry looked back up at the canopy. He could feel the headmaster waiting, not pressing, not rescuing the silence from him, simply making it survivable long enough that Harry might choose to continue. He hated how well that worked. "I keep thinking," Harry said quietly, "that everyone talks like the forms are the dangerous part. The giant one, the fire, the speed, the monster shapes." He swallowed again. "But what if the real thing is, I don't know, that I can do all that and still be most frightened of just being myself?" Dumbledore's answer came so gently it almost hurt more. "Harry," he said, "if after everything you have lived through, your greatest fear is not power but vulnerability, then I should say you remain a great deal more yourself than most adults manage." The sentence settled over the bed in the quiet like something warm and terrible both. Harry shut his eyes. For a while only the torches sounded. Then Dumbledore spoke again, and now there was something in his voice Harry had rarely heard from him, the weight of a man laying down a thing he had carried too long. "I owe you an apology." Harry opened his eyes. Dumbledore looked at his hands rather than Harry's face. "When the Omnitrix found you," he said, "I responded first as a scholar and only second as a guardian. I studied. I measured. I asked what it was, how it worked, what it might mean." His mouth tightened faintly. "Those are not unworthy questions. But they are not the questions a boy most needs answered when the world changes under his skin." Harry stared at him. Dumbledore lifted his gaze now. "I have been your headmaster," he said quietly. "I have not always been your teacher. And I have too often treated the Omnitrix as a marvel to be understood before treating your life with it as a burden to be shared." He paused. "I am sorry." There it was, not general kindness, not vague concern, accountability, plain and clean. Harry did not know what to do with it at first. Adults did not apologize like this to him. Not the ones with real power over rooms and futures. The Dursleys never had. Ministry officials certainly wouldn't. Even good adults often apologized around a thing rather than to it. Dumbledore had simply put the truth between them and waited beside it. "I don't," Harry started and stopped. He looked down at his own hands atop the blanket, small hands again. Human, bruised around the knuckles, dirt still lingering in the creases, not Talkastar hands, not Diamondhead facets, not Heatblast's fire or XLR-8 claws, just his. "You did help," he said at last, because fairness mattered and this much was true. "You kept me at Hogwarts. You didn't let them take it, or me." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Yes," he said, "but sometimes protection is not the same as companionship." That sentence went somewhere deep and stayed there. Harry thought of the mirror years ago, showing him with his parents and no Omnitrix on his wrist. Thought of Lupin teaching him how to name instinct without hating himself for having it. Thought of McGonagall's blunt shelter, Hermione's research, Ron's refusal to treat him as category, Cedric's simple witness. Thought of how loneliness changed shape when people chose to stand inside it with you. Protection, Harry realized, was one kind of love. Companionship was another. Both mattered, but one of them left fewer echoes in hospital beds at 1 in the morning. Dumbledore stood at last. "I cannot make tonight smaller," he said, "nor the war that has now returned with it. But I can promise this, you will not be left to carry what happened there as evidence first and experience second." Harry looked up. Dumbledore's eyes held that old, impossible steadiness. "You are not the Ministry's file," he said. "You are not the tournament's weapon. You are not even the prophecy's convenience. You are Harry." After the graveyard, after the Ministry, after the years of being measured by other people's categories, that simple statement struck like mercy. Dumbledore laid one hand briefly on the bedrail. "Sleep if you can," he said. When he reached the ward door, Harry said, "Professor?" Dumbledore turned. Harry hesitated, then asked the thing that had been waiting beneath his ribs since the giant walked back across the grounds. Did he look afraid? Dumbledore did not ask who. He knew. The answer came after one measured breath. "Yes," he said, "and I suspect that is a thing very few living people have ever been able to say honestly." Then he left. Harry still did not sleep properly. Not that night. Not the next 3. Sleep came in broken collapses and left in violent increments. His body jerking awake before dawn with his heart racing, because some part of him still believed the Omnitrix might be dark and Voldemort still 15 feet away. He woke once with his hand on the faceplate, not activating it, just checking that it was there. Another time he woke because Cedric in the neighboring bed had cried out in his sleep and Amos's quiet voice had answered at once, steady until the terror passed. Cedric's presence changed everything. That became clear by breakfast the next day, by noon in the Great Hall, by evening in the Ministry. Because Cedric did not hide. He was shaken, bruised, exhausted, and very nearly kept confined by Healer's order. But once Pomfrey permitted speech and Dumbledore gave him the choice, Cedric insisted on telling the truth himself. Not to the whole school at first, to the staff, to his father, to selected Ministry officials who arrived pale and rehearsed and left neither. Later, to a small group of Hufflepuffs who had gathered outside the ward with faces drawn tight from fear. Still later, under Dumbledore's supervision, to the school in the Great Hall when rumor had become so loud that withholding plain language would only strengthen denial. Harry sat at the staff table for that one because Dumbledore asked him to, though every instinct in him wanted the back of the room and a door. Cedric stood beside the headmaster, one hand braced lightly on the table edge, and told the story without performance. The cup was a portkey. The maze was a trap. They were taken to a graveyard. Pettigrew was there. Voldemort returned. When he said the name, the Great Hall seemed to contract around it, and then Cedric said the thing that broke Fudge's denial before the minister had even properly assembled it. I saw him. A lot of people could have claimed that. Harry had already claimed it. But Harry, for all his courage and all the years of surviving impossible things, was still in the eyes of much of the wider wizarding world Harry Potter. Special, marked, strange, wrapped in prophecy and oddity until people too often mistook his truth for drama because drama had followed him so faithfully. Cedric Diggory was different. Cedric was solid, clear. beloved. Hufflepuff, in the old dependable way the magical world liked to imagine it respected while mostly underestimating it. Cedric saying I saw him did not sound like legend. It sounded like witness. The shift in the hall was immediate. Teachers went still. Students who might have privately hoped for a less catastrophic explanation lost it all at once. Hufflepuff table pride turned, visibly, into something harder and more frightened and more adult. Fudge, who had attended under the pretense of pastoral concern and the reality of damage control, stood halfway through Cedric's account and began sputtering objections about confusion, trauma, suggestibility under curse conditions, and the need for sober review before public alarm. Then Cedric looked directly at him and said, in the same tone he might have used to correct a score in Quidditch, "Sir, with respect, I know what a stunner feels like, and I know what Lord Voldemort looks like." The respect in the sentence only sharpened the wound. Fudge sat down again. The crack in his denial was not dramatic. It did not shatter in the moment. Men like Cornelius Fudge rarely abandoned self-protective falsehood in public when there was still some chance to drag it behind them into another room and rename it. But from that day on, the denial had a witness it could not comfortably erase. That mattered. History often turns not on whether truth is told, but on whether it is told by the right person at the right hour in the right voice. Cedric's voice did that work. Harry loved him for it in a way that had nothing to do with romance or idolization, and everything to do with the brutal relief of not being alone in a story that could have swallowed him whole. 3 nights after the graveyard, when Madame Pomfrey finally allowed them a brief conversation without hovering directly over it, Cedric said as much. The ward was dim. Rain tapped softly at the windows. Amos had gone to rest for the first time in nearly 70 hours under threat from half the staff. Cedric sat up against his pillows, looking less like a patient and more like a boy who had been run through weather and was trying to decide what remained his. Harry, in the bed opposite, had his hands folded over the blanket because they had nowhere else comfortable to go. Cedric looked at him and said, "I keep thinking about if I hadn't touched the cup." Harry's stomach tightened. "Don't," he said. Cedric smiled faintly, humorless but alive. "Bit late." They sat with that. Then Cedric's gaze dropped to the Omnitrix. "I remember seeing the giant one," he said. "Only properly for a second. The rest is flashes, smoke, people running." He rubbed one hand over his face. "But I remember thinking, even half-stunned, that I should be more scared than I was." Harry looked at him. Cedric shrugged helplessly. "It didn't feel like danger. It felt like rescue with bad proportions." Harry laughed once before he could stop himself. Cedric did too, then winced because apparently laughter and concussion were still negotiating terms. After a moment he said, more quietly, he was afraid of it. Harry knew immediately who he meant. "Yes." Cedric studied Harry for a second. "Good," he said, not triumphant, not petty, just human. "Good." As if the graveyard had deserved at least one clean reversal. That night, much later, when the ward had gone silent again and the moon was thin over the grounds, and Harry lay awake fighting the old human helplessness once more, the Omnitrix finally spoke. It had been quiet for days. Not dormant. Harry could feel its steady warmth, its small systems restoring after the strain of way big, but quieter than usual. Perhaps even Asmuth had understood that commentary had its seasons. Now, in the dark, his voice returned. "You have mastered 3 forms." Harry blinked into the shadows. "You've timed this weirdly." "You are competent in 5. Harry turned his head slightly toward the wrist. "Still weird. You panic in 2. There was the old dryness. Not full strength, but familiar." Harry exhaled something like a laugh. Asmuth went on. "This is, statistically, better than most Talkastar bondings." Talkastar bondings usually result in the host's immediate structural failure. Harry stared at the canopy that was, if not reassuring, at least very Asmuth. Then, after one beat, "That is my version of a compliment." The warmth that moved through Harry at that sentence was small and stupid and real enough to shame him. He put one hand over the Omnitrix without thinking. "Thanks," he murmured. A pause. "Then do not become sentimental. It would be exhausting." Harry smiled in the dark anyway. Outside the ward, the castle kept breathing. Beyond it, the ministry was already deciding what truths to mangle next. Somewhere far from Hogwarts, Voldemort had returned to a world now forced to include him again. The war had resumed under a sky that had once watched a Takastar walk home carrying one unconscious champion and too much proof. None of that was fixed, none of it was even close, but Cedric was alive. The truth had two witnesses. Dumbledore had apologized. And Harry Potter, lying human in a bed with nightmares waiting and the Omnitrix warm at his wrist, understood that coming back from the graveyard had not made anything lighter. It had only made the weight shared. Sometimes, he thought, before sleep finally took him in something less like surrender and more like truce. That was enough to keep a person standing. If Year 4 ended by dragging truth out of a graveyard, Year 5 began by teaching the wizarding world what it would cost to deny it. The summer after Voldemort's return did not feel like summer. Nothing softened. Nothing widened. The days at Privet Drive came hot and stale and airless, each one carrying the sensation of a storm too large to fit in the sky. Harry had gone back because he had to, not because anyone involved had confused the Dursleys' house with safety. The blood wards still mattered. Dumbledore still insisted. The Order still moved around the edges of things in whispered logistics and half-explained protections. But now, every hour under Number 4's roof felt less like waiting and more like containment. The Dursleys had always hated what they could not control in Harry. Now they feared what they could no longer even pretend to understand. Vernon's anger had grown cautious. Petunia's silence had become brittle enough to cut glass. Dudley, still large, still selfish, still prone to making the wrong emotional choice first, had at least learned the one practical law of his cousin's existence. If Harry went very still while looking at the Omnitrix, it was best not to touch him. The Ministry's campaign of denial reached Harry there in the worst possible form. The Daily Prophet arrived every morning full of polished lies, alarmist stories, suggestibility under trauma, Dumbledore's instability, Harry Potter's continued theatrical claims. Cedric Diggory, alive and no longer dismissible, was treated more carefully in print, not accused directly, just regrettably influenced by stress, grief, and the reputational gravity of the boy who lived. Harry hated those articles more than he hated outright mockery. Mockery at least showed its teeth. This was softer, administrative, truth sanded down until it fit safely inside public appetite. At first Harry read every line, then he started burning them. Once, when he fed another copy of the Prophet into the kitchen fire under Vernon's furious eye, the Omnitrix pulsed, and Asmoth said dryly, "A primitive but emotionally satisfying data management strategy." Harry had almost laughed. Instead, he watched the paper curl black in the grate and thought that if the war was going to begin in earnest, it had already started in language. That was the part the adults always underestimated, not the spells. The story, who got to tell it, who was believed when they did. And what kinds of people institutions quietly preferred to call unstable rather than inconveniently right. By the time the Order collected him and the summer broke apart properly, Harry understood something new and dangerous. The Omnitrix did not merely make him strange. It made anyone standing beside him choose whether to become stranger too. That was the beginning of the revolution, though none of them called it that yet. The Harry thread, Dumbledore's army becomes something else. Year 5 at Hogwarts opened under surveillance, not the dramatic kind first years imagined when they whispered about auras and hidden spells and secret passages. Worse, bureaucratic surveillance, educational decrees, lists, monitoring. The ministry arrived in the shape of Dolores Umbridge and tried, with lace and smiles and pink cardigans, to turn Hogwarts into a place where obedience could masquerade as order. She failed at subtlety almost immediately. She did not fail at damage. For Harry, the year's pressure came from 3 directions at once. Voldemort's return sat under every day like a second pulse. The ministry's public denial made him half outcast and half symbol all over again. and the Omnitrix, pushed to its limit by way big, forced through graveyard combat, used now in a world that knew Voldemort was back even when pretending otherwise, had entered what Azimuth called a recalibration adaptive maturation cycle. Harry called it the worst possible timing. Some forms came easier now. Heatblast, Diamondhead, XLR-8, these sat close to the surface, more stable than before, more responsive, less likely to fight him for control. But the device also pulsed unpredictably around strong magical disturbances, its internal systems subtly rewriting their relationship to wizarding environments after the graveyard. Sometimes Harry would feel it heat against his wrist when crossing wards or entering classrooms layered with old spells. Once it reacted so sharply near Umbridge's office that Azimuth muttered, "Her aesthetic choices constitute an assault on multiple civilizations." Harry, standing outside detention and trying not to think about blood quills, had replied under his breath, "You don't know the half of it." The point was simple. He was not unstable, but he was changing, and in Year 5, change became political. The first version of Dumbledore's army was born from necessity, just as in the canon world it had been. Umbridge would not teach defense properly. The students were frightened enough to know the lie when they heard it. Harry knew more than most what waiting for institutional permission cost. But in this world, the DA did not remain a study club for very long. The room of requirement first gave them cushions, desks, target dummies, and enough quiet to imagine themselves safe. Then it gave them more because the students inside it began needing more. Harry taught the basics at first. Shield charms, disarming spells, movement under pressure. Not freezing when a curse came at your face with real velocity rather than classroom courtesy. Then the Omnitrix entered the room as something other than spectacle. At first, everyone assumed Harry would simply transform and show them how to fight around overwhelming power. That lasted about one lesson, because what Harry actually taught them was harder. He taught them how to move while adapting, how to stop assuming one answer solved every problem, how to treat unfamiliarity not as panic, but as a new environment with its own rules. "The first mistake," Harry said one evening while pacing before the group in the amber light of the room, "is thinking power means you stop needing other people." Neville watched him with that intense, slightly startled concentration he always had when something important had slipped past his self-doubt and reached the steadier part underneath. Ginny leaned against the far wall with her arms folded, face sharp and amused. Luna sat cross-legged on a cushion, as though the whole room's emotional weather interested her in an anthropological way, but not enough to stop her braiding a strip of fabric around her finger. Dean, Seamus, Parvati, Lavender, Ernie, Justin, Susan, and the others all watched Harry too. Some because he was Harry Potter, some because he had seen Voldemort and come back, some because the green-black device on his wrist was the closest thing many of them would ever have to visible impossibility. Harry turned his wrist once and let the Omnitrix faceplate catch the room's warm light. "If I go Heatblast," he said, "most people think the useful part is the fire." "It is the fire," Ron said from the back. Hermione, writing notes because of course she was, did not look up. "That is the obvious part, not the useful part." "Thank you," Harry said. Ron looked betrayed. "I've stood by you through multiple species, and I appreciate it." The room laughed softly, Harry's expression sobered. "The useful part," he said, "is that when the fight changes, I can't keep pretending the first plan still works just because I liked it better." He tapped the Omnitrix once. "The forms don't save me, they force me to update." That changed the DA from a defense club into something more disciplined and more dangerous to Ministry authority. It became tactical, not military in the childish, swaggering sense some boys briefly hoped for. Tactical in the quiet way fear matures into preparedness when nobody trustworthy is preparing you except each other. Ginny became excellent at movement. Parvati and Lavender discovered that observation under pressure mattered more than people gave them credit for. Dean drew field sketches of room layouts and ambush lines so good Hermione accused him of wasting talent on football for years. Seamus, once he stopped thinking of explosions as personality, became surprisingly adept at disruptive charm combinations. Ron never became elegant and remained furious at elegance as a concept, which in practice made him very useful in close-quarters defensive spellwork. And Neville became essential. That happened slowly enough most of them did not notice at first. Harry noticed because Neville asked the right sort of questions, not flashy ones, grounded ones. How would Stinkfly's slime react to plant matter? Could Devil's snare be forced dormant by heat or by chemistry? If Wildmutt tracked by scent, what sense overwhelmed him? If XLR-8 traction depended partly on surface composition, could a battlefield be altered under him? If a transformed body brought instincts with it, how might an enemy exploit those instincts instead of meeting power head-on? Harry would answer when he could. Hermione would look furious with delight every time Neville exposed a blind spot in everyone else's assumptions. And somewhere in the back of the room, Luna would nod as if this had been obvious from the moment plants first evolved malice. That became Neville's route into importance. Not just courage, intersection. He saw how ordinary wizarding disciplines could meet alien biology and produce strategy where everyone else only saw marvel or danger. By Christmas of Year 5, Dumbledore's army no longer trained despite the Omnitrix. It trained with its logic, adaptation, pattern recognition, role flexibility. The idea that if one answer failed, you did not stop, you changed shape, if not literally then tactically. The room itself seemed to approve. It gave them moving terrain some nights, whether on others, blind corners, low visibility, target dummies that learned. A floor that tilted when too many people relied on the same approach twice. Even Ron eventually admitted the room had started getting ideas. Asmuth, after one particularly brutal session involving false walls and staggered curse timing, said, "This chamber is educational in a way your formal institutions rarely are." Harry had panted back, flat on the floor. "You say that like it's a compliment." "It is. Do not become spoiled by praise." Luna, more than anyone, made the DA strange in the best possible way. Everyone in Hogwarts already knew she was odd. Only the wise ones realized that oddness was often just honesty refusing to wear its hair correctly. She did not treat the Omnitrix forms like tools. She treated them like people Harry borrowed, not fully separate people. She wasn't confused about that, but not inert functions either. She asked whether Wildmutt liked moonlight even if he couldn't see it. She left little piles of polished stones near the practice mat after Diamondhead sessions because crystalline temperaments appreciate acknowledgement. She spoke to Ghost Freak one night after a phasing drill and said, in the soft conversational tone one might use with a skittish bird, "You don't seem cross, really. Only lonely in a direction most of us haven't visited." Ghost Freak, for reasons Harry never entirely understood, seemed to like her, not in any sentimental sense. More like the form's unsettling, extra-dimensional instincts recognized in Luna, someone who did not flinch first and define later. The first time Luna gave the forms names, little private nicknames separate from Asmuth's proper designations. Harry expected the Omnitrix to object. It didn't. Heatblast became Cinderlord for exactly 1 week until Ginny threatened mutiny. XLR-8, to Ron's delight, became Zoom. Diamondhead was Glass Knight. Wildmutt was No Eyes. Ghost Freak, after long consideration and to Harry's lasting discomfort, Luna called Hush. "You can't call it Hush." Harry said. Luna tilted her head. "Why not?" "Because it sounds affectionate." "It is a little," she said. "He looks like he hasn't had much of that." Harry had no reply to that. Asmuth, listening, only said, "Your friend perceives laterally, annoying but useful." That may have been the warmest thing he ever said about Luna Lovegood. The DA did not defeat Umbridge. That would have made the year too simple. But it did something more subversive. It made adaptation communal. Harry's difference stopped being singular in that room. Everyone there learned to become less fixed. And in a war defined by people who wanted the world sorted into blood, house, lore, and fear, that mattered more than anyone yet understood. The Hermione thread, xenobiology, and magical theory, if Harry changed the DA from the front, Hermione changed the war from underneath. She began year 5 furious, not her usual precise, corrective irritation, furious in a foundational sense. The Ministry had tried to classify Harry by panic. The Prophet had tried to narrate him into unreliability. Umbridge had arrived at Hogwarts as the living embodiment of everything Hermione most despised, ignorance armed by process. All of that would have been enough. Then educational decrees started probing at the Omnitrix, subtly at first. New reporting requirements for non-standard magical incidents. New restrictions on unregistered transformation displays. A memo circulated among staff asking whether certain students of biologically variable status required closer supervision in practical lessons. Harry saw the memos as threat. Hermione saw them as intellectual failure weaponized into governance. That offended her so deeply it became productive. She started writing in October. At first it looked like notes, a stack of parchment in the library, margins full of furious arrows. Comparative charts between animagus transformation theory and Omnitrix template activation. Lists of where wizarding terminology failed because it assumed magic as origin rather than environment. By December, the notes had become chapters. Not officially. Hermione would have denied that for months. But the structure was there. Argument, evidence, revision, synthesis. The title changed 6 times before she finally settled, under protest from Ron, who kept offering absurd alternatives. On xenobiology and magical theory. An intersection when Harry first saw the title written neatly at the top of a long page. He looked up from the common room table. "You're writing a book." Hermione didn't glance up. "I'm writing a corrective framework." "That's what books say before they become books," Ron muttered. She ignored him and kept writing. Her central argument was simple enough to sound obvious once she had it. The Omnitrix did not break magical theory. It exposed its provincialism. Wizards, Hermione wrote, had mistaken a regional model of reality for a universal law. Everything in magical education assumed that magical phenomena originated within a bounded framework. Bloodline, wand, innate core, creature nature, curse, enchantment, ritual, soul. Then the Omnitrix arrived and refused origin stories those categories could parse. Wizarding scholars responded at first by treating it as anomaly. Hermione's thesis was that anomaly was often just a name for data too broad for local pride. She compared pyronite thermal embodiment to elemental magic and showed where the comparison worked and where it failed. She mapped Diamondhead's crystalline biology against transfiguration assumptions and demonstrated that the form did not violate matter conversion rules so much as sidestep their premises. She wrote a furious appendix on why beastshifter was intellectually worthless as classification because it confused external morphology with magical mechanism and smuggled social disgust into supposedly neutral language. Ron read that appendix and said, "Ord, you're going to kill someone with footnotes." "Only if they deserve it." Hermione replied. She often tested arguments on Harry without warning. "Do you feel the magical field differently as Heatblast than as Diamondhead?" "Yes." "How?" "Heatblast feels integrated, like magic and heat stop being separate categories and just become environment. Diamondhead feels more resistant to magic as pressure." Hermione scribbled furiously. Ron, trying to help, said, "XLR8 feels like a headache for authority." Hermione paused. Then, to Harry's delight, she actually wrote that one down. By year 6, her manuscript had grown thick enough to require binding spells and thin enough, in places, to reveal how tired she was. She wrote between classes, after DA meetings, during free periods, and sometimes in the hospital wing when Harry or someone else inevitably ended up there, because the story refused to stay kind for long. The manuscript was laughed at, when fragments circulated among older Ravenclaws and ministry-minded staff sympathizers. Of course it was. A 15-year-old Muggle-born girl arguing that the foundations of wizarding theory were not wrong, merely narrow, was almost designed to provoke patronizing dismissal. Then people started reading it properly. Professor Flitwick asked to borrow 3 sections and returned them full of notes, 2 disagreements, and a quiet expression that looked suspiciously like respect. Lupin wrote Hermione a letter after reading 1 chapter through Harry, and said her treatment of non-human embodiment and moral continuity was the most humane thing written on transformed identity in our generation. Even McGonagall, after finishing the section on classification language, said only, "Miss Granger, this is impertinent," and then, after a beat, "Continue." The manuscript mattered because it gave language back to people the Ministry preferred to describe rather than hear. But it mattered even more because it changed Hermione herself. She had always been brilliant. Year 5 and 6 made her foundational. She stopped trying merely to be the best student in a broken system. She started writing as someone preparing to outlive and revise that system. That shift would make her minister one day. But long before the title, it made her indispensable. Because when everyone else was busy reacting to Harry's visible difference, Hermione was building the intellectual bridge by which the world might someday cross into understanding it without first trying to cage it. Harry knew this long before she did. One late winter night in Year 6, when the common room had mostly emptied and the fire had burned down to embers, he watched Hermione bent over the latest chapter, hair spilling everywhere, quill racing, lower lip caught briefly between her teeth in concentration. "What?" she said without looking up. He blinked. "How did you know I was looking at you? You've been radiating gratitude in my peripheral vision for 30 seconds. It's distracting." Harry laughed softly. Then he said the thing she was not expecting. "This is going to outlast all of us." Hermione looked up then, not smiling, not dismissive, just startled in that open, vulnerable way she hated being seen. "It's only notes," she said automatically. "No," Harry said. He nodded toward the growing manuscript. "That's how the world stops getting to pretend I'm a category before I'm a person." Hermione looked down at the pages. When she answered, her voice was quieter than usual. "Then I'll make it good enough that they won't have the excuse." Harry believed her. History eventually would too. The Neville thread. The wizard who stood alone, Neville Longbottom's revolution, did not arrive with spectacle. That was part of why almost nobody saw it coming soon enough. In the first years, Neville had been treated by the school as a boy of accidents, kind, uncertain, perpetually half a second behind his own confidence. By Year 5, however, Harry had already started seeing the truth hidden underneath the hesitations. Neville did not lack courage. He lacked permission to trust it. The DA gave him some of that permission. Harry's alien logic gave him more, because the Omnitrix changed the atmosphere of competence around them all. In a world where the hero could become fire and crystal and speed and still admit fear, it became harder for everyone else to treat uncertainty as failure rather than process. Neville flourished there, not all at once, not dramatically. Like a root system deciding, after years of bad weather, that it finally had room. He got better with a wand because the DA stopped teaching wand work as performance and started teaching it as survival. He got sharper tactically because Harry and Hermione both learned to trust his questions. He got deadlier in herbology because plants, unlike people, had always rewarded patient attention. By mid-year 5, Neville had become the best close-range spell stabilizer in the DA after Hermione, and arguably the best under pressure when fear hit first. Not because he never panicked. Because once panic arrived, he moved through it rather than around it. The first person to say this aloud was Ginny. After a DA session involving moving cover and simulated ambush lines, she dropped onto a cushion beside Harry and jerked her chin toward Neville, who was helping Dean up after a particularly ugly, disarming exchange. "He's the one you'd want in a hallway," she said. Harry looked over. Neville, sweaty and red-faced and apologizing because Dean had hit the floor harder than intended, did not look like anyone's first choice in a storybook war. Ginny saw Harry seeing that and rolled her eyes. "You know what I mean." Harry did. A hallway meant no room for glory. No broad cinematic gestures, no elegant dueling space. A hallway meant commitment, breath, timing. Staying there, Neville was becoming the kind of wizard who stayed. That mattered more than anyone knew until the Department of Mysteries. The attack on Arthur Weasley still happened. Harry's visions still worsened. The pressure between his scar and Voldemort's mind still turned sleep into compromised territory. Sirius still represented everything raw and unfinished in Harry's emotional life. Love without stability, family without duration, the nearest thing to chosen belonging the boy had ever been offered by blood. All of that moved the year toward the Ministry battle as cruelly as ever. But in this version of the story, one thing changed the shape of the crisis. The Omnitrix was unavailable, not broken, not destroyed. Worse, locked in recalibration. After the Ministry hearing, after months of adaptive strain under heavy magical load, Azimuth had warned Harry in late spring that one deeper cycle remained coming. Harry, like most teenagers informed of future inconvenience, treated the warning as negotiable. It was not. The recalibration hit on the worst possible day. The faceplate went black that afternoon and stayed black. No forms, no emergency access, no override. Only a low internal pulse and Azimuth's maddeningly calm explanation. System-wide reindexing. High-order matrix stabilization. Duration uncertain. Harry had shouted. The Omnitrix had not cared. Then came the vision. Sirius, the Department of Mysteries. Pain, urgency, trap logic disguised as desperation. And for the first time in years, Harry faced immediate crisis with no transformed answer available. That changed everything. He still wanted to go. Of course he did. His whole body had already become motion toward the rescue before anyone could argue him down. But this time, the argument was different because everyone in the room knew what the loss of the Omnitrix meant tactically. Ron wanted to go anyway. Hermione wanted to verify the vision first and save all of them from adolescent catastrophe if possible. Ginny was already moving toward practical logistics because Ginny treated disasters like puzzles that annoyed her personally. Luna, disturbingly calm, was feeding the Strals sugar cubes as if transport into probable trauma required preparation, not panic. Neville was the one who said it. Harry can't be the point man. The room stopped. Harry turned on him at once. What? Neville did not back down. Not because he had grown beyond fear, because fear no longer owned his mouth completely. If this is a trap, Neville said, voice shaking only at the edges now, then they're expecting you, they're expecting the watch, they're expecting the way you fight. If it's dark and you go in without it. He swallowed. Then they've built for your gap, not your strength. Harry stared. Ron opened his mouth to protest on instinct. Hermione shut it for him with one look. Neville went on, and now Harry heard something new in the cadence, not apology, assessment. I'm not saying you don't go. Neville said, I'm saying you don't lead. That was the moment, Harry would later think, when Neville Longbottom became someone history had no business underestimating ever again. The plan changed. Cedric, still close now to Harry and the DA alike because the graveyard had bound him into their orbit permanently, went with Neville as forward assault and retrieval anchor. Hermione and Ron handled structure and support. Ginny and Luna flanked. Harry still went. He would never have stayed behind while Sirius might be dying, but he went as strategist, not spearpoint. That hurt him more than he liked admitting. Not because it insulted his pride. Because it forced him to feel the raw old vulnerability again, the thing he had named in the hospital wing after the graveyard. Human. Limited. Necessary to others, but not the obvious answer himself. The battle at the Department of Mysteries changed shape around that absence. Without the Omnitrix's visible presence, the Death Eaters underestimated the group's tactical discipline at first. Neville, in particular, shocked them. He fought not like a boy improvising courage, but like someone who had finally understood that fear and action could occupy the same body without canceling each other out. He held a corridor alone for 12 seconds, while the others regrouped. 12 seconds does not sound like legend until curses are crossing a hall at lethal speed. Cedric, beside him, fought like the version of himself the tournament had carved harder rather than prettier. No wasted movement, no flourish, just clean, relentless defensive pressure. Later, after the war, people would tell the story wrong. They always did. They would smooth Neville into symbolism. Harry hated that, because the truth was not symbolic. The truth was sweaty and frightened and precise. Neville's wand hand shaking, Cedric bleeding from one temple. Bellatrix's laughter somewhere ahead. Broken prophecy shelves glittering like frozen rain. Harry trying to move everyone towards Sirius fast enough to matter and smart enough not to die. And then Sirius still died. Some things the Omnitrix could not prevent. Some things no alternate biology could bargain out of existence. That remained true even here. Harry got the recalibration override back 10 minutes too late. The faceplate lit. The forms returned. Azimuth said only, "System restored." Harry transformed into XLR-8 before thought fully caught up. He tore through the Ministry corridors at impossible speed, hit every line he knew, shaved every corner down to vector and necessity, and reached the death chamber in 11 seconds flat from the moment the Omnitrix came back online. He arrived one step too late. That was the measure of tragedy. Not miles, not minutes, one step. He saw Bellatrix's curse hit, saw Sirius' body arch with that surprised, unfinished human posture that was somehow worse than clean death, saw the veil take him before grief even had grammar. XLR-8 stopped dead at the edge of the dais. And because speed was cruel when it failed, Harry saw it clearly, not blurred, not distant, not softened by delay, clear. He reverted human before he even realized he had done it and hit the stone floor on both knees so hard the impact bruised bone through his robes. Sirius was gone. No form in the Omnitrix could follow that veil. No speed in his body could reverse 1 second already spent. No alternate biology could make family stop being mortal once they finally reached your hands. That, Harry thought later, was the worst lesson of years 5 and 6. The Omnitrix could widen possibility. It could not abolish loss. Neville found him there. Not first, others came too. But Neville was the one who knelt beside him and stayed even while spells still cracked elsewhere in the chamber. Harry never forgot that. Not because Neville said anything extraordinary, because he didn't. He only stayed. That was Neville's gift. The war would later give him a sword and a serpent and a place in every retelling. But Harry had already recognized the deeper truth long before the Battle of Hogwarts made it famous. Neville Longbottom was the wizard who did not leave when someone else broke. By year 6, that truth hardened into open skill. His wand work became cleaner. His stance lost its apology. He and Harry together developed a strange, effective balance. Alien adaptability and human mastery, each forcing the other not to become a caricature of his own strengths. Harry had options. Neville had steadiness. Harry could revise the battlefield. Neville could hold it. Harry could become larger than expectation. Neville could make expectation irrelevant by simply enduring longer and striking when others hesitated. That made them, though neither said it aloud often, two sides of the same answer. By the end of year 6, if someone had asked Harry who the finest traditional duelist in their year was, he would not have said himself. He would have said Neville, and he would have meant it without false modesty, only accuracy. The Omnitrix Revolution, proper years 5 and 6, compressed around those threads. Harry, Hermione, Neville. But the revolution in the title was not only theirs. It was what their interaction did to everyone else. The Order stopped seeing the Omnitrix as a problem to be managed and started seeing it as a reality to plan around. Luna normalized the impossible by refusing to dramatize it. Ginny learned to anticipate transformed movement so well she could flank Heatblast without burning her eyebrows off. which Ron maintained should earn official certification. Cedric, alive and bearing witness, became a bridge between the Hogwarts that feared Harry's difference and the one that had fought beside it. Even the teachers shifted. McGonagall still worried like it was an Olympic event. Flitwick started incorporating adaptability drills into upper-year dueling sessions. Sprout and Neville together catalogued interactions between alien biological residues and magical plant matter, leading to the startling discovery that mandrake extract neutralized stinkflies' corrosive slime more effectively than any standard classroom solvent. "That," Neville said, holding up a smoking test flask with scholarly delight, "is either very useful or deeply horrible." "Both," Hermione said at once. By late year 6, the DA was no longer a secret in the emotional sense, even when still officially illegal in the political one. It had become a culture, one built around mutual adjustment, practical trust, and the refusal to let any one person carry all the symbolic weight alone. That was the revolution. The Omnitrix had entered Hogwarts as Harry's burden. By the end of year 6, it had transformed the school's smartest, bravest children into people who no longer believed the world owed them simple categories. That kind of change does not stay local. It becomes history if enough of the right people live. And they would, most of them, not all. Fred still died. That grief would come later and prove speed useless in a new direction. Dumbledore still fell from the astronomy tower, because some tragedies in Harry's life had the decency to remain thematically consistent even when other physics changed around them. The half-blood prince still left his poison through the year like a lesson in old damage. Malfoy still broke under burdens he had not been shaped to carry. But by the end of year 6, the pieces on the board stood differently. Harry was no longer a singular anomaly dragging frightened peers behind him. He was the center of a network of changed people. Hermione had language, Neville had mastery, Cedric had testimony and moral weight. Ron had become, beneath all jokes and temper and loyalty, the kind of strategist who understood terrain not because books told him, but because friendship made him care where people stood when spells started flying. Luna had made the bazaar livable. Ginny had become the sort of fighter who moved through chaos like she had finally found an element honest enough to deserve her. Even Asmoth, insufferable ancient echo that he was, had been altered by contact. Harry knew this because in the spring of year 6, after a brutal DA exercise ended with everyone bruised and triumphant and arguing about whether XLR-8 should be banned from indoor demonstrations forever. Asmoth said quietly, "Your species does one thing exceptionally well." Harry, toweling blood from his mouth where a badly timed dodge had met a training hex, muttered, "Complain, accumulate each other." Harry looked down at the Omnitrix. Asmoth went on, "It is inefficient, disorderly, emotionally excessive. And yet your survivability as a social organism is difficult to argue with." Harry laughed tiredly. "Is that your version of saying we work better together?" A pause. Then, regrettably, Harry looked up. Across the room of requirement, Hermione was lecturing Ron over his foot placement. Neville and Cedric were testing shield angles against a bouncing target curse. Luna was feeding something to one of the room's invented training dummies because she felt it looked underappreciated. Ginny, seeing Harry watch all of them, raised one brow as if to ask what he was smiling at. He only shook his head, nothing he could explain quickly enough. Everything, perhaps. The year 6, ending the end of year 6, came with the familiar taste of ash and inevitability. Dumbledore dead. The castle stunned. War no longer deniable even by people who had spent years trying. Harry stood on the astronomy tower grounds in the aftermath, feeling not numb, exactly, but sharpened by grief into an almost unlivable clarity. The Omnitrix was warm on his wrist. The castle air smelled of smoke and old stone and mourning. Around him students clustered in small islands of shock, each face lit by wand light and tears, and the awful new maturity of understanding that the adults had not, after all, been holding the ceiling up as securely as children hoped. Neville came to stand beside him, not speaking at first. Just there again, Harry did not know who moved first, but after a while Hermione and Ron joined them too. Luna after that, Ginny. Then Cedric, face pale and set. They stood together in the dark under the tower where the war had taken one more adult they had hoped, against all evidence, might still somehow know how to end it before it reached them all the way. Harry looked at them, really looked, at everything the last 2 years had done. Hermione's notes now thick enough to become theory. Neville's shoulders no longer apologizing for taking up space. Cedric steadier and harder than the boy who entered the tournament, and kinder somehow than a year like this had any right to allow. Ron, who had become brave in so many ordinary ways people might miss the scale of it. Luna, unbothered by categories to the point of making them feel childish. Ginny, all flint and flame, and Harry understood then what the Horcrux hunt would have to mean. Not just another mission. Not just him and the old singular destiny story the world kept trying to force around his life. No, the war had already changed too many people. The end game would have to reflect that. He said it quietly, because grief had made him careful with volume. We find them faster now. Hermione looked at him first. The Horcruxes, Harry said. We don't hunt blind anymore. Cedric's eyes sharpened at once. Neville straightened. Ron frowned. You've got a lead. Harry looked down at the Omnitrix, gray matter ghost freak, alien perception layered against wizarding malice. Not a lead, he said. An approach. Hermione's face changed then, not into certainty, but into purpose, which was often better. Neville asked the practical question immediately. What do you need from us? Harry felt the old instinct rise, to say nothing, stay safe, I'll do it, this part is mine. The lonely hero reflex, the cupboard reflex, the boy who lived reflex. The revolution of the last 2 years saved him from answering that way. He looked up at them all and said the truer thing. Everything you already became. No one laughed. No one acted embarrassed. No one told him that sounded dramatic, because they understood. The war ahead would not be won by one boy becoming progressively stranger and more powerful until destiny got bored and handed him victory. It would be won by network, by witness, by theory, by endurance, by swords and snakes and books and friendship, and the refusal to let any one system, wizarding, political, magical, biological, define the whole field of what was possible. That was the Omnitrix revolution. Not the device itself, what it taught the people around it to become. And as the funeral smoke of Year 6 settled over Hogwarts, and the future narrowed toward the deadly clarity of Year 7, Harry understood with something like fierce gratitude that he would not be entering the last phase of the war alone. The world had tried, for years, to make him singular. Instead, it had made all of them stranger together. That, at last, felt like a weapon worth trusting. The Horcrux hunt began, as most impossible things in Harry Potter's life did, in a room far too small for the weight placed inside it. Not a grand war chamber, not some hidden order citadel, not the kind of storybook headquarters people imagine when they forget that revolutions are mostly planned in borrowed spaces over weak tea and stronger fear. This began in the burrow, at a kitchen table scarred by years of meals, arguments, homework, and the ordinary kind of family life Harry had once thought belonged to other species entirely. The war had blown the world wide open by then. Hogwarts had become memory and wound in equal measure. Dumbledore was dead. The Ministry, after its long, humiliating flirtation with denial, had finally collapsed inward under Voldemort's return and remade itself in uglier colors. The old protections had thinned. The adult world, always less stable than children wanted, had finally lost the energy to pretend otherwise. So they gathered. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna, Cedric, and, orbiting the edges of their work like exhausted constellations, members of the Order who understood that youth was no longer a thing one could protect by exclusion. The Omnitrix lay warm on Harry's wrist. The green hourglass turned softly under the kitchen light. On the table between them sat Dumbledore's notes, Hermione's manuscript, copies of old Ministry records, Scraps of family trees, rumors, maps, and the beginning of a new logic. Not where is Voldemort strongest, not how do we outduel him. Not even how do we survive long enough to matter, no. The central question of Year 7 became simpler and far more dangerous. How do you hunt a soul that has taught itself to hide in objects? In another story, the answer might have remained mostly human. Books, guesses, old memories, inherited clues, intuition sharpened by grief. Here, the answer widened. Gray matter changed the hunt first. That happened almost by accident. Harry had transformed at the table on the second night because 3 hours of argument about artifact theory, magical residue, protective curses, and likely concealment patterns had exhausted everyone into mutual stupidity. Ron and Neville were on their second near fight over whether old family vaults counted as practical or just deeply aristocratic. Hermione had reached the stage of brilliance where she began talking faster than breath could morally sustain. Cedric was rubbing his temples. Ginny was threatening all of them with silence if someone didn't produce a real plan inside 5 minutes. Harry, too tired to perform human patience any longer, hit the Omnitrix. Gray matter landed beside the butter dish. The room went silent. Then the shape of the problem changed. Galvan cognition did not merely think faster. It connected differently. Dumbledore's scattered clues, Hermione's theoretical structures, Voldemort's known habits, the emotional logic of trophy-keeping and ancestral obsession and symbolic concealment. Gray matter took all of it and rearranged the field in minutes. Not solved. Never that easy, but accelerated. What is he for? Gray matter squeaked, pacing along the table edge with hands clasped behind his back. Not what he hides, what he's for. What self-image the object stabilizes. Diary equals preserved youth and control narrative. Ring equals bloodline and death fetish. Lockets and cups suggest founder obsession tied to institutional legitimacy. He doesn't just hide pieces, he curates himself. Hermione stared like someone watching her favorite library develop legs. Ron blinked. I understood about 6 words. 8, said Ginny. Don't oversell yourself. Gray matter kept moving. If the soul fragments are magical parasites anchored to meaningful vessels, then detection should prioritize thematic density over sheer power signature. Everyone keeps looking for the loudest cursed thing in the room. Voldemort isn't loud. He's narcissistic. Cedric covered one grin with his hand. Neville looked stunned and delighted at once. Hermione, recovering fastest, seized parchment and started writing, "Go on." And so the hunt accelerated, not simplified. That was important. Gray matter did not bypass work. He multiplied the efficiency of good work already being done. Hermione's research became sharper. Ron's strategic instincts finally had a framework weird enough to suit them. Cedric's witness to Voldemort's posture and preferences in the graveyard suddenly mattered in very specific ways. Neville's understanding of old magical objects as living ecosystems, rather than inert relics, added angles no one else considered. Luna, terrifyingly, continued being right about symbolic resonance often enough that Harry stopped asking how and started simply marking down when she tilted her head and said things like, "That sort of evil usually likes cupboards and old lockets because it gets lonely in flatter objects." Ghost Freak changed the hunt next. Not in libraries, in ruins, in manors, in forgotten chambers, in places where dark magic had soaked into walls and old silver, and the grain of wood until ordinary wizarding senses stopped distinguishing residue from architecture. Ghost Freak did not sense Horcruxes as objects first. He sensed them as wrongness in dimensional texture. That was the phrase Asmuth eventually gave Harry when simpler words failed. The fragments produce a local distortion in metaphysical coherence. Crude, but noticeable if one species is not tragically limited to single-plane embodiment. Harry, floating half through the stone wall of a ruined safe house, and trying not to think too hard about what single-plane embodiment implied, had muttered, "You really can't complement anything normally, can you? Normal is a category your civilization abuses. Ghost Freak's relationship with Horcruxes was awful in exactly the way they needed. The locket did not seduce him the same way it seduced human minds. It still radiated malice. It still projected despair. But where human emotion made openings, Ghost Freak's partly extra-dimensional self encountered the fragment as a knot of invasive wrongness trying to establish grip in a place where the geometry of soul did not quite line up. He could smell it in a fashion that was not smell, taste it in a fashion that was not taste, feel where in a room the air became conceptually sour. That cut months off the hunt, not because every Horcrux leapt obligingly into Harry's hands the moment he phased near a cupboard, but because Ghost Freak let them stop groping blindly in the dark for every cursed heirloom in Britain, and start narrowing to the ones that made the world feel structurally insulted. The locket went first in this version of the hunt not because fate felt charitable, but because Harry caught the exact nausea of its presence inside a coastal cave. No map had properly marked, and no standard revealing charm had ever fully trusted. The cup came sooner than in canon because gray matter, after 3 hours with genealogies and old museum records, determined that, if he thinks like a collector with bloodline pathology, his hiding places will cluster around spaces that already validate his taste. Ron had said. Could you say that less like a goblin accountant, Grey Matter had replied. Could you think more like one? Cedric had laughed so hard he spilled tea on the records. The diadem took longest. Old Ravenclaw artifacts had a way of becoming myth before they became lead, and myth was bad search architecture. But Luna, of course, gave them the key while wandering the shell of Hogwarts after it had fallen half under occupation. Lost things don't always leave, she said dreamily, touching the broken frame of a corridor portrait. Sometimes they just become embarrassed and move into higher places. It made no sense. It was also infuriatingly exactly right, and all the while the war widened, snatchers, disappearances, raids. Blood purity turned from sneer to policy. The ministry became a mouthpiece with teeth. The Omnitrix did not solve any of that. It only kept reminding Harry that possibility was not the same thing as immunity. He could find Horcruxes faster. He could not keep every safe house safe. He could get people out of burning rooms as XLR-8, or shield them as Diamondhead, or break pursuit lines as Heatblast. He could not make the war stop being a machine that ate ordinary lives between dramatic moments. That truth came due with Fred Weasley. The Battle of Hogwarts began, as it always had to, by collapsing all their careful distinctions between school and war. The castle accepted them back not as children returning home, but as fighters bringing the last phase of history to its gates. Stone woke. Wards shifted. The room of requirement became triage, arsenal, refuge, and heartbeat all at once. DA members old and new flooded the corridors. Teachers armed themselves with the grim efficiency of adults who had run out of alternatives. Ghosts took sides by simply refusing to leave. Harry moved through it all with the Omnitrix live at his wrist and no illusions left. This was not a tournament, not a secret club. Not a night they would all narrate later with the comforting vanity of survivors. This was the end game. The forms answered accordingly. Heatblast sealed breached stairwells in curtains of controlled fire to cut off Death Eater advances. Diamondhead held collapsing arches long enough to evacuate trapped younger students. 4 arms turned 1 giant troll and 2 masked men into a single cautionary heap near the charms corridor. XLR-8 ran messages faster than patronesses in the castle's broken magical clutter. Wildmutt tracked movement in smoke-choked halls where sight had become sentimental. Ghost Freak moved through sealed doors to warn trapped pockets of defenders before curses found them first. Stinkfly, to Harry's lasting horror and everyone else's delight, turned out to be shockingly effective in corridor warfare where corrosive slime met armor and certainty at the same time. Every alien in his arsenal saw use. And yet the emotional weight of the battle lay, exactly as the story had always promised, on the humans. Neville killed Nagini. Harry was Wildmutt at the time, prowling low through a ruined side hall near the entrance court where spells and broken marble had turned the air into a map of ash, blood, and determination. The serpent's scent hit him first, cold rot, old venom, ancient wrongness made flesh. So did Neville's. Sweat, fear, resolve sharpened into a single line. Wildmutt did not understand symbolic destiny. Harry did. He felt it in the instant before the strike, Nagini lunging, Neville stepping in not away, the sword of Gryffindor flashing with terrible clean purpose. The serpent's head came free. The Horcrux soul shrieked through air and stone and every surviving nerve in Harry's body. Wildmutt reared back, snarling at the metaphysical wrongness tearing itself apart. Then the form dropped, and Harry hit the floor human again, one hand braced against broken flagstone, staring down the corridor where Neville Longbottom stood with the sword in his hands, and something like disbelief still catching up to what he had already done. Harry had never been prouder. Not of himself, not of any transformation, not even of way big in the graveyard, of Neville. Of the boy who had once apologized for taking up room and had now cut the final serpent from the war with his own hands while the castle burned around him. Later, history would make Neville symbolic. Harry, forever after, remembered the human details instead. The tremor in Neville's wrist after the swing, the wildness in his breathing, the exact stunned look on his face before he squared his shoulders again, because the battle had not granted him time to become legend yet. Fred's death came differently and exactly the same. Harry was XLR8 when the first shockwave hit, not the explosion itself, the feeling of it. The castle bucked, stone dust burst through a side arch. Someone shouted George's name with a sound Harry would never unhear. XLR8 launched before thought completed. The corridor became line became desperate speed, and Harry covered distance in impossible blue-black streaks because speed, when grief was still hypothetical by half a second, offered the oldest lie in the world, maybe in time. He wasn't. That was the cruelty, not that he was slow, not that he had chosen wrong. That even XLR8, even this absurd body built for outrunning ordinary consequence, could still arrive one heartbreak late. Fred lay under broken stone and shattered laughter where a wall had become memory too fast for anyone to save it back into shape. Harry reverted a few steps away, because he couldn't bear to stand over that scene in a form optimized for motion, and not understand why motion had failed to matter. George was there. Ron a moment later, then the world blurred around all of them because grief inside battle is not allowed to become pure. It must coexist with danger, with screams elsewhere, with the next curse, with the next corridor still requiring feet in it. Harry would think of that for years afterward, how war denies even clean mourning unless the dead are lucky enough to come at the end. The final passage toward Voldemort narrowed after Nagini died. He could feel it. Not by prophecy in the melodramatic sense, though that existed too. By structure. By the way the battle seemed to fold around fewer and fewer essential nodes until everything extraneous burned away. The Horcruxes were gone. The castle still stood. Voldemort still remained. Harry stood in the shattered quiet before the great hall with the Omnitrix warm on his wrist and the last choice ahead of him sitting like a stone in the center of his chest. Asmuth spoke first. "You do not need me for this." Harry looked down at the faceplate. It glowed green and steady. Ready. Any form available. Any answer he had earned through years of pain, adaptation, training, fear, victory, failure, and becoming. Heatblast's control. Diamondhead's refusal. XLR8 impossible line. Even way big, perhaps, if circumstances again became apocalyptic enough to justify myth. He could go to Voldemort carrying an arsenal no wizard in history had ever possessed, and lose the point entirely. Harry understood that now with a clarity so simple it hurt. The Omnitrix had never been teaching him that power solved worth. It had been teaching him that power expanded options and therefore responsibility. It had been forcing him, over and over, to choose himself through borrowed shapes until at last He knew what self remained when none of the shapes were necessary. He looked at the broken hall ahead, at the drifting dust and torch smoke, at the place where the war would end or kill him trying. "No," he said quietly, "I don't." Asmuth was silent a moment, then, "Good." Harry rolled his sleeve down over the Omnitrix. He did not disable it, did not reject it, did not dramatize the choice into separation or purity. He simply chose not to use it. That mattered more. The walk into the great hall was the most human journey of his life. No fire, no speed, no crystal certainty, only his own body, his own breath, his own fear. And Draco Malfoy's wand in his hand. Hawthorn and unicorn hair and allegiance long since bent by a chain of disarmings and choices that Voldemort, for all his brilliance, had never truly respected, because wandlore sounded too much like relationship and not enough like domination. The hall held everyone who remained, survivors, wounded, teachers, Death Eaters, students too young for this and older because of it anyway, bodies already laid aside with care, silence too exhausted to dramatize itself. And at the center of it, before the ruined house tables and under the broken enchanted ceiling, stood Voldemort. He looked less like a conqueror now than a theorem stripped to final proof, thin, pale, red-eyed, still terrible, still wholly himself. And for the first time since the graveyard, visibly aware that the field had narrowed to one thing he could not outsource. Harry Potter, walking toward him human. A murmur moved through the hall, not because of the boy, because of what was absent, no transformation, no giant form, no alien flame. Harry in plain robes with a borrowed wand and all the stubborn, ordinary fragility that had somehow survived every attempt to make him other first and person second. Voldemort smiled, but the expression was brittle around the edges. "No more masks?" he asked softly. "No more borrowed bodies?" Harry stopped a measured distance away. "No," he said. "Not for this." Around them, people held still enough to become architecture. Neville stood bloodied and upright near the front of the defenders' line. Hermione had one hand over her mouth and the other white-knuckled around her wand. Ron looked half sick and half ready to throw himself bodily into death if the line between watching and stopping dissolved. Cedric, bruised and battle-worn and alive because history had finally chosen mercy once, stood with the others and fixed his eyes on Harry the way one watches someone crossing a rope over open space. Voldemort lifted the Elder Wand. "You disappoint me," he said. Harry almost laughed. The line was so familiar by now, the old insistence from powerful men that choosing vulnerability over spectacle must be lack instead of discipline. "Do I?" Harry said. "Or do I just look like something you know how to name again?" That landed, not visibly for most. But Harry saw the slight tightening at Voldemort's mouth. "Good," he went on. "You spent your whole life thinking power meant cutting yourself away from everything human enough to need anyone." Harry's voice stayed steady. "You thought death was the only limit worth mastering, so you tore your soul apart and called it greatness. You thought the ministry, the school, the old families, even the prophecy, they were all just systems to dominate if you learned their rules hard enough." He raised Draco's wand a fraction. "Then the world got bigger than your rules." Voldemort's red eyes flicked involuntarily once to Harry's covered wrist, only once. Enough. Harry saw the hall see it too, that mattered. Cedric saw it, Hermione saw it. Ron, Neville, Luna, all of them. The shape of the Dark Lord's fear made public not through confession, but through one traitorous flick of the gaze. Harry stepped once closer. "The funny thing is," he said, "you still never understood the part that beat you." Voldemort's wand hand tightened. It wasn't the Omnitrix. Harry kept his own wand level. It wasn't the prophecy alone. It wasn't even that your curses stopped working right when the world changed shape on you. He took one more step. It was choice. Silence. Then Voldemort laughed softly, mockery restored because mockery was the last shield of men who felt control thinning. "Choice," he said. "A child's answer." "No," said Harry, "a human one." The final exchange moved too fast and too slowly all at once. Voldemort shouted first. Of course he did. Old habits, big magic, killing words like verdict. Avada Kedavra? Harry answered with Draco's wand and everything he had become without transforming. Expelliarmus, green met red. The hall should have seen a simple clash, and then the Elder Wand's allegiance decide the outcome the way history later recorded. But magic is rarely so content with neatness when old scars, broken soul fragments, graveyard echoes, and years of crossed destinies remain tangled in the field. The beams met and did not immediately break. Instead, a thread of gold burst between them, thin at first, then brightening, a line like memory itself made visible. Not textbook priori incantatum. Draco's wand and the Elder Wand did not share cores. But the clash called back the older graveyard bond anyway. Scar to soul fragment, Harry to Voldemort, history to repetition. The golden thread hummed, the hall filled with light. For one breathless instant, the whole war seemed to pause and look at its own shape. Then the deeper truth asserted itself. The Elder Wand did not belong to Voldemort. It had not belonged to him the moment he chose conquest over understanding, theft over allegiance, violence over the intimate strange loyalties by which wands, like people, decided their own obediences. Harry's disarming spell rode that refusal. The gold thread snapped inward. The Elder Wand tore free of Voldemort's hand. The green curse rebounded. And because the soul fragment in Harry had long since died with the Horcruxes, because the field between them no longer contained a hidden piece of Voldemort to catch what came back, because death at last recognized its proper owner and found him whole enough to claim, Voldemort fell. No giant form. No alien ending. No spectacle large enough to hide the simple truth. A man who had made himself less and called it mastery dropped lifeless to the floor before witnesses. The hall stayed still. Then it breathed, not in cheers at first, in shock, in release. In the terrible, unbelieving stillness of people discovering that survival has arrived and is not asking permission to feel unreal for a minute. Harry stood there human, Draco's wand trembling only now after when the work was done. The Omnitrix was warm under his sleeve, silent, present, not needed, not rejected, simply part of the life that had led him here and no longer needed to stand between him and the last choice. Someone moved first, then many. The hall came back into sound. Ron reached him, Hermione reached him. Ginny, Neville, Luna, Cedric, the Weasleys, the teachers. Survivors crying and laughing and breaking and rebuilding all at once in the wreckage of the school. Harry lost track of sequence after that. He remembered fragments, Neville gripping his shoulder once with a hand still shaking. Hermione crying openly for perhaps the third time in all the years he had known her and making no apology for it. Ron hugging him hard enough to bruise and then swearing at him for frightening everyone. Cedric standing half a pace back until Harry pulled him into it too, because some victories belonged to more than one witness. Outside, dawn started moving over the grounds. Inside, the war ended in pieces. Epilogue, 19 years later time, Harry learned, did not heal in the way children are promised. It integrated. The wounds remained. The dead remained dead. The old knights did not leave simply because daylight had proven competent. But life, stubborn and improper as ever, kept growing through the cracks anyway. 19 years later, Platform 9 3/4 smelled of steam, wool, polished trunks, and the familiar bright noise of people pretending not to be emotional in public. Children ran in clusters. Owls complained from cages. Parents gave too much advice in too little time. The scarlet train waited with the patient arrogance of institutions that know they will outlive everyone boarding them. Harry stood beside the barrier with one hand on a trunk and the other free at his side, the Omnitrix resting under his cuff where it had always been. And where, by now, most of the world had finally learned to stop staring first. He transformed rarely these days, not because he could not, because he no longer needed to answer every problem with proof of possibility. That was one of adulthood's stranger mercies. The device remained warm, still green, still breathing that second heartbeat he had once felt in a cupboard and mistaken for illness or omen. Magic had changed him too after all these years, not in some grand, spectacular way, in small, quiet biological negotiations. Proximity effects, repeated cross-system exposure. Hermione had written papers on it, appalled and delighted in equal measure. By his late 30s, Harry could perform limited wandless magic in moments of concentration. Not enough to make wandmakers obsolete, but enough to light a room, summon a glass, steady a falling object, or once, memorably, shut an entire ministry committee room door without touching it when discussion had become too stupid to survive air. Hermione, now Minister for Magic, had called that particular incident deeply satisfying and procedurally inconvenient. She had done more than that, of course. Her first year in office had seen the formal reclassification of the Omnitrix as a Category Omega extraterrestrial artifact. Aligned, a legal phrase she delivered before the full Wisengamot with such thoroughness that 3 older members required medicinal comatives and 2 others, privately, later admitted the wording was annoyingly excellent. All legislation that had ever attempted to classify Harry as non-human, unstable by default, or extrajurisdictionally dangerous was retired under her administration with a clarity that made old bureaucratic evasions look childish. Ron, standing beside Harry now on the platform and pretending not to fuss while absolutely fussing, had once said after the vote, "You know, she really did kill people with footnotes, just very slowly and on paper." Cedric Diggory, alive and history-altered, taught defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Students adored him. Adults trusted him. He never quite got used to either. His classes had the annoying reputation of being both kind and impossible to bluff your way through. He taught the way the graveyard had taught him. Witness first, power second, no story about yourself so flattering it got in the way of surviving the field. On the wall of his office hung a framed clipping of the Triwizard Cup article from the year he did not die, though he claimed it was there, to remind me not to enter any more educational contests run by romantics. Neville Longbottom's portrait did hang in Hogwarts eventually, not as headmaster, not because administration had ever been the point. The plaque below it read, Neville Longbottom, the wizard who stood alone. Neville himself had protested the title bitterly for months because he claimed standing alone had only ever lasted 12 seconds in the corridor at the ministry, and one mustn't exaggerate. McGonagall, very old by then and still terrifying, had informed him that history often used shorthand and he could either accept it gracefully or argue with the walls. He accepted badly. He also grew extraordinary things. The greenhouses under Professor Longbottom became half botanical research lab, half controlled hazard zone, and Holy Neville's kingdom. Mandrake extract anti-sliming protocols remained his proudest weird contribution, though the revised DA curriculum he later helped develop ran a close second. Luna remained gloriously, usefully irreducible. Ginny never stopped moving like fire, had finally met a moral structure it respected. Ron still claimed he had no interest in politics, despite spending half his life married to the minister and the other half giving excellent political advice by accident. And Harry became, with quiet surprise, a father who worried at train stations. His children stood around him now in various stages of embarrassment, excitement, and strategic avoidance of parental feeling. James had inherited an almost rude amount of confidence. Lily had inherited curiosity so direct it often felt like being examined kindly with a sharp tool. Albus, for all his private thoughtfulness, had inherited the look Harry remembered from mirrors and moonlit windows both. The expression of someone trying to understand what part of history belonged to him and what part was only passing through. That was the dangerous age. The age when categories started knocking. Harry knew it well. Dad, he looked down. Albus stood close enough now that the noise of the platform seemed to soften around the question. His son's eyes had dropped, not to the scar as so many people's had in Harry's youth, but to the slight visible edge of the Omnitrix beneath his cuff. Can I try it someday? The question hit like memory and future at once. Harry knelt, Steam rolled past behind them in white clouds. Families shouted final reminders. Somewhere to the left, Rose Granger Weasley was already correcting a timetable. Hugo was arguing with a trunk. The train gave one low warning whistle. Harry looked at the device on his wrist, still green, still warm, still breathing that old second heartbeat. The faceplate rotated once under the cuff as though aware of being discussed. He thought of the cupboard, the crater, Hagrid, Ollivander going pale, the Horntail, the Black Lake, the graveyard, way big over moonlit tombs, the Ministry trying to measure personhood with tools designed for fear. The hall where he chose to face Voldemort human. He thought, too, of all the people who had become larger because the Omnitrix had entered their story rather than remaining Harry's alone. Then he looked back at his son. "Maybe when you're older," he said. Albus made a face halfway between disappointment and hope, which Harry recognized as excellent material for growing up. "That's what you always say." Harry smiled. "Yeah," he said, "that's because it's still true." The train whistle rose again, sharper now. Children started boarding in earnest. Hugs happened. Warnings multiplied. Ordinary love performed its annual ritual of pretending separation was only logistics and not a small rehearsal for trust. Harry stood and drew his family in with an arm around shoulders and hair and motion. Then, beneath the noise of platform 9 3/4, beneath the steam and laughter and the long piece they had made out of impossible material, the Omnitrix spoke one final time. Asmuth's echo had grown quieter over the years, not weaker, only more selective. He had less to correct now. Or perhaps more confidence that Harry could make his own mistakes without ruining entire civilizations before breakfast. His voice came warm and dry and unmistakable in the back of Harry's mind. "You were, statistically, the least qualified possible host." Harry's mouth twitched. "Of course." Asmuth continued. "You had no tactical training, no xenobiological knowledge, no understanding of the species you were bonding with, and a remarkable gift for activating the Omnitrix at the worst possible moment." Harry looked toward the train while his children argued about compartment territory and thought, not for the first time, that being loved by Asmuth's standards remained one of the strangest honors in the universe. There was a pause. Then the final line came, softer than the others. "I would choose you again. Do not tell anyone I said that." Harry stood very still for one heartbeat in the steam and sunlight and family noise of the platform. Then he smiled. The Omnitrix faceplate rotated once, slowly, and went still.